Purple sectors for Briggsy. Sector 4 as well. Top of the charts. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to what is round 8 of the Jinx Shifters AOSC10. Of course, race 183 coming to you tonight from Watkins, Glen. It's the big one, 650 kilometres, 2 drivers, big enduro, 119 laps. And joining me in the commentary tonight, of course, is the man, the myth, Daniel Leet. It's just us two tonight, buddy.
Yeah, good evening, Mark, and to all the viewers tuning in. Great to be here for Watkins 650. But yeah, mate, just you and I tonight. We've the third leg of this tripod has abandoned ship tonight. He's jumped behind the wheel, so we'll no doubt be checking in later on to see how Norrie goes.
I think he's probably going to get the most play out there. Okay, so we are getting underway. Of course, it is single car shootouts at the moment, of course, so you're going to get a single lap. We're going to look at the top 10, though, who finished after pre-qualifying. And it started off, Adam Briggs looks like he has gone out there and so made his way. He'll definitely make it into the top 10 now. He is up the top. He was 10th fastest in the pre-qualifying. So that is where he sits there. He's ended up with a 146.87. Now, in the pre-race show, we spoke about this and said a 147 is going to be pretty good, and Jordan Ross was on board with that. It looks like, no, we're going to be well and truly into the 146s, and we saw him a bit faster than that too in the practice session. So going to be very interesting to see how we go tonight. Wade Sheedy is out getting a lap in. I'm just having a look though. I don't believe he would have dropped into the top 10 for the single lap shootout. So he's just finishing up now with the rest of the qualifiers. So we will have the guys that finish in the top 10 come out and do a single lap shootout, and we'll see if where they end up, because just because we give them a single lap shootout, it's not a top 10 in real life like you see and the V8 supercars. It's a little bit different there. If they do go slower than some of the guys, they will go down in the field. It basically means, though, they know what time they have to beat. So if they know pretty comfortably, they can see the sector times. If they've got purple sectors, if they are the fastest out there so far, they know if they need to push harder or whether they can just back off a bit and make sure they don't go out in the outer boundaries of the track, which causes you to have a null and void lap, really. And that's probably what we're going to watch out for here, especially. I think going up, once you go through the S's there, Dan, and after that little bus stop up the top, that is probably where there's a good chance you use a little bit too much curb.
Absolutely. I mean, getting the car through the S's is tricky enough because you've got to run it right out to the left-hand side of the car, almost brush the wall as you work your way under the back straight. But you're right, getting the car stopped and turned to get through that bus stop is going to be very tricky. Be really interesting to see how the guys navigate their way through, but this will be a good indication already. We've got Damien Johnston out there having a run at the moment.
Hasn't he been fast too, Damien Johnson? He has been flying lately. They've just seemed to come into some form here with the guys, and they are really quick too, and starting to make a big impression on me too after last round where he ended up on the podium.
Absolutely. I mean, as Jordan was saying in the pre-race show, they've really found something that's started to work well for these cars. Obviously, it's been a little thrown out the window with the recent changes that came with the start of the new season. So there's a little bit of fine-tuning to get back to it, but definitely on the up and up for Synergy.
So we are hearing from Race Control that we will have 8 cars that we will broadcast here. So the top 8 we will broadcast up here, and of course that is Damien Johnson up on screen at the moment, getting around, just having a look. He got a pre-qualifying result of P6 we're hearing. No, his best ever qualifier was 6. So the best he's ever qualified is 6. So we'll see how that is. Obviously in the AOSC history, everyone's got to come out and do the single lap qualifier here. They've got to do the dance with Watkins Glen. They've got to get their boot on as well in this one. We're doing the boot section down the bottom, so they've got to get a bit of heel and toe action. As it looks like he's coming around now, just trying to see where he is up on track at the moment. Looks like he's coming through the last corner, turn 11 as he comes onto the straight. Let's see what time we will record. No, he's about to start his flying lap, so he has done his out lap, is what we have from Damien Johnson. Here we go. Look for the purple sector times down the bottom. That's what we've got to be on the lookout for. So Damien Johnson from Synergy Sim Racing, been super impressive last round, got on the podium. His best qualifying position has been 6th so far. He used a fair bit of that curb up through the S's too. Full speed here, so you full throttle all the way up there, clicking the gears. You're in top gear now. Now, how much brake do you put on to come here through the little bus stop at the inner loop, as it's called? Just a little bit of curb. Nice. That's how you want to do it. Slide the car out a little bit here. Get around this. You just got to control the throttle here and get as much drive as you can as we head down now into the chute. Downhill. So where I find it very difficult, got some green sector times. That means the fastest he's, well, it's only going to be faster than what he did in his out lap. The car's warmed up, they get one out lap and then they are into it. So we're looking at some purple sector times here. Just having a look at what's on screen. It needs to be a 146.87 set by Adam Briggs. So it needs to be a 146.87.
The car definitely looking really good tonight, so he's in with a good chance to possibly get it. We'll see how he works through this final section. Down on the heel, the car looks pretty planned as it comes out. This is going to be the tricky spot up over the crest, as Jordan was saying through the pre-race show. Falls away a little bit on the exit, but the Damien just keeping the car under him, not really exciting the rear tyres too much at all.
The trick there when you get the single lap shootout qualifying, isn't it? That you've just, you can't overstep the mark. You go out of bounds, you get a null and void lap. Excite the tyres a little bit too much, and you can end up all the way back down, halfway down the pack or further down, depending on your time. As he comes around, it's a 146, is it? Where do we end up? 7th position at the moment. P7 now with a 147.48. So he's a little bit off the times he probably set a little bit earlier. So he won't be getting his best qualifying at this round, unfortunately, here at Watkins Glen. That is unfortunate for him, as it looks like Thomas Hinds is out on track at the moment in the 209. Is that a fresh livery we're seeing in this car?
A bit of a older revision that they've gone back to, because they did change it up just prior to the start of this season. But good to see a bit of a inter-team retro design coming back as he fires into the bus stop, and again looks pretty comfortable getting through there, and a lot of movement on the car. And this is still the outlap here, so just setting himself up, but already the car looking very comfortable.
Well, now's the time to test it, come out, get everything warmed up, get some temperature in the tyres. And the biggest thing we did speak about in the pre-race show too, Daniel, was that they have changed the setup of this car as well. So it's a totally different way to do things. I mean, Jordan Ross said it's actually, it's sort of more like a real-life car now when they do the changes. It's what they expect to see. So there might be a few people out there haven't done quite as many laps out there in the new setup.
No, definitely not. But, they've all had at least a good solid most of a week now to get up to date with these cars. So I imagine that they've put a huge amount of time in behind the scenes to get the most out of it, as we see Hinds with just a little bit of a wiggle as he gets out of the heel there. But they should be all well and truly on top of this now. I think all the setup gurus would have tinkered over the data and they'll be right to go.
It's back up onto the normal Watkins Glen track there as he goes around turn 10. The final corner now as he comes in, so he will start his flying lap this time round. So now, this is it. We are on the flying lap here. Thomas Hinds comes around, can he do it? 147.27, and that puts him into P4 behind Kenneth Latta. So you're currently looking up there. We have got a few cars in Dylan Rudd now up on your screen, but it's Adam Briggs at the moment up the top with a 146.87. Then it's Michael Taliancic with a 147.18, a 147.19 right behind him, Kenneth Latta, and Thomas Hinds slots into that 4th position. Jordan Ross in 5th. He's on a 147.34. Then it's Jamie Stovold, Henry King. Damien Johnson ended up in 8th at the moment so far. We've still got about 6 or 7 cars to go. And then we go Brad Ratu and Hayden Harrison, your top 10, as Dylan Rudd now starts his flying lap. What a fantastic last sector too. So his best qualifying result in AOSC is a 3rd. Will he get back in the top 3? Will he get on the 2nd row? Maybe make it to the front row. We never know. Rudd getting around the track at the moment now. The NSR Esports guys, they have been improving, and in qualifying, in practice actually, I was watching their times. The NSR guys are right up there, so good to see them make it into the top 10 for the single lap shootout. Just going through the bus stop there. Just a nice amount of curve, not too much, not one to unsettle the car too much as they go through. It can really throw you off, and he needs to put a solid qualifying lap together if he wants to try and get on the podium tonight. 650 Ks, it's going to be a big one. 119 laps. He's got a purple sector time up there, fastest in sector 1. He is flying. He set the fastest final sector so far, and that was on his out lap. So he was really pushing to make sure he was up at full speed for this flying lap. Look at this, the undulation in this track. You come down the hill, you go up, you come up over a crest, you can't see where you're going. It's going to be interesting in racing tonight with so many cars on track. Just finishes off sector 3. Still coming around at the moment, just having a look up on the timing screens to find out how he's looking. Already at a minute 25. He's got to beat a minute 46.87. Using every little bit of the track as he rejoins the main track, and not just coming out of the boot section. Goes around turn 10. Slides it out, all the ripple strip. Here he goes, final corner. Turns it in right. Using all that ripple strip again, maybe a touch of grass as he heads down and triggers the beams. Let's have a look as the time comes up, and he goes a 1:46.99 P2 for Dylan Rudd in the NSR Esports behind Adam Briggs. So only the second car to make it into the 146s here in our top 10 single shootout.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that was a really good run for him. I mean, we saw a purple sector in the first sector, almost a little bit there down in the final sector, but when we consider what the guys are dealing with on track temperature at the moment, you can see up on the screen, 42 degrees. These cars are very slick at the moment. So for Dylan to be able to navigate the NSR Esports car around the way he did a hell of a job. Robin Kirk now for DPR, simrigs.com, about to get out and start his lap. It's a nice exit through the final corner there. We'll see what he's able to put together.
Yeah, I think that's the trick. You got to know how to slide the car just a little bit in these conditions, but not too much. Whoa, a bit of a wiggle under braking. Oh, crossed up there. This could have come unstuck. He's pushing hard too. Goes over that ripple strip. That unsettles the car too in that corner. You really need the good run up here through the S's, because if you get a good run out of that turn one, it's full throttle all the way through here, just touching the ripple strips. Click it into top gear and go as fast as you can before you hit this bus stop. Let's see how he goes coming in the bus stop, because this could be a telltale sign if they're set up on the car. A little bit of a wiggle there. Gets it through. Yeah, a little bit of understeer, I think, there. Oversteer coming out of the corner.
Yeah, he's really fighting this car at the moment. That big wiggle that we saw down off turn one, that cost him quite a bit. He was nearly 0.5 of a second slower than what Dylan Rudd went through there. So it was a big moment. He's now got to recover it and get through. But he's back on pace through sector 2. He's on par with the guys that have gone out ahead. 0.03 of a second behind what Dylan was able to put down. So he's up to speed now, but that wiggle at the front could have been very costly for him.
Well, he's got through the toe, and that's really where you come downhill, and it sort of gets off camber as you go in that corner. So that's a tricky one there. It looks like the car seems to settle down a bit, maybe just a bit more temperature in the tyres, maybe all it is, or he's just decided to back it off just a fraction here. Maybe pushing a little bit too hard at the start. Be interesting as he comes around, though, rejoins the normal track layout there, and that's at turn number 9. Heads down to turn number 10 for the left-hander. One more corner to go, and he will head onto the main straight, and we'll see what the time of his day. Sideways again as he excites the tyres, slides it out a little bit. Final corner. Oh, that's a fair bit of grass. I reckon he's got about half the tyre width on the grass there, just half. And let's have a look at the time there. Kirk will move up, and he goes a 1:47.62, and that puts him in P11, just outside the top 10 at the moment. Brent Hobson is the next one to come out. The JK Signs livery on the side, of course, from Synergy Sim Racing. He has qualified in 3rd position, is his best ever qualifying in AOSC. So, you know, Synergy Sim Racing, what have we got, 4 or 5 of the Synergy Sim Racing guys in the top 10 in the championship at the moment. So he's coming onto his hot lap now. This is the one that counts. Brendan Hobson from Synergy Sim Racing. What can the number 88 do as he heads around? We're currently on screen now with our top 10 single lap shootout cars. If you just joined us on the coverage, all thanks to Jinx Shifters, of course, the AOSC10. This is our single lap shootout top 10 at the moment. A few of the guys have dropped back already, is what we can see. Adam Briggs is sitting up number 1 with a 1:46.87. That's a 1:46.87 is a time to beat. Only 2 cars in the 1:46s. Right behind him was Dylan Rudd from NSR Esports. Will he get himself in the front row? There's still about 5 cars left to go in this shootout at the moment.
And for Brenton here at the moment, the car looking pretty handy. I mean, let's not forget, he came on really good form last week out at Sonoma as well. So another one of those Synergy drivers that are really starting to find their feet with the car. And as he works his way down towards the toe, looking very settled early on. The big question, Matt, will be who's going to do the shoey at the end of Watkins off the boot?
Well, yeah, who will? Because anything could really happen there, couldn't they? It's another little straight there, fair bit of speed. It's going to be interesting here. This is the tricky bit of the corner too. gets off camber, doesn't it? There, really, it's hard to watch. He comes back up. Just got to be careful here. Fence either side. You get off on the grass there, and you're just going to ping pong between the two fences too as he rejoins. Turn 10 now, second last corner. The left-hander, one more to go. Doesn't get as much slide there that time. That's nice. The car is looking really firm and stuck to the racetrack at the moment. How much grass we're going to get? I reckon that's a full slick. Full slick. Trying to use every little bit of the track. And wait for that time to register up there and just confirm. And he goes P1 with a 146.82 by 0.05 of a second.
That was a fantastic lap there from Breton, and just edging out Adam Briggs there. So good form and good signs for these guys early on. And from one Synergy car to another, Tom Freer about to start his lap.
So Tom Freer, he's been quite impressive the last couple of races, starting to come back. The Synergy guys have found something with the setup. We know Tom hasn't had the best of luck so far in AOSC10. He has had a second place start though in qualifying before though, so he has been on the front row of the grid since he's been in AOSC. We know he's pretty quick. The Synergy guys just seem to have found something with their setups now too. So they are on a bit of a charge in the back half of this season. Of course, we are halfway through at this round number 8 as we head up through the S's. And this is full throttle. Hold onto it, slide the car slightly, but not too much. Keep the foot buried as long as possible. 260 kilometres already as he comes out of the S's. All the way down, 270, probably just about to max out there. Hard on the brakes, has to get through the bus stop. Not too much curb. Just bounces out a little bit, manages to pull it back there. That's nice from Tom Freer too. Good run at the moment as he's about halfway around this track. We're probably only about a third of the way now. He's got to go down and contend with the boot. This is probably the trickiest section of the track that I have found and what we've been speaking about here. Just heads through the chute, down into the boot section. This is it, the toe. Now you're coming downhill, you go a little bit off camber, very easily. You can lock up the back brakes there and it tries to overtake the front. So he's done a nice job through there, kept the car free. I tell you what, the Synergy guys seem to have a really good setup. He just touched the grass there. Just missed, I reckon. It just looked like it stepped out for just a second. So our third last car to come out in this single lap shootout in the top 10. Tom Freer doing some pretty handy time so far. 124 as he comes back around. It's about right there. Whoa, there we go. Bit too much accelerator coming out of there. Car gets a little bit loose. Just a couple more corners to go. Uses all the ripple strip. Let's see how much grass he gets coming around this one. The final corner, the right-hander to complete this qualifying lap. Stays off the grass. I reckon he just missed that. Let's have a look at the times they light up. It looks like he's in the 147s. Does a fastest final sector. No, goes to 146.919 and P3. Won't make that front row of the grid like he has done before, but maybe he could stay on the second row at this point in P3 with a 146.92. So the fourth car to make it into the 146. But next up, Corey Shepherd is out in the 017, which means he has teamed up with the Mr. Brian Borg, the mentor there. So the big racecraft on the side this week. He stepped out of his Mr. Antenna car. Do you think that'll give him the luck down? He's been a bridesmaid for so long. P2 last week wasn't his week. He had a bit of a run there. Couldn't quite get past everyone there, and a bit of an incident later on in the race pushed him back to 4th position. He has had one pole before in AOSC, Dan, so maybe with the change in livery on board with Mr. Brian Borg, it might be his week.
Well, definitely. I mean, they're in for a good shot. If we think back to last season all the way to Silverstone for the first Enduro, they were right there and pretty much had their hand on the trophy. It was just that one lap extra that unfortunately cost them the run and then ultimately ran out of fuel. So they know how to get the strategy right for these big events. And a little different seeing him outside the Mr. Antenna car, but no reason to think that he cannot do it. And as we watch him here, purple sector 1, he is flying around this circuit at the moment.
Yeah, sector 2's just lit up purple as well. So pushing really hard, and it looks like the Premier Racing team haven't had any issues with the setup in the car either. It's looking nice and firmly planted on the track here as he goes through the tricky section. Gets the apex too, not too wide there. Car looks nice. Good throttle control there as he drives out of that one too. Doesn't excite the tyres too much. Now we go down this back straight, really the boot straight. Now he's got to get around the hill, head up the hill again to turn number 9 where he rejoins the standard track configuration. See the witches' hats there in the background where they normally come around. It'd be a fast track without this boot. Couple more corners now. He's got left-hander through turn 10. The final corner, though, and his best time in sector 3. Hasn't got a purple sector there, but he's got to beat a 146.822. A 146.822 is the time to beat. He comes around, a 144 already. This one's going to be close. How does it end up? Green in the final sector, but it's not purple. P1 for Corey Shepherd there, a 146.7. And imagine what Brian's saying on the radio there. They will be super happy about that. That has guaranteed them a front row start. Only one more person to get around. That's Jordan Caruso.
Well, yeah, it was a hell of a lap for Corey. Now he's got to keep an eye on what Mr. Caruso is able to do, and Jordan tonight teamed up with James Scott. We'll look to see what the Altus guys are able to do as they're about to start their run at the pole position now.
All right. So James Scott choosing not to do the qualifying lap, Jordan Caruso, but he was out in practice and he was the fastest, which we did see. So super fast around in practice. Let's see how he goes. Look for the purple sector times to come up. Uses every little bit past the ripple strip. Don't want to use too much. I don't want auto racing to get you off track and then waiting out during qualifying. They'll have a fair bit of work to do if they end up down the back. But nice and fast up through the S's car, looking settled again. So these teams that have been up the front definitely got their head around the setup already with the changes in iRacing. So the final car, Jordan Caruso to do the single lap qualifying. The final man, he has to beat a 146.70 set by the young gun Corey Shepherd. Will they be 1-2 on the grid again? Heads down to the chute, turn number 6. Purple sector in sector 2. So sector 2 is the fastest so far. Didn't beat Corey Shepherd in sector 1. This one is going to be super close. Let's see how they go in sector number 3. It's not too far away from completing. Back up to the hill now. Heads towards turn number 9. Oh, sorry, he's heading down the boot. Sorry, down the straight. Sector 3 goes purple. So another purple sector there. Corey Shepherd, from memory, had 3 purple sectors in the entire lap that he did. We've got 2 up for Caruso. So this one's going to be super close when he comes around. Just having a look at the sector 3, Corey didn't really finish his final sectors as strong as he started. Purple in sector 4 now. Slides it right out, uses as much as he can. Pulls it in. The final corner. Can he take P1? Jordan Caruso here. In the boot, Watkins Glen, race number 183 in AOSC, and he's done it, a 146.48, a 146.477 it is actually when you bring it down. So here goes number 1, Jordan Caruso will start the race off the front grid alongside Corey Shepherd. Hobson, good to see he is up from Synergy Sim Racing. Adam Briggs ends up in 4th, Tom Freer in 5th, Dylan Rudd in 6th, Michael Taliancic ends up in 7, Kenneth Ladder in 8, Thomas Hinz in 9, Jordan Ross just on the 10. But the big news, Dan, is where is Norrie and his teammate?
Well, they're down the order at the moment. They'll be coming out of 22nd tonight. So it looks like Norrie teamed up there with Darren McKenzie, which we'll keep an eye on that, and I'm sure that'll be a good run for them to come through. But yeah, how about the laps that we saw for the top 10? I was keeping an eye on the chat in YouTube as well. We had some of the Pursuit Sim Racing guys were picking a 46.2, so not too far off the mark there for Caruso getting through. So already some guys putting some money down as to where these guys will finish up.
Yeah, very interesting there. But Corey Shepherd and Jordan Caruso will start off the front. It'll be interesting if they actually start out of the car. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Jordan Caruso teaming up, of course, with James Scott. So not surprised to see them 1-2 once again. Let's have a look, though, at the grid. On the front row, Jordan Caruso alongside Corey Shepherd, who's in 2. Second row will be Brenton Hobson and Adam Briggs. Third row, Tom Freer and Dylan Rudd. That's a good result for those 2. Michael Taliancic will be on the 4th row with Kenneth Ladder alongside. Thomas Hinz in the 5th row with Jordan Ross. Jamie Stovall just outside the top 10 and 11 with Henry King alongside in the 6th row. 7th row will see Damien Johnson and Brad Ratu. Then it'll be Robin Kirk and Hayden Harrison there on the 8th row. Jamie McKnight and Brodie Scott in the 9th row. 10th row will be Robert Harris. He's got the number 13, I hope not. With Simon Chadwick alongside. Rob Bowden in 21 with Darren McKenzie alongside. Then Paul Warwick and Bailey Frid in row 12. Row 13 will be Wade Sheedy and Luke Holland. Then Jaden Borg and Robert Carmichael in row 14. Row 15 will be Curtis Riley and Craig Healy. Then it'll be Matthew Brunt, and that's Matthew Brunt, and our safety car will be coming out the back. And we expect we are going to see a safety car tonight. That is our bet. We had it in the pre-race show. All three of us put money on it.
Oh yeah, we're definitely likely to see one. Last few times we've had them either been up through the S's or down off the toe of the boot. We've seen some big incidents down there, so we'll keep an eye on that as we watch these 32 car or 31 teams take to the race and see how they've managed to navigate their way through. I think once we get the field start to separate, the only time we're expecting some sort of issues will potentially be as we get those lap cars involved in it.
Well, the Jinx Shifters AOSC10 about to get underway for round number 8 here at Watkins, Glen. Big thanks to our sponsors, of course, simrigs.com, Sydney Computers, Bowler Media and Sideways Photography, Race Circuit Art Australia, AJ Insurance Services, and of course, big shout out to Track Council for giving us all these cameras. Nick Hauser in the background, but here we go, we're about to get underway. Have a look at the start. It is hard, wasn't it? It's a nice start. We are underway, passing going on everywhere. I see the event screen live. We go 4 wide here. 4 wide into turn 1. Oh, anything could happen. They're out. Lucky there's plenty of runoff here. Someone looks like might have spun around there in the background there. Wade Sheeting might have turned around already. Oh, James Scott looks like he is in the car start things off. Super right behind him. Robson ends up in 3 and moves up to 4. So he is up competition. He's got past Andrew Dyson. Dylan Rudd, I thought, might have got past, hasn't. Thomas Hinds is up 2 positions though into 7. So a nice start from Hinds as well.
Yeah, Hinds getting away really well there, climbing up through the field again. The top 4 getting away rather nicely, and similar to what we would have expected as everyone starts to work their way through. But no big issues. Looks like a couple of guys maybe have dropped a few spots. Damien Davis down 6. Norrie didn't really get the car away too well. He's dropped 7 spots already too.
Oh my God, he must have been checking his nails. He just got his pedicure, manicure done, and just didn't look perfect. We know what happened to him in his lapping. He ended up rolling. Fingers crossed he doesn't do that. All right, we move around. Johnson is the car we are following at the moment out there in P11, and he's up 2 positions there. Oh, you can see a couple put the nose down. Everyone's going to have a little bit of a dive here too. I think they're just looking around there. Thomas Hinds putting the nose in as well behind Dylan Rudd. So they're all just letting everyone know where they are. I think he might have, no, he hasn't got the job done there. He's still staying behind. Sean Lindsell has moved down 1 spot now, and he's down in 9th position. He's starting down in 8th. Plenty going on though at the moment. Track moments in for everyone. And Jordan Ross at the moment, the 143. Kyle Stokes is actually driving that at the moment in P8, so they are up 2 positions as well. So nice start for them. 650 kilometres, you've got 119 laps to make it happen. Check out the replay for the start. So we're going to have to Wade Sheeting. Racecraft, we see him with a big off in practice as well. He comes down the inside, looks like he's all right there. Just a lock up. I think he's just locked. I've seen a bit of a lock up on the front there. Maybe there might have been a glancing blow, but I can't see any damage on the car. It normally does start to show up. Let's have a look at Norrie, how we got the start. What happened to Norrie? Because he went back so many positions. Maybe he should have been the Commodore. Oh, that's what it was. We didn't tell him to hit the apex. He hit it hard, and it just threw him out into the wall. Norrie, mate, come in early, get a repair, and let your co-driver in.
Yeah, definitely not the way you want to start off one of these events early on there, but you should be able to come back and expect the safety car. Just looking at that issue for Wade Sheedy, I don't know whether there was a helping hand from maybe the Codison sports car in the background, because he was tucked in right behind us. We saw Sheedy go around. I don't know whether there was a little bit of contact, but wait to see how that one's adjudicated. But everyone else now back up to speed and pressing on. We've got everyone pretty well in single file. You see it move down the inside on one of the Vision Motorsports car there. That was Jamie Davis having a look at trying to get through and actually making that move stick, so good move for him.
He's just moving back a little bit at the moment because we are following Misdale around as he goes around. And that is Daniel Misdale in his 73 car as we got from the Simmons DPR team. Just in front is Bradley Vaughan behind Greg Sharp. He's up 4 positions though. Bradley Vaughan up 3. Daniel Misdale is actually dropped back 7, so he started out at 15th. Head back up to Hinds, who's doing another move here. Him and Borgie are going to have a little bit of a battle there. It's not Borgie on board. Borgie on Jordan Ross. The other thing Jordan Ross is on board is Cole Stokes. Stokes here puts a nose in. This one's going to be hairy. Coming up the S's full throttle too. I would not want to be on the outside coming through those S's down. That is super dangerous. Some great driving there as Kyle Stokes goes up another position into P7. come out of P10, so just makes another one, pulls up at the bus stop as well.
Yeah, good driving from Hinz, just holding around the outside, just both drivers giving each other just enough room to get these cars through. Hinz looking really good already under brakes. You can see the car drop down into the bus stop there as Stokes just has a little bit of a wiggle on the exit of the carousel, but Hinz is all over him like a rash.
Yeah, Thomas Hinz has had some good runs as well. He managed to make it into the top 10 for the single lap qualifier, so he's definitely got the setup right in this car, going back to the older livery, but it's given him a little bit of luck. He's still rounding around in the top 10 in P8 at the moment, and Stokes did a hell of a drive there coming up through the S's on the outside, and you know, that's a good thing if you can get on the inside of turn 2 it is, and then you can stay there. You're on the outside of 3, but if you can hold on to it, then you're on the inside of turn 4 and you've got the run down into the bus stop. So he's taken that risk and made it through. He's just going to have to hold him out though, because Hinz just seems to be a little bit better through the boot section here under brakes. Stokes maybe just chewed up a little bit of it, as it looks like we've got a bit of a penalty for causing a collision. Car number 9 on lap 1, so car number 9 is up there with a little bit of a penalty. That's Greg Sharp. Maybe that was a bit of a brush there at the start.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there, but they'll come in and get back underway. Just keep an eye too, Norrie has come in, got his stop underway as he works his way down off the hill. And while we were just keeping an eye on that battle with Hinz, did see a moment there too for Daniel Misdale. He dropped a couple of spots and now finds himself in 27th, actually 26th now as he puts a move there on Curtis Riley. So a few guys finding their way, getting the tyres up to temp. So another fantastic battle between Brad Vaughan and Simon Chadwick up through the S's. And the thing is going to be the prime spot when we touched on it through the pre-race show. This is about where you want to be, get the run up through there, in towards the bus stop, and if you make that happen, you're definitely going to get a move in there.
Well, the good thing is Norrie's not a lap down, so I don't believe he is, so he'll be all right. He's on the lead lap still, and anything could happen. As we head back to a replay now, we're going to have a look at what happened to Daniel Misdale, because he's gone back quite a few positions there. Oh, just gets a bit too much curve, slides out, brushes the tyre barrier. That's very, very lucky. And that's where you can really unload the car going through that bus stop. A little bit too much curb, throws the car in. With so many cars around, he was lucky not to actually make contact with anyone else.
Very lucky. I mean, traditionally now you see with hitting the wall in AOSC, you do find that the car will stick like glue to it, but we have seen the car bounce back as well. So he was fortunate just to get the little glance there. I don't think it'll have impacted the car too much. The steering didn't look too bad at all. So he should be right, just needs to settle it down, find his feet and get back underway. As we drop a bit further back. Hinz now still over the back of Kyle Stokes, but they're also now bringing Sean Linsell and Damien Johnston up into this fight as well. So he's got a little bit of room there for Kyle to start working with, but he's going to have to be careful, because if he gets hung out to dry here, he's going to lose 4 spots in the matter of a blink of an eye.
Yeah, Damien Johnston's been pretty quick too in the last couple of rounds in the 440 car at the back there from Synergy Sim Racing. I know he's a teammate, but if he catches up to him, he's going to try and put the move on. I think he's pretty competitive. And as we look back, and Hinz is all under that rear wing, isn't he? Trying to get as much aero. Look at this, a bit of a charge here, I reckon, down to the bus stop. Is he going to make a move down the inside? Once they get down the straight, he's going to stick right under the wing, try and get the aero to work. Will he have a dive? Is he going to pull out last minute? No, he's not going to have to go into the bus stop. There's an opportunity to take a bit of a maneuver there. You want to try and put the passing opportunity on. You do need to make a stick, otherwise you end up on the outside, and that could be the problem through the bus stop. He's pretty strong here under brakes. This is another little area where you can put the nose in, just duck down on the inside. He isn't quite close enough this time. Looks like he had a bit of a charge down there on the bus stop. Just lost a little bit of ground there to Stokes. So that is position 7 and 8 at the moment. Sean Linsell just behind in the Simrigs.com DPR car, and right behind him is Damien Johnston. Look for him, he's 3 positions up already and pushing hard. I think that's giving him the opportunity. It looks like he's going to put the nose out too and have a go.
Yeah, well, we did see, just as we flick back to these guys having their battle, Johnson just giving him a little bit of a hurry on, a bit of a tap in the rear end to say, come on mate, get a move on. But this is a good opportunity now. Johnson down the inside should be able to make this pass stick as they work their way back onto the old circuit and just slots it across the nose there, and that's a good move for him up and away. Now he's got to set his sights forward and close up that gap now to Thomas Hinz, which should be able to do, because the pace is looking very, very comfortable in that car now.
Just remembering, we are only on lap 6 at the moment of 109. There's no point to push too much. We head back on a replay And it looks like Luke Holland here, as he goes, he unsettled himself on the curbs. Yeah, I don't even know if he hit a curb there, but oh, look at the contact, and Misdale comes around, nowhere to go. Doesn't know what's happening, actually gets a Holland turn straight again. Does that mean Norrie's not running last now? He's made a pass, successful pass.
He's got up one, but that's definitely going to get a good look from race control there for Holland. I'm not too sure. Well, I get trying to rotate the car the way he did, but geez, you've got to be cautious with the guys working their way through. That bus stop's a very tricky thing, and for poor old Misdale, that's consecutive laps. He's had an incident, and that was a very big hit for him into the front of our car.
Replay Hins is actually in front of Stokes now, so this is how it all eventuated. We'll head back to the replay. Hins with a nice little dive here. Comes up and puts the move into the bus stop like we said, so he's got a good run up through the S's, manages to hold on to it. You've got to hit the car all the way past there. Nice exit as well, and now he's going to be a little bit defensive as he comes out of here. Stokes with a nice little bit of drive, but comfortably holds that off now, and that seems to be the position he will hold on to now. So this is going to be a nice battle for 7th position, because we know Stokes isn't going anywhere and Jordan Ross still to get in the car. What I'm excited though behind them is Damien Johnson. He is starting to close the gap as we head back down now to Jacob Knight. He has just got past Henry King. He's up 2 positions now from the start of the race. He was in 14. He's now to P12 in the number 24 car. So just getting past Henry King, who dropped back in position, was holding on. Sebastian Flock's just behind him. Now he's down 7 spots. So, you know, Flock's been fairly impressive throughout the season. I would expect to see him sort of around 10, maybe sort of up in the high single digits there. So look for him as he's under a bit of pressure behind him too, because Varga now just putting the nose out and showing it in the side mirror. Well, plenty of races going on throughout this one, and we have a look up at our track map too, and they are spread out, but we haven't had a lap car yet. Misdale obviously in the similar DPR car. That might be a bit of a... So yeah, he looks like they may be out with too much damage, unfortunately for them. It looks like they may be retired. We won't confirm that yet, but it looks like that has happened. So we'll just keep it going here. Here we go. We're just going back to replay, and it looks like they unfortunate night for them at the moment. A bit of bad luck there too. An earlier incident there with Holland, so maybe they've done some more damage there with the amount of damage on the car. Maybe there's some engine difficulties or something like that, because that's weird for him to come there on turn number 9.
Yeah, well, we couldn't really hear any engine noise in that thing, so I'm wondering with the size of the hit that he had, definitely done some damage to the engine there, and unfortunately not able to get it all the way back, but if he's able to use the toe, he should be able to get back underway.
Scott. Something has happened to Scott. We'll head back to a replay now, because I just noticed the timing screens go up and my event's there. Corey Shipper's gone past the front. He's at a wheel on the grass there, gets loose, holds onto it, has to go across. Whoa, gets the car airborne, has to be really careful getting back on track here. And he's going to have to give up 2 spots there, and Brenton Hobson will go past. Well, how lucky is that for James Scott? A slight error. The tyres are... Bria also putting the pressure on there from behind. I think he's going to slot back in front of Freer, and he's still holding out that position at the moment. So what a replay. James Scott, he's got plenty of laps left though in this race. So we've still got over 100 laps to go. So he just needs to calm down a little bit, take a breath. He knows his co-driver's going to give a hint. This is the view from on board as we check out the replay with James Scott, how he went from P1. And that's just a wheel out on the grass, I reckon. How he missed that arm car on the right-hand side, Dan. But I don't know how he did that.
Well, he's turned it into a speedway car and then got in with a bit of Dukes of Hazzard at the end before the rejoin. So he's done well. He's mixed up the genres a bit, but yeah, just running it all the way out to the track edge and just catching that little bit of grass. He's fortunate that he's only lost a couple of spots and no big damage on that car. So as you were saying, just settle it down, get back into the rhythm, and they'll definitely find their way forward. But there's a good chance now for Corey to start extending the gap. Although he's coming under a lot of pressure at the moment from Brenton Hobson, who's trying to work his way through it. Yeah, from what we've seen last week with Brenton as well, he is right on the money here. So they're looking very, very comfortable. We'll see whether he's able to do something as they work their way up towards the end of the traditional lap as they get out of the boot here.
Yeah, just having a look at, there is a little bit of a penalty there for Luke Holland, obviously not holding the brake. So a warning for him, as we saw up on the screen, that was that Misdale incident. And I'm just having a look. He's done a lot of actually back on the track too. It's good to see them get out and hopefully regain some points. And if we do end up with a couple of safety cars, it's a good opportunity for them to get back. But Varga here on the outside of Sebastian Flock. Here we go, a little bit of run coming out of 9, but he's on the outside. It's a left-hander, then a right-hander. Will he hold on to the outside? Because a right-hander now will have the inside run onto the main straight. And right behind him too, you look at that, Troy Maguire is there. Wow, he's just sitting there ready to pounce any opportunity he gets. Now they get defensive, they cross the track. Varga's got by. He's gone past Flock, and Maguire, they've had to come around real defensive, take the inside line there. So you think there'll be a good run there from Maguire coming out of here. As you see, Varga uses every bit of the outside part of the track and tries to get as much drive down the S's here. It's fast, super fast through here. You need to be on the accelerator. The car needs to be settled going into the S's. Otherwise, it slides around a fair bit. Is that Bowden in the background too? Rob Bowden and Rob Harris just behind as well. So the number 13, he's sticking with the 13. He's got the back. Bowden though slides it in here to the bus stop. He manages to get it past Maguire. I thought Maguire was going to have a bit of a move there before on Flock, but Bowden's now done the job and he's on a bit of a charge now in the number 10 car, up 5 positions from where he started. So Bowden now in P16.
Yeah, good run for the tank guys. They've been coming on leaps and bounds over the course of this season and getting very, very acclimatised to the car. Just keep an eye on the background there. You can see Harris now looks about to move on the back of Maguire. Not quite close enough to do it, but as he started this lap off, as you were watching Watkins and Varga have their run, Bowden and Harris were already in their own little exchange. So Rob's done a fantastic job to push forward and now gain spots and work through this lap. So this is going to be one to watch as one of the best battles out there at the moment. And another change of position is Bowden now going to drop to the inside, see whether he can hold this spot as they get up onto circuit proper.
Yeah, it looks like he just dropped the wheel off the grass and then he spun the wheels, got a little bit loose there and has had to really relinquish that position back to Maguire there, who stayed on the race line as well. So he's getting the maximum drive and speed out of this car at the moment. I think Rob Harris is probably smart with the Mach 1 Esports car in the background, maybe just to see how this plays out. Remembering we are on lap 10 of 119, so you don't need to be a hero right now as we head back to the leaders. And James Scott is behind. There is a nice battle now between Shepherd and Hobson, because this is down, most of it, I've been watching the times up there, has been under 0.2 of a second for most of it, with Scott back just a little bit further. Whether he needs to do the charge, Scott, maybe after that moment, just take a breath and sit in under the rear wing and take a little bit of a break at the moment and let these guys battle out. Shepherd and Hobson. Hobson's been fast, and the Synergy guys seem to have found some setup in the cars lately. Let him put all the pressure on Shepherd, I reckon. We haven't seen James Scott really in this position, have we? Down in front. The only time we haven't seen him lead the race is when he's come out of the pit stop.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. So I don't know whether this is maybe just a little chink in the armour for him here that he's now got to recover and get back into that position, but we'd expect that he will be able to settle his way through it. But these guys up front just applying enough pressure to really get in the mine, and a lot of that was settled. We noticed before he had that incident, weaving across the track trying to get a little extra heat in the tyres or even break the draft, which is a little surprising given the bit of a distance he had. So just got to play it right here. But Corey doing a fantastic job out front, holding off the charge from Hobson, who now is going to have to keep an eye on Scott. Will we see Scott have a look down in turn 1 here? He's definitely close enough.
It's going to be how much he wants to try and get back in the lead, or whether he's content just to have a few laps, maybe to serve a little bit of fuel behind him. But he is there in the background. Let's have a look back to Rob Harris and the unlucky number 13. He's cleared that out. I think maybe we just had the vent come up there because maybe it's a bit of a blade of grass that's touched at the moment. Bowden in front still. Right behind him though is Vaughan. Bradley Vaughan is just behind. Bradley Vaughan and Paul Walker behind him, the Fisher Motorsports car. Here we go. Stokes now is under fire. This one's going to be going. Hins and him were having a bit of a battle before. Now Damien Johnson, the teammate, has got the pressure on the Synergy Sim Racing guys. They're going to have to be careful here. They do not want to exchange liveries. They do not want to exchange paint schemes. Last thing you want to do as a teammate is unsettle your someone you work alongside with setup. A couple of different cars though, Commodore and Mustang. sure there's chatter on their team chat.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the chat will be going good here, but this will be a smart, calculated move as to where they do look to separate these two cars and maybe switch them around here. Johnston definitely has a good turn of speed, as we saw with that pass potential down into the bus stop. So if he thinks he's a little bit faster, I don't see why Stokes would want to hold him up. If Damien's got the better tyres and can have a crack at him, this almost makes it a smart move. Just change the positions. Potentially, we might even see Stokes follow through if that move does eventuate. So wait to see how this one unfolds. But yeah, last thing you want to do is upset the teammate. And it's the first rule of any team. You don't hit the team car out there. So see how these guys settle themselves down.
Yeah, well, we don't have our pit stop strategy man with us in the booth tonight here in the commentary because he's actually out on track at the moment in P28, Mr. Norris, the team hyperdrive. There he is, just cutting some laps. It's a bit like when he did his lap around earlier, didn't he, in the week, and voiced it over for us, so we knew exactly what to expect. He's just cruising around, taking his time, checking out his hair in the rear vision mirror. So the team hyperdrive guys, it's good to see Norrie getting a chance out here in the big enduro. We know he's not going to do the majority of the laps, he'll do his minimum, maybe a few more, and we're hoping he might actually jump in the commentary booth a little bit later and let us know what's going on. How much damage you did that car a little bit earlier when he had to come in and get a bit of a quick repair done. So you see Harris now chasing Bowden down still. There's a little bit of a gap there. They've dropped back a fraction actually at the moment of Troy Maguire. So Bowden in up 4 positions though from the starting P17, so he's gone up 1 more position from P18 before. Just someone has dropped down. I'm just trying to see who that may be that's gone backwards. Can't see anyone I'd expect to see there. So P17 for the number 10 at the moment, Rob Bowden and the Tank SRT car as we head back to the front of the grid. And you can see Hobson there is in second position at the moment. He slides the car out. James Scott is right under that rear wing. So James Scott, this is if you just joined us in the coverage in the Jinx Shifters AOSC10 race 183. James Scott actually had a big off going through the bus stop. He was, surprisingly, he didn't hit any barriers. He went from P1. He managed to get himself back out in front of Tom Freer safely. He did it safely. And he's got back into P3 and just tucked under Brenton Hobson at the moment from Synergy Sim Racing. And just waiting for his opportunity, I believe. With Tom Freer behind, though, he's going to have to be careful as he slides it out there. Everyone using as much of that outer concrete as possible over the other side of the Ripple Street. Freer here is just behind in P4. He's just out of the top 3. So head up through the S's. I know he wants to be on this pack. He's just not quite close enough to put that pressure on to James Scott. And I reckon Brenton Hobson would be all over the team radio, just hoping that he's close enough so that James Scott can take his eye off the prize for a second and maybe have to put the elbows up and be a little bit defensive on Freer. That'll give him a bit of a reprieve for Hobson, who had a fair bit of pressure on Corey Shepherd earlier.
Well, yeah, and the pressure's still being applied pretty substantially up the front there, but Freer's just got to slowly edge his way up onto the back here, and he's not that far off. I mean, looking at the sector times, he was a tenth slower in Sector 1 last lap to Scott, a little quicker through 2, a little quicker through 3, and it just loses a little bit through that second to last sector of the lap there. So they're very evenly matched at this point, and a little bit of a slip up here or there is going to bring these guys all back together. And then Freer's in with a really good shot. Just behind, and not too far off the back of that group either, Andrew Dyson and Dylan Rudd. They've got about a second gap between themselves at the moment, 2 seconds to close up to the back of this pack. So they're definitely with a chance to do it. All their front runners, though, last time 1:48.5 around the circuit. So they're pretty well matched as far as this goes, and you'd expect that as they're all just following along at this early phase of the race.
Well, interestingly enough, we're going to get about 26 laps out of a tank of fuel around here at Watkins Glen, which means we're going to have to do 5 pit stops. So if someone want to do the undercut, probably in the next couple of laps, we could see some guys come in and actually take that fuel stop strategy if they want to try and space themselves out.
You could do. I think, much like Daytona, you're probably going to want to pit with a friend, though, if you can, and still try and keep in draft contact with each other as you work your way around. See a bit of a move here for Stokes, looking on the back of Hims again as they work their way up through the SSCs. Guys have tried to let it go since the start of the race, but Stokes now had a really good opportunity to stick one up the inside. So if maybe listen, if you guys were considering that option, you'd expect to see Stokes and Johnson in the same time as Stokes now down the inside. Johnson with a big lock up and a wiggle. A bit of contact too for Hins.
Yeah, and who is that in the background? Lenzel now taking full advantage of this, gets 2 positions in 1 there. So yeah, we did see Damien Johnson try and follow through his teammate Kyle Stokes past Thomas Hins. A little bit of contact there. Now Hins has dropped right back. Maybe he's got a little bit of damage. I'm not quite sure. We'll be interested to see if we see anything come up from race officials on this one. But Stokes has got the job done. He managed to go to the bus stop there, got him under brakes, made the move. Damien Johnson tried to follow him through. A little bit of contact there from Hins. Be interesting whether he shut the gap. Pretty hard to see from where we were in our view. But Sean Lindsay was the big winner out of this one, back into P8 where he started. He dropped back a couple of positions, but now back there. And we'll be interested to see if Thomas Hins can just regroup, get up on the back of Johnson and reapply that pressure as we head on with Varga now. And on the outside, Henry King in the Mustang. So Varga just holding him out. I'm interested to see that actually though, because he Knight's in front of Varga a fair bit, so he's got a little bit of a lead. You'll just probably see that in the distance. Behind Henry King though, Sebastian Flock, Troy Maguire, Rob Bowden and Rob Harris. So Varga in P13 at the moment, the 87 car. He's actually up 4 positions, so a nice little move from him. 4 positions is a great gain in any race that you get into. Another one that's up quite a few positions is Bradley Vaughan in P19. He's up 5 positions as well. So Kimmin now in the background in P11. David Kimmin will go through a couple of cars and shoot some racing. Just overtaken there. Jacob Knight. Wow, he's got a bit of a charge there, Knight. 3 positions he is up at the moment in the 24 car. So Kimmin was still in 11th where he started. Now he's just moved back to P12 in the Pursuit Sim Racing entry. Don't want to get a fight at the moment though with Jacob Knight. If he's got the faster car, maybe it's a good strategy just to let him go and maybe get a bit of drafting at the moment, because we are only on lap 115 of 119. So we've got 104 laps left in the 650 kilometre race. The first, what's this, our 3rd endurance race so far out of 8 rounds here in AOSC10. All thanks to Jinx Shifters. Big shout out to all of our sponsors, of course, Cinemigs.com, Sydney Computers, Bowler Media and Sideways Photography, Race Circuit Art Australia, AJ Insurance Services, and a shout out to Track Cams for Gourmets. Also, we've probably got a bit of a shout out to our producer Nick Hausler in the background, who's been doing some fantastic overlays for us and making sure that we know exactly what's going on out there. The coverage has been absolutely fantastic in the last few rounds, or since the start of the season, just super impressive.
Well, yeah, and Nick's taken this on coming out of the safety car to get behind the wheel, and I mean, he's taken to it like a duck to water. He's really got on top of it. Showing now with the production at the moment, doing a fantastic job as we keep an eye on this fight just outside the top 4. Dyson and Rudd still having a very strong scrap here. Thought Rudd might have been in with a little bit of a chance to have a run there, but just falls off a bit down into turn 1. But these guys are very close at the moment. Keep an eye to see how these guys further down the field though. Got a few little fights still creeping in as our top 3 work their way up through the S's again. See, Shepherd, very defensive, parks the car just in the middle of the road there, makes a bit of an option for Hobson to come in, considers a move, and Scott just running the racing line, just holding in on the back there. These guys are really now starting to edge away over Tom Freer again.
Yeah, I'm like Johnson in the background there has gone to P8 now over Lindsay, the DPR car, so that's happened behind as well. So some interesting things happening a bit further back as Stokes in P7 now has a little bit of a gap. But this is your current leader, Corey Shepherd, leading in the 017 car. He qualified P2 tonight, started off in front of the grid alongside of James Scott. Had a good run. Scott undid himself actually in the bus stop, if you just joined us on the coverage, and Corey Shepherd went through, and so did Hobson, followed him through. Scott managed to get back out in front of Tom Freer at the moment, who's in P4. So Tom Freer is actually at 1 position over Andrew Dyson. Andrew Dyson sticking with the 4. Is that someone? No, I thought I saw something in the background.
Well, we have got a car stationary out on circuit. We'll just catch it up ahead here. That is Norris on the side of the road. He's popped the motor. The car's come to a halt, and that's going to give us our first safety car for the night. So that's one of 2 things checked off the box. Very unfortunate there for Norris, just not able to get that thing home.
That's 2 off the bingo card, isn't it? Because he said he was going to probably cause a safety car.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong, actually. He did, and he's true to form. He's stuck with it. So, a man of his word. Good to see. And as that safety car call comes through, everyone filing into the lane. The one surprise for not coming in, though.
Yeah, one car that not coming in at the moment, just having a look up there, and that is Damien Johnson has stayed out in the 440 car. So, interesting to see his lead on this. You think that he would want to come in Synergy Sim Racing, Damien Johnson. He's going to go around again. It might hurt him in the overall standings because he was up to P8 from memory. Everyone else is in the pits, and this will be interesting. Will James Scott try and do an undercut? He's overshot the pit a little bit there, James Scott, but will he have a crack here and try and get out in front? Freya's going to do the undercut, is he? 707 is out.
Freya got away nicely.
Hobson now. Dodd. Wow, Shepherd back to, where's Schreier's in for at the moment? I'm just having a look as they reset everything at the moment. Borgie's in, but he's in P6. Caruso's in, they're back to P7. Wow, we're going to have to go through these pit times. Well, it looks like we're going to get to talk to Norrie earlier than we thought we were going to talk to him actually in the race, causing the, as we joked about, causing the safety car to come out. We suspect that's a blown motor from him. The safety car's out there. Everyone's been in the pits, and this is the big news at the moment. Damien Johnson is obviously up there because he did not come in. Jamie Davis did not come in and pit either. They're the two cars that haven't pitted. So technically your race leader will be Tom Freer, who's in P3 at the moment from Synergy Sim Racing. He has done a 59, he's 59 overall, but 26.7 seconds actually up on blocks. Michael Schreier has been 31 seconds, 28 for Dylan Rudd, so he's got right up there. Borgie got in the car, and he's done 31 seconds, 33 for Jordan Caruso. They've taken on a lot of fuel maybe there. Or maybe just changing over, something going wrong there. Jordan Ross is now in the car, 31 seconds, stationary. 27, Jacob Knight, so another good stop for him too. So maybe just the overshoot there as well. That could have been something as simple as that. He had to grab reverse or something from James Scott. It's been a little bit uncharacteristic for him tonight, going through the bus stop earlier. He got the car out in the grass, dropped the wheel on the grass, got sideways, just missed every little bit of Armco on the right, then he missed it on the left, then he went over, got the car a little bit airborne, managed to only lose 2 positions. So he was pretty lucky to be in P3, heading into the pit stop there behind the safety car, which came out on lap 17, all thanks to Mr. Matthew Norris, who we suspect has a blown motor. You can see him there out on track still. He will be dirty with himself because he knows that he is probably going to cop a bit tonight here from the commentary.
He's going to cop an absolute ribbing over that one. I mean, first it was the untimely run into the wall at the top of the S's, and unfortunate there just to lose the motor. But these things happen. It is racing after all, and you know, while you can have it in the real world, definitely get it there. It looks like he has been now able to escape that car back to pit lane, and that's a very unfortunate run for them. But yeah, some big movers, as you were saying, Matt, with the way that those pit stops unfolded. Tom Freer, though, cannot get over 5 seconds quicker than most of the guys that took driver changes and got out very comfortably.
Well, you're going to have a little bit of fuel left over, aren't you? Like, if you actually do it, 26 laps, you get to a tank of fuel. It's about 4.6 stops. So you're going to get 5 stops. It just means he may have to come in a lap or 2 earlier in this little stint. So it's probably not a bad idea. He's got some clear air there. He was stuck behind James Scott before. I don't think he had the pace to go past him, but he definitely had the pace with him. So if you get out in front, James Scott's probably not going to be able to challenge him too much. In saying that, James Scott was also being held up there by Hobson. So those 4 were at the front. Be interesting to see. Damien Johnson, though, has decided not to pit at all, and we are lap 18. Of course, we can only do about 26 laps on a full tank. Maybe with the safety car, they'll push that out a couple more. But could be a bit of a disadvantage for him later, or maybe it might make it up in the second half of the race. Of course, 119 laps, and we still got 101 laps left to go.
Well, we may see that work out for him, but I mean, the other guy that jumped up through not stopping as well, James Davis, we'll see what he's able to do as well. But I think for everyone else being now on fresh tyres, some with some new drivers behind the wheel, they're going to have a lot more pace on hand than the 2 out front. So how long can they hold on? We'll wait to see, but this could be a bit of a missed opportunity. I mean, as you're saying, 26 laps on a tank of fuel here. You might get another 7 or 8 with the safety car now coming through, but they're going to be really fighting here. And the minute they come in, they're going to be absolutely freight trained by everyone else coming through.
The other thing I do have to say about Tom Freer, though, he's stayed in the car. Now, obviously, a bit of muscle memory there. He's just done, 18 laps. He's been up there with the top 3 also. So, probably a good stint for him. Everyone else has just come in fresh. So, although they've probably done lots of practice laps, you never know. All right, safety car is coming in. You can see the pace starting to pick up, and they can start anywhere from about halfway between turn 10 and 11 is where they get underway. So, they're going to come around turn 10, the left-hander here now. Once he comes out of the apex here, he basically can restart this race anywhere from here. Will he just get underway, or is he going to play the game here with Jamie Davis just behind him? Look, just Tom Freer lurking on the outside, making sure he's on the race line there. Look for the restart. Johnson now looks like he's going to get it coming off the apex. Full throttle down, and Tom Freer is already over the back of Davis. Showing the nose at 7:07. He's done plenty of laps already. 18 under full pace with the top 3. Look at him sideways. Oh, Scott, no, it's Caruso. And Borg has to get super defensive there. Oh, that is Hobson gone out wide. Schreier, yeah, Schreier's in the seat now. Oh, it's all happening on the restart here, isn't it? Where's he ended up? Oh, he's ended up behind Caruso.
Well, that was, I think, started too. Borgie is very defensive, trying to hold Scott in behind, doing got away rather nicely there. But Schreier had a bit of a moment, gone very wide. He's settled back in now, but this is a pretty interesting start for all these guys at the back there. I almost thought we were going to see the guys at front with Synergy just sort of stack this up. Here's look at the replay down the inside. You see Paul very defensive, and Schreier actually just runs it very wide, very deep, and fortunate to get back in and not collect anyone on the rejoin circuit.
Yeah, Jordan Ross is just behind him. He was lucky to stay out of trouble. Came back onto the circuit. Now you see Caruso on the outside. Borgs, veteran driver, knows exactly what to do. Puts the elbows up, and it looks like Rudd is going to go past Davis as well. Davis dropped back 2 positions. Tom Freer is now in P2 behind Damien Johnson. So the teammates are 1 and 2. Damien Johnson 1, Tom Freer 2, but we know Johnson has not pitted. Here we go. Borgie's now going to put a run on Davis. Will he get it done? Goes around the outside. Caruso stuck behind Davis. Now goes out wide, slides the car. They give each other some race room. That's good out of turn 9. Nice. Caruso doesn't know who to follow.
No, Caruso just needs to hold the line here. He's going to work his way through now as they press into that final corner. Australia closes it as well. Good job from Davis just to run the car as best he could. Those tyres really starting to show their age at the moment as everyone starts coming through. But that was a great exchange there, and Caruso now looks at another option. He finally gets this one down the inside. So the drive-off's still very good for Davis in that final corner there. He was actually able to hold Caruso up a fair bit. Australia now get up the inside. Another move through the S's. So surprisingly, he's still got some good drive in that car.
I'm just fingers crossed for Jordan Ross, because he's the next man, and Davis has come back a little bit defensively there. Ross hasn't had the best of luck so far this season, so I don't want to see anything happen to him. As they haven't come down to the bus stop, you see Ross just backs out of it too. Doesn't want to be risky at the moment in the 143 car. But we know, the last time we had an endurance, he got spun around twice, so he would not be looking to do that again. I think he's probably going to take the safer option, but that means that he's got to watch out for Jacob Knight there, who's right behind with a bit of a charge, and Adam Briggs behind, Single's DPR car behind him, so he's going to have to make it happen.
Briggs just got into the back of Knight there, and there's a bit of a wiggle as they exit or work their way in towards the toe there, so no love lost between the guys further back. Briggs is pushing to get that DPR car through. Ken Latta trying to come along with him as well, so these guys are starting their move, as we see Ross now down the inside, has a big wiggle though in towards the heel. I think he's been able to make that move stick on the exit. Davis doing a hell of a job holding off these seasoned veterans behind.
On the outside though, is that Briggs on the outside of Davis? You've got to be careful coming out of 9, don't you? It's a little bit slippery there too, especially if you get a wheel off. Knight's got moved back position now. He's under attack as well from Latta, is it? Yeah, Kenneth Latta. Knight's got a better run though. He's on the inside line here, so Latta may have to just go back into position at the moment. Davis just in the middle of this pack and causing issues. Here we go. Caruso going to make a move on Borg. Round turn number 1 is that. Oh, bit of room there. They just rubbing a little bit of tyre. Bit of rim rake between them. Up to the SS. No, Borg sideways. No. big contact into the wall up through the S's. What's that? Turn number 3. Huge contact for Borg.
How fortunate was he that he had that gap between the preceding cars there to get across the surface? Because that could have been a huge incident. As you see, the DPR cars 1 and 2 working their way through. Ross loses a spot, Knight loses a spot. This guy's pressing on.
The DPR cars are a bit fast, but they're not in their traditional 3 and 5 positions, so they've got a bit to do. Briggsy in 6 and Ladder in 8, so they're out of their normal 3 and 5. They need to make this happen. Look at the background too there. Is that Hinz getting involved going past 9 as well? So Hinz back up to 9. Wow, right out on the car. Oh, how does he hold on to that one? Oh, that was off the accelerator and just hold on to that steering wheel. Right, keep it straight. You can drop behind him, Jamie Stovall and Ship Sim Racing. 717 entry. Oh, look at that. Is that Stovall now? I'm trying to see, is that Bowden? Davis is still there. He's just going back now. He's dropped off the pace now. I think those tyres are gone. Stovall goes by. Varga's there as well. Bowden just goes past. He's under all sorts of attack now for Davis. I think he needs to get into the pits and get some fresh tyres that car because he was fast on the restart. Just having a look at Freer now has moved up into P1-2 and leading this race. He's got past Damien Johnson, who's on those old tyres and has not done a pit. What an undercut from Freer though in the pit stop on lap 17 it was. They came around to complete lap 17. He went in the pits under the safety car coming out. He probably dropped about a second and a half off anyone behind him, and he's got out in front now, leading this race from lap 22 onwards. Ross now sideways on the outside there. Here's the lights on the track. Briggs has got past him and just jetted away there, opening up a nice little gap. They come up through the S's and just needs to hold out Ladder. Thomas Hinz on a hard charge behind. Remember, they're all on fresh tyres. Knight behind him. And then we go back to Jamie Stovall.
Well, what a restart this has been. It has not left the excitement levels at all. This has been fantastic as everyone works their way through. Ross with a big moment there on the dirt through the final phase of the S's. 77 having the 717 of Stovall having a big wiggle on the exit also. So all these guys pressing on at night, getting back in the dirt again. Spending more time in the grass than he is on the track at the moment.
Maybe he should get Jim's mowing inside the start of the franchise, I don't know. I can't wait to see what Baylor Media and Sideways Photography are going to get out of this one and the impact of the round. We didn't do it last week on the pre-show, but mate, we've got plenty to choose from this week. Plenty.
Well, I think this whole 3-4 laps of the restart impacted the race so far. I mean, there's been everyone making a move left, right and centre. We've seen a big one in the form of Borg going off into the wall. He has brought that car in the lane and managed to get back underway now. But yeah, that's a huge turn of events for those guys. And the fighting still continues. Italianchis now down the inside for Bowden, and these guys are just trying to get these positions held.
We saw Talianchis up in P7 on the start, so he actually dropped back a little bit. It's good to see him starting to make a bit of a move back in there. Now he's only back up to P14. So what I'm trying to say, Dan, though, is what you're telling me is Norrie's impact of the round, because he is the one that caused the safety car.
I think we still give it to him regardless. They have, to be honest though, they have actually got that car back out on the circuit. So hats off to the Team Hyperdrive guys. Currently down in the 30 spot. Borg has also come in the lane, got his car prepared and back underway, but has fallen all the way down to 28th position.
Well, good news is we've still got, 96 laps left in this 119 lap race. 650 Ks here at Watkins, Glen, and of course, we're doing the boot section just to add a little bit of a heel toe to the dance as they get around the track. On board at the moment, that's Ladder there, just in front of Knight. So good to see Thomas Hinz has made it past him, and now Hinz all over the back of Jordan Ross. Rossi, don't do it, don't do it. Haven't had the best of luck. I just want to see you go through without an incident. I'd rather see him lose position than get involved in an incident. With Hinz super fast here, comes up on the inside. No contact. The commentators cursed. They gave it to him round. He's going to stay back, I think, just so they can redress that situation. But that means they are going back. Jordan Ross all the way back to 22nd now. Going further back, the cars are going by. That is unfortunate. That means Kenneth Ladder will join his teammate now in P7, so Briggs up in 6, so he just goes to 5. So Briggs has just made a move on Michael Schreier there as he takes the turn out of turn 9. Wow, they're starting to get in. He's back in the P5. If Kenneth Ladder stays 2 behind him, they've only got 2 more positions to make, and they'll be back in that 3-5 position.
Yeah, definitely looking like they've got the car now under them. They were a little bit off in that opening stint, but getting back through quite nicely. Another fight starting to heat up between Aaron Gilbert and Rob Carmichael. Again, down a little further down the field, 15-16. Paul Warwick also involved in this one as well. The 2 fishing cars on the hunt. They work their way forward.
Rob Bowden is out there. You can see him up in front. Rob Carmichael, though, is the one we are watching on track. Getting around there. Of course, Carmichael, number 25, motorsports car, and part of our sideways photography as well. So he's got plenty to go back and look at the replay. Drive through car number 209. So that's Hins is going to get a drive through. That's going to hurt him. He's obviously with contact there, so he's already back in position now. So he's going to have to do a drive-through penalty. That's going to hurt him. He was on a big charge there, but that's unfortunate. Him and Jordan Ross did come together, and Ross now is rejoining the race. And I'm just trying to see where Ross has ended up. He is down in 24 at the moment.
Yeah, and he's similarly down in 21st position. So those guys are a long way down, and this drive-through now is only going to hurt him more and more. Off the nose cam here, Italiancic just having a nibble at the back bumper of Davis, who has still not come in for the tyres yet. So he is pushing this thing to the absolute extreme at the moment. And hats off to them. They're getting on with business pretty well. We're about 3 laps shy of where we would expect Davis to be coming in for the traditional pit stop. But to hold on with these guys with the fresh tyres, he's doing a hell of a job. Italiancic sinks one up the inside. Going to get the move done. Bowden probably going to come along with him for the ride here as well if he can get the nose through.
I thought he was going to get it done. He didn't. Davis is impressing me here. You know, old tyres. He started off. He was under all sorts of fire from everywhere. They were coming left, right. Going around him on both sides, 3 wide. And he's managed to keep cool. Italiancic with a nice drive down the main straight though. He will definitely get him under brakes here. Will Bowden go through behind him? He's not quite close enough. Still stays around the outside though, doesn't he? He has not given up on this position.
No, he's done well keeping the foot into it. He's going to hold the position here relatively well. If he can get through the S's comfortably, it's a tricky phase when the tyres are this old, but has not let go. And it's 2x2. It's almost like Noah's Ark down towards the front at the moment. There's Harrison also involved in this as well.
Oh, 2 wide as they come down to the bus stop. Anything could happen here. We've seen plenty of people come unstuck. Maybe you just don't see your braking points. Maybe you hit too much curb. They're all bunched up. One of them gets loose and anything could happen to the rest of the pack. And they make it through. Here they go. They head on down through the chute. Down to the toe. Here we go. Around the chute. Left-hander. Down to the toe. It'll be an off-camber downhill. Then they have to turn right, go uphill and off-camber.
Fires it down the inside. He'll get a move. Gilbert also gets in there as well. Great ride.
Yeah, so the car gets through as well. So Davis he's doing a great job to hold position on those old tyres, but at some point he's going to come in. And Jordan Caruso is now in P2, so I think that might mean that we have Damien Johnson has not taken the pits. He is in P3 still, so Jordan Caruso moves into P2 behind Tom Freer. That's some good stuff from them. So here we go. This is where the move happens. So Dylan Rudd on the outside here. They run through. Damien Johnson in the lead. Just goes behind the trees. Big run down. 3 wide. Caruso just backs off. Rudd on the outside. Johnson runs it wide. Holds up Rudd. And Caruso goes through. Just keeping his calm there, Caruso.
He timed that one nicely. He just had the momentum to push Johnston wide, and those front tyres screaming murder at the moment. They need to come off the car and have a breather, but he's holding on there well. Exactly what we're seeing from Davis as well. These guys driving well outside their comfort zone at the moment, and Rudd still not able to get a move done, but he's going to want to get out of here.
And I can see a big simrigs.com logo in the background. That means the DPR boys. There he comes. Mr. Briggs. Just making up some space there. Michael Schreier behind him in the Sim racing car. And Kenneth Ladder just behind him. Another one of the DPR cars. So watch for them while these guys are battling it out. Caruso probably got some fresh air now. He'll have to catch up to Tom Freer. It'll be interesting to see what the difference is in pace. Freer now is doing his second stint too. So Caruso was super fast. He qualified P1. He was fastest in the practice session that we watched. It's going to be very interesting. Here you go, Johnson. Rudd has been faster in the last 5 laps. You can see there, probably only 1/100th of a second on the last one. That's because he's been under the back wing of Johnson though. Johnson on those old tyres has not pitted. He will have to pit sometime soon because he can't have too many more laps worth of fuel. We said about 26 laps is where it's going to be.
Yeah, if we don't see him in this time by maybe one more still left in it, they no doubt would have saved as much as possible while that safety car was trundling around, but they're on the smell of an oily rag at the moment. And just as you're saying, Johnson has been dropping time hand over fist over Rudd early on. It did settle down now, but Rudd's got to get on with business now if he wants to catch Jordan Caruso, who's already built a 1.6-second advantage while these guys continue in their fight.
Yeah, I think maybe they don't want to get involved in any sort of incident. They've probably seen what's happened all around them. Anything can happen. He knows Johnson's on those really old tyres and he could outbrake himself at any moment. Just needs to keep applying that pressure and hopefully he'll get an easy pass done here because he is being held up big time now. But Johnson, big dive now. Rudd looks like he's going to get it done. Where's that down in the chute? Nice move there too.
Keep an eye on Johnson. He's setting up for the crisscross here. If he can get a run, as he's very defensive down the toe.
Yeah, just careful. He slides that car a little bit, Rudd, doesn't he? You've got to be careful there. Look in the background though, and this is where you need to watch. Adam Briggs is making plenty of time up at the moment. Head back to Paul Warwick in the Fisher Motorsports in the, which is currently just going on the P15, gets the move done over Aaron Gilbert. And that one make nice and easily. It was back there, was that a Coke Sports car? Let's see who that is. Is that Jaden Borg there, number 9? Michael Schroeder's just gone past. Jamie Davis still there. He's dropped back to P18. He was P2 at the restart here on, what was that, lap 19, I think we restarted after the safety car. So he was P2 and hasn't pitted yet. Old tyres, can't be much fuel left, but still getting around in that high-tech oils entry. Of course, we keep looking back there as Davis. So Michael Schroeder now in the number 13 car, the Mach 1 Esports entry, just behind him. You think he's going to have the run down here in turn 1. He comes down the inside, but Davis just manages to find something every time in that car, doesn't he? Just to hold him out.
Well, he's getting a good drive, but where is he getting the fuel from? Because they're already now 28 laps into the stint and still yet to come down the line. So 3 wide heading in towards the S's on the way up. Just drops back a little bit, but he's going to have to be cautious here with Ashley Davis all over him.
You know how good motors run when they're lean, mate. For a very short time, they run really good. So maybe that's where he's finding the extra performance. Just having a look back too, and is that Curtis Riles? It was Jordan Ross behind him. Now Ross got spun around earlier, didn't he? So here we go, 2 wide. Davis makes contact. No, the 13. It's unlucky again. Schroeder gets spun around. Davis now moves back. All that work he did by staying in the race and not pitting, and he's going to have to come in the pits now, I'd say. There's no point trying to hold on to it. Get in the pits, try not to get lapped.
Well, yeah, they're going to have to do something and get that underway. Looks like all the cars now have got out of the way and they're back under full power again. So we might see whether we get a look at that one or not.
Right. Here we go. Here's the replay now. He comes down the inside. Looks like he's going to get a move made. Does he manage to break the car?
The contact initially.
I don't think he was offline there. That one's going to be a hard one. The Harris curse moves on to his teammate. That's unfortunately what it is. The Harris curse continues in the number 13 for Michael Schroeder. So Damien Johnson has now gone in the pits. Adam Briggs actually got past him before that, so he needed to get in. Briggs on a bit of a charge again, like I said. Watch for him in P4 now, and he's all over the back of Dylan Rudd. The DPR guys seem to find something, haven't they? It took a couple of rounds, maybe round 3, before we're starting to see them faster than the guys at the front. The first stint, I think they've just been cautious, I would say, is what they have been, cautious in the DPR cars. Now look at this, he's going to get the move done nice and easy. Rudd makes a bit of room for him. I think he knows how fast he is. Look how much of a gap he makes coming out of the bus stop there. So now we see Adam Briggs in that number 3 position. He likes the number 3. It's better than 5. He doesn't like swapping that up. He likes to stay in the 3. We head back though, Jacob Knight all over the back of his teammate Kenneth Ladder, who's in the other DPR car at the moment. He is in P6. Is that who's this? Is that Rob Carmichael and Aaron Gilbert? Oh, Gilbert, what are you doing? The Mustang, not surprising, heading for the crowd.
No, it's the only place for a Mustang, but he's with the replay as they head up towards the bus stop. So Gilbert had a really good run here, following through on one of the official cars, trying to go too wide. This is almost a carbon copy of what we saw early on for Johnson when he got tangled up in one of the cars as well in that spot. Just trying to thread the needle and follow through doesn't quite work.
Good news is though, because I'm looking at Jordan Ross is now back up to P16 and he's on the lead lap. So if he can stay there, we've still got quite a number of laps here, 90 laps left. Ross might be able to get back into the fight here, I think. They can play this smart. He's got a good teammate on with him, Kyle Stokes. He's very fast as well. Ross just needs a bit of that bad luck to go away, so maybe the commentators should stop talking about him.
And moving swiftly along, we'll start talking about Ashley Davis instead, who's just in behind this fight. He's setting up on the back here of Jaden Borg, having a look down in towards the second last corner. And Curtis Riley also starting to close in as well. Riley Curtis starting to close in, and Schroeder now coming back after that rotation. So there's going to be a great little scrap for these four as they continue their run down. We'll see whether Davis can have a move into turn one, fires it from a long way back, gets the nose in, and that's a great passing opportunity. Borg saw him come and lifts the door open just a fraction, and this might be too wide up through the hill there.
What, has Jaden Borg got back into the Commodore, has he?
Yeah, recently switched over to a Mustang, which, dirty words in the team, we're not very happy about it, but he is in the Commodore tonight.
He's in the Commodore, he's back in familiar grounds, hey? Well, and I see the old livery's back on too. I quite like the white with the black. Well, we're back in the full black with the Penrite down the side. Good to see him, Penrite supporting the Coda Simsport team there, and the livery getting around. It's good to see they, you know, so similar to the cars we saw out last season, didn't we, in the Erebus Racing? Obviously changed over now to the, yeah, that's right. And now that we've changed over, obviously the Penrite now out with Reynolds has moved over to the Kelly Motorsports.
And actually a nice livery on that car too for the 350, emulating the GT 350 for Sandown this weekend. So some nice retro stuff coming out early on for Sandown this season. But back at the front, look how much Caruso has closed down the gap on Tom Freer. 0.4 of a second down through turn one. And Caruso's going to have a nice opportunity to get into the back of this truck to head up towards the bus stop.
So 1 and 2 up there, and look at that, he's been making pretty much half a second a lap, 4 tenths to even 7 tenths it was on lap 26, but I think he's probably just eased off a bit, knowing he's getting closer to that rear wing, just tucking the car back in. Won't want to use up too much tyres or fuel now.
Oh, had a moment through the bus stop there.
That's just like his teammate, James Scott. Maybe it's the commentator's curse. I'm not watching the chat on YouTube, but maybe we can start taking money off some of the people watching. If they want someone out, we just start talking about it. Because it seems to be what's happening so far in this race. It is, please do not put me on the coverage. Do not let the commentators talk about me. That is how it's going here at Watkins Glen so far.
Yeah, we'll wait to see whether anyone puts a hand up for that. So far, no one. So we'll talk about everyone, and maybe hopefully no one goes off. But this is an awesome little fight starting to heat up too between Ken Ladder and Jacob Knight. Battle for 6th position, and they're actually not too far here.
Well, you spoke about it. We get a love tap. Just a little love tap there. They're back on board with Borg. We go back. So Knight and Ladder come together, and Stovall has taken full advantage of this. There's no reason for him in the Pursuit Sim racing car not to take advantage of this. Knight obviously redressing there and just letting Ladder get back on the racing line, not overtaking him. But the problem is they both lose a position to Jamie Stovall, and Stephen Varga is right behind him, who, you know, has his moments where he is super quick and starting to be pretty regular in the top 10 as well. So he gets through Michael Schreier out in front, Synergy Sim Racing, Dylan Rudd in 4, Adam Briggs in 3, Jordan Caruso in 2, and Tom Freer leading the race at the moment up 4 positions for Synergy Sim Racing. This, you can see the battle pack on there now, and this is actually the battle pack for P6 at the front. Jamie Stovall leading it. He just went past Kenneth Ladder and Jacob Knight, who had a little bit of panel rubbing. and it almost caused Ladder to spin around, but he was quiet. Knight has just redressed that and made sure he didn't go past him. But Stone advantage. Stephen Varga just in the background at the moment. Big shout out to our sponsors here for AOSC10, of course, simrigs.com. Great simulator gear if you want to get it involved in your room and get real serious about it. The pedal sets and all that as well. Sydney Computers doing some great deals too. If you want to get set up, go and talk to them. Sydney Computers all over Facebook. They, depending on your budget or what you're trying to achieve, make sure you go to Sydney Computers. Bowler Media and Sideways Photography are on board with us for the remainder of AOSC10. And you'll start seeing some of their photos coming out, especially after this round. There's going to be plenty to go through when it comes to impact of the round. Race Circuit Art Australia, of course, they can cut out all the track maps whether you want something. They do all of our trophies as well. So some great stuff out of there. And of course, AJ Insurance Services, Focus for Business, and as well. So go check them out at AJ Insurance Services. And of course, they'll go around and try and get the best deal they can when it comes to your insurance. But a big shout out also to Jinx Shifters, our naming right sponsor for the AOSC10. Some of the most fantastic billet shifters you can buy on the market. And I actually saw one of my mates has bought one of those very recently, and I'm quite jealous.
Well, not only do the shifters look good, also the adjustable ARB module's very nice bit of kit as well. So yeah, awesome to have a play with some of them.
There's no point in Ori getting one because we've seen how his level of driving. But if a couple of those sets happen to fall off the back of the truck, that'll be terrible. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, it's good. We love the guys from Jinx too. We like to stir them up, and we have a great time with them actually. So some great products there, and I know they are absolutely flat out. So if you want to get something, don't wait. Maybe pre-order that one, especially because they're coming up. I know Father's Day's a fair bit away, but Mother's Day's coming up. If any of the mums want to get into racing,
or if any of the mums would like to get them for the dads.
Yeah. If any of the mums, if any of your wives or partners are listening out there, and that's what your other half wants, maybe get an order in now. They're pretty busy, Jinx Shifters. I know they quality products, and everyone seems to realise that now, and that's what's happening. Everyone's getting on board and buying them. Here we go, drive-through penalty for not leaving racing room for car number 13. So that'll be that Michael Schroeder. That'll be ages. How many laps ago was that? About 5 laps ago, where he squeezed him down. So it was a replay we watched a little bit earlier there at the bus stop. So they will get a drive-through penalty, which is probably warrants actually for that one. So that'll happen there for car number 13. Unlucky there for Sharpie again. And
I think we did miss too. Just change for the lead as well. Caruso now has gotten ahead of Tom Freer. We might see whether we pull that up on the replay as well. It's a run down into the heel. Here's a look at the replay. And this is a common move we've seen so far tonight. Sets a nice run up from a long way back, gets the nose down inside, and actually not really contested too hard there from Tom Frio. And we know we've got a long way left in this event, so they can certainly come back for it. But that was a nice clean move there for Caruso.
I think Tom Freer would know, and I'm sure he's got a spotter talking to him. If Caruso's easily making half a second a lap on you, do you really want to get in a fight with him, or do you take the advantage there, try and get over the rear wing and just draft off him and stay with him to keep this gap out? Because it was 4.8 seconds back to Briggs. It's now down to about 4.6, 4.7. So they're not catching at a huge rate at the moment there from P3 and P4. They're just, a tenth or two a second. I think Caruso is going to fire that out a bit now. He's got a bit of free air as we get on board with the ladder there and the DPRsimrigs.com car, and of course he is chasing down Jamie Stovall in front, who managed to get by after an instant early when Ladder and Knight had a little bit of panel rubbing going on. Varga just behind Knight now, putting the pressure on. Looks like Ladder's just got back into the groove again. Stovall maybe just holding up just a fraction, as they weren't going to get past him before. They're pretty evenly matched. Jordan Ross has made it back up to P16 at the moment, so he's only 6 positions down from where they started out at P10, but they were right up there in the mix there, and unfortunately an incident earlier which has pushed him off track and caused him to drop right back in the field.
Yeah, we just see too, Michael Schroeder has come in the lane now to serve that drive-through penalty. Also keeping an eye too on Brian Borg, who we had that big incident through the S's there, put it hard into the wall, has managed to get the car home. He is still on the recovery drive down in 23rd position at the moment. Very good pace out of that car at the moment. Pretty well a 149 dead last time by, so he's not too far off what our elite contenders are doing, and he's closing down that gap there to Bailey Fruit ahead.
Yeah, big turnaround there for Borgie, isn't it? Because that was a big off from him earlier, and a bit of damage sustained with the car. Unfortunately, he had to go and get some repairs done on that one as well. So they're starting to make their way back up. And of course, Corey Shepherd will get back in that car. He was super fast after that, maybe in the next stint. Still back in P23 at the moment, though, for them. Up on board, though, is Ladder at the moment. Stovall just in front, and Varga's going to put a move on Knight, and looks like he's going to make it stick. Can he hold on to it out of here? Doesn't go too wide. And getting up through the S is going to be hard for Knight to do in here. We'll have to check if they go into the bus stop, though, once they get through these S's, because that's where the move can be made down the back straight. Doesn't look like Knight's going to be under that rear wing quite close enough to make the move, or does he get a bit of a draft down here?
They'll make a small bit of an advantage, but he's a little too far back probably to have a run this time through. But the car looks really good getting through the S's there. A little bit of movement as he works his way through, but he's able to close that gap down a little more as they exit out in towards the carousel.
Michael Taliancic's just in the background there after Knight as well. So they get back on the Bailey Fruit now.
The ball has got through.
Yeah, just having a look at Fruit there, and Borgie's just gone past him.
And also we've got a quick glimpse too of the Team Hyperdrive car there with Mackenzie in the mix of that as well.
Ah, that's why it's not in a wall or blown up engine, because Darren's driving right there. That's why we can see the O2 car out there. Good to see the Hyperdrive boys out there having a good time here tonight. 650 kilometres, still plenty of laps left to go in this one. Of course, I'm going to go with... Gee, I've got to do some maths on the fly here tonight, don't I? What do we got? Oh, I'm having a shocker. I'm just done. I'm done. What are we going to do? 36. What's that make it? 17. So we're going to make it 83 laps left to go. It's time for the iced coffee. Well, what are we? An hour in? We're an hour in. See, we've got 4 hours of racing here tonight. We're an hour in. Time to recharge here in the commentary box and get it all underway as Paul Warwick is out there in the Fisher Motorsports car, just holding off Rob. Actually, no, that is a car that is coming around to lap him at the moment. Of course, the 73 car. And I'm just having a look.
Well, that's Robin Kirk,
Robin
73.
Kirk. Yeah, so Robin Kirk might actually be the lap car there.
Actually, last time by for Kirk, he went a purple sector 2. The quickest car out in that sector as well, 17.5. So he was flying in the DPR car there.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? That he's come there because, whoa, he gets on the grass, gets loose there just before the S's. So, oh no, Warwick will go back past him. But Robin Kirk's back in 29th position at the moment. So he is right back there. I'm just trying to see how many laps possibly down he is, but...
Well, he's only a 1 lap down.
Yeah, okay, so he's not really in a battlefield position, but obviously he's trying to make up, so if there is a safety car, he can try and get back in that lead lap as quick as possible.
Yeah, he's going to get into the contention there. We'll keep an eye on that one. As you see, Sheedy and Carmichael having a little bit of a run through the bus stop, and good little scrap for those guys. Davis has been able to close down that gap as well. He's only now 0.4 of a second behind the back of Carmichael, and Thomas Hin's also closing in as well. So those guys settling right in, and a big run down towards the heel there as we have a look at Latta, just lighting the tyres up, trying to keep Varga behind and still make that move there on Jamie Stovall ahead. Yeah,
good to see Latta just keeping that pressure onto Stovall. Varga behind him though is close that gap right up. I think Varga's probably going to... Are the tyres gone maybe for Latta? Has he used those tyres up? Maybe a little bit of wear from where he got a nudge and a slip.
Yeah, quite potentially. I mean, they all came in on the same lap, so lap 16. So we're about 2/3 of the way through this stint now as we work lap 36. So a little bit left to go for these guys through. So hopefully he hasn't cooked them too much, but just starting to... I think the biggest problem you'll get is actually sitting behind these guys and seeing it now. He's stuck behind Stovall for a few laps here. He's just going to start matching those lap times time and time again. And last time by, he was a fraction quicker. It was a 49.2 for Latta, a 49.6 for Stovall. So not too much between them at all.
To make his way back through the field. And looks like he's there with Rob Carmichael in the Fisher Motorsports car, so him to get that move done. And Carmichael's going to have to watch out for Ashley Davis just behind in the 9.5 Sim Sport. And there's Ross too, so Ross will be pushing. He'll be right on that back one pushing. They go 3 wide now as they come down. Wow. It's going to be interesting. Bus stop time. I'll break out the music. Where is our producer? We need a bit of the bus stop, bro, as we go through there every time we go through. Ross going to not get it done on Carmichael this time, but it looks like he definitely does have the pace. He will easily, I think, make that move in the next lap. So he's just playing a little bit safe now, I think. Ashley Davis got that move done in the Mustang, makes it by the Commodore. Jordan Ross now just waiting for his opportunity, just slowly making it up position by position. Up to P18 again after that incident earlier. So still what they can, because we are 38 laps in of 119 at the moment. So we are almost going to have 80 laps left, 81 laps at the moment. Ross now puts the nose down. Yeah, he might get the drive out of here. Looks like he will. Yes, he will get the drive out of here as they head back up the hill. But Carmichael now on the inside line as they go down the left-hand corner. Rejoin on turn number 9. Jordan Ross, he's had a fair bit of bad luck when it comes, well, to AOSC 10 at the moment. Carmichael sideways. Ross doesn't make contact, luckily. Bit of a heart-stopping moment there for Ross, so he would have taken a big breath there. Not again, was probably what he's thinking in his mind. Not again. You'd hope he'd have to run though down to turn 1. Should be able to get him under brakes here with Carmichael. Looks like he has chewed up a fair bit of those tyres, and Ross now slots on through. Carmichael relinquishes that position and will drop back now to P17. So Jordan Ross now up to P16 and working his way in the pits. So Jamie McKnight looks like he's in the pits from the United Sim Sport, and also just coming out now, Jamie McKnight. So that's why we see him go up another position as well. Looking through, Caruso still leaving Freer in second. Briggs, Rudd, Schreier, Stovall, Ladder, Knight. Taliancic now in 9, Bowden in 10. Harrison 11, Warwick in 12, Hinds in 13, Sheedy 14, Davis 15, Ross 16, Carmichael 17, Borg in 18, Riley 19, Hanson in 20, and we're on board with Knight at the moment with Taliancic right behind him. He is caught up over the last 3 or 4 laps. There is not much in it at the moment. Less than half a second between these. Taliancic makes a move, locks it up on the brakes, plenty of curve there, a little bit of contact. Knight goes sideways. Oh, now Knight on the side of him. They both spin out. That's not what you wanted to see. I was hoping that might be a redress there and they would get back underway, but now both cars need to turn around. Oh, no.
Almost synchronized spinning.
I thought that was the driver team from Gold Coast. I thought we were at Dreamworld for a second there. Or Movie World, the stunt drivers. Oh, that's unfortunate really for him. And yeah, that's Taliancic was making his way through the pack. Now back to P11. Hayden Harrison goes through to P8. Kenneth Ladder is in the pits at the moment. So Kenneth Ladder taking those pits. We did say that car was sliding around. Maybe he'd chewed up a fair bit of those tyres. So he is in for his second pit stop. We will start to see him when they come in around lap 17 when the safety car came out. They came in. So we're about 22 laps since then. Probably 20 under full pace. So maybe they've come out.
And, we are seeing to a change of driver too in that DPR car with Sean Linsell now back behind the wheel.
Yeah, okay. So Michael Schreier, he went off the track, didn't he, early on the restart. He went wide there and went back a few positions. Now he's back up to P5, so just working his way slowly back in there. Just having a look though, and this is what I expected. Caruso now got in front of Freer, and now we see Briggs is 5.8 seconds behind. That was down to 4.6 when Freer and Caruso were having their battle earlier. So Caruso has opened up 1 second in about the last 4 or 5 laps. So still maintaining he's about 3 or 4 tenths of a second faster than everyone else in the field at the moment.
Yeah, well, Briggs though is still taking time out of Tom Freer at the moment. That gap is still continuing to come down. It's only 3.5 seconds between Briggs and Freer. I mean, when we saw the move for Caruso to get through, it was at the 5.6 or 4.6 as you say. So Briggs still got a little bit of pace in hand at the moment. Should be able to close through as there's a nice move for Ashley Davis trying to get a move done there on Wade Sheedy. And Sheedy should be able to hold this one as they work their way up the crest and back onto the old circuit.
Yeah, he's got the inside line, so I think Davies will have to try and just get back in the line and have an opportunity. As that Ross in the background slides it out, and behind him was Carmichael as well. So both sliding it out. I think the tyres are starting to get worn on some of these cars. We go into lap 40. Jacob Knight has just gone in the pits. We see him moving down our timing screen. So we're going to start seeing them come in, I think. Freer and Briggs is 2 and 3 at the moment behind Jordan Caruso. Then there's Dylan Rudd in 4, Michael Schreier back up into P5. They haven't come in for their second pit yet. So Tom Freer, though, goes 1, and Jordan Caruso, they in a battle at the front there. So him seeing them doesn't make sense. I'm just, maybe my timing screen doing something weird, because up on our overlays I did not see that. So Caruso now with a 2-second lead, just comfortably in front. The question will be whether he lets James Scott get back in or whether he does a double stint for this one, so he's pretty comfortable in the car.
I think you'd expect to see Caruso still stay in there. He's driven the car supremely well and hasn't missed a beat there. Bowden looking very good at the moment. 14 spots gained so far tonight. That's a great drive from the Tanked SRT guys. Considering where they were in the first stint, they've come up very nicely through the field. Very quick pit stop for them too. It was only 27 seconds stationary that first time through, where we saw most of the guys out there about 31 to 33 seconds still. So they gained quite a bit of pace, and through the back, Hins and Warwick still fighting out for this 10th position at the moment, and Warwick doing a really good job just to hold them off. But this could be Hins' chance down in towards the heel. Gets it nicely in there, and he should be able to hold this spot.
An oversteer there, has to hold on to it, but as they shoot back up the hill on the outside, do they leave each other a bit of room? Hins just stays off the grass. This one's a nice little battle as they go through turn 10, then there'll be a right-hander into 11 as they go back onto the main straight. So Hinge, I think, would now get in front. Can he just hold enough drive here? That's all we're looking for. Can he hold on? Paul Warwick.
Very defensive towards 1. Parks it in the middle of the circuit there. You're going to make it really hard for it to go around. It's got to go the outside way. Just doesn't get the car tipped in.
No, so I think he definitely is using a bit of experience there to hold on to that one there, and we'll go up into P9 now. So he's well and truly in the top 10, right just on that bump in the top 10. Now we go back to Ashley Davis, who's moving P11, so that's a nice little one there, and just behind him Wade Sheedy, Ross behind him, Carmichael. Just going through the bus stop there, looking for the apexes. They are there, and just be careful you don't find them too harshly, otherwise it'll throw the car off. And Bowden's a big mover, P6 now for Rob Bowden in the Tank SRT team, in front of Hayden Harrison and behind Jamie Stovall. So Hayden Harrison just behind, and seeing him in a Commodore is just weird actually for Harrison. I'm used to seeing him in that Mustang.
Well, yeah, we've seen a few guys tonight taking some different cars, which is good to see. It's good to see the guys getting through in a few different things. As we're just seeing too, Taipan with a new liquor paint on that car, and a few new sponsors adorning it as well, looking very nice out there on circuit.
Pro down the side. It's great to see some sponsors coming on board with these cars. And of course, mate, don't be afraid to message us on Facebook and or on the Discord channel, on the commentary chat. Just send us a message if you've got a new sponsor on board. We'll make sure we do a bit of a shout out. It's great to see so many of our competitors here in AOSC getting sponsors on board and being able to put them on their liveries, and we love to get those names out. They're not just our series sponsors. We love to get you guys a little bit of help as well. As he moves into the pits, Harrison goes in. Taliancic follows him as well. So Taliancic was back up P8, sorry, and he has followed him in after that little incident where they spun around earlier, so good to see them getting back in. So another one of the Switch Panel Pro cars up on screen at the moment. Just stuck here in a little bit of a sandwich. So Marty Hansen, that is there in the 333, and just in front of him, Jaden Borg in the Dakota Simsport number 9, and just running off the back, Darren McKenzie, that car from Team Hyperdrive, a couple laps down due to Mr. Norrie there, our man who normally does our laps and joins us here in the commentary booth. I think he's going to get fired. He's definitely not going out for the... He'll only be there for the endurance races, I would say.
It's good to see those guys still not throwing in the towel. They're fighting their way back, and they've definitely got some good pace on board as we just going to stick with this battle here. And Hansen doing a hell of a job, closes up. He's going to have a nice run through the carousel. See whether he can make it work as they head off down towards the toe, and he's going to clear Dakota Simsport's car pretty comfortably, but Jaden should get a run out of here, holds the apex, and now he's got to try and move that car over just enough for Hansen to put down the inside there. And we're littlest to contact as they get in there. We'll see what comes as a result of that, and Hansen also makes a little bit of a moment.
Well, he redressed that unfortunately. But I think that's probably come back out, and the biggest winner of that is Darren McKenzie, who's making his way back up through the field, obviously coming from a lap down. So he gets back out in front, and if he's pretty quick, hopefully they can make up a little bit of time and try and catch some of those lead drivers. I bet you they have got their fingers crossed for another safety car. As Rob Bowden now goes in the pits, who was in P6, which means everyone will start going by him. So they're starting to come in our top 10. We're going to start getting some mixed numbers here where people are. We're going to say they're further down. Don't worry about that. Wait till everyone. What happened here? That's in the pits there for Jaden Borg, go to SimSport.
And that was one of those entry points too that Norrie made very good reference to in the pre-race show. The pit entry here is really tricky to come into. You're trying to move these cars over on the apex of the corner basically to set it up. And if you get into a bit of a transition, just as we saw there with Marty Hansen coming through, very easy to almost collect that car in front as they try and navigate their way through.
Back on board with Lindsell now, who is down in P17 but has done the pit stop and driver change. Purple sector's behind him for Hobson there. Purple sector is, the fastest lap of the race, a 1:47.39, so the fastest lap of the race, and trying to make as many positions as possible now he's back in the car. They have done their pit and driver change, that is what's going on. Aaron Gilbert there in the 03 number, the Henry James Racing entry, was off in the wall finding the crowd. The Mustang was attracted to the crowd like it is in real life, and went off and managed to make it back, and he is out in P15 at the moment. He doesn't look like he may have had a second pit stop, but I don't see a scheduled pit stop. That would have been through something as he heads off. All right, so looks like Dylan Rudd is he. Dylan Rudd is in the pits now. James Scott.
Caruso.
Yeah, so Caruso's out. Well, looks like this. Scott's back in.
Interesting, they didn't try the back-to-back stints for those guys either. So one stint at a time by the moment for Caruso and Scott, just alternating them through, getting their laps done, which is a little interesting to see. Some differences of strategy starting to show out for all the teams here.
I thought that was interesting too, because I thought if Caruso did a double stint, Scott could come back in and do one, and then they've got a choice in the final, really, don't they? There's 5 stints really in the race. You've got a choice then, so you do have to do 3 driver swaps, yes, throughout the race. So I suppose that could be a factor in that one. So just get it done now, and he can double stint it, or they can get them back in. It'll depend how they go. Maybe Scott will double stint this next one. Tom Frere now leading the race once again. He did lead for a number of laps so far before Caruso got him and got back, but he has not come in for that second pit stop yet. That is crucial. Kyle Stokes is back in the 143, so it looks like Jordan Ross will step out of the car with his bad luck. Chadwick's in, Timor's in, Holland's in, Healy, so Luke Holland's back in. Jacob Knight's still in the car, I believe. Matt Norris is back in. Norrie is back in. So, is this safety car time? Where we have another safety car. Norrie is back in the car. He'll be trying to prove us wrong.
Absolutely. Well, we did say we'd potentially get 2, and if he brings out both, he's done well. Man on mission. This stripe with Lindsell and Hobson really starting to heat up down towards the toe. Hobson definitely the quickest car here. He really gets a nudge on the back. I'd love to see it from the onboard here if we get a chance. Maybe we might even take a lap next time by with Hobson just to watch the wheel work, as they've also got these lap cars to contend with in front. Or actually not lap cars, just guys in for their own position, still working their way through, but very hotly contested spot on the circuit.
Well, Tom Frere's come in, and it looks like Burke has gone in. Wayne Burke has joined the Synergy Sim racing car, and they will come back out on track very shortly. That'll be his first stint, though. Tom Frere did a double stint at the start of the race, remember, so a bit of muscle memory there, just getting out there, getting the laps done. Used that undercut last time. I'm surprised they actually went this far on the fuel they had with the undercut. But interesting to see where they come back out. Looks like they're going to come out P2 behind James Scott. What we might do is, Hobbo is on a flyer at the moment. So, well, let's get on board and just have a look at how he's managing to do these incredible laps at the moment. Well, there you go, a lap around there with Brendan Hobson from Synergy Sim Racing, and I tell you what, we don't get on board with that view very often. Most of the time it's through Norrie's eyes, and I've never seen so many apexes in one lap in my life.
He did a hell of a job getting through there. I can't get over the amount of wheel work that we saw from Brendan as he went up through the S's there. He was really trying to get that car under control, but yeah, you're not wrong. I don't think there was an apex he didn't hit. Mr. Norris might need to take a little bit of a page out of the book there and possibly learn a thing or two. Although, that being said, I probably wouldn't be much better myself.
No, I tell you what, I couldn't get under a 2-minute lap here. Not that I turned too many, but couldn't get under 2 minutes. As Talianchis now is coming through, and oh, sorry, that's Sebastian Flock now back in the car. So Flock there with Craig Anspach. Obviously, they have changed drivers in that car as well. The Tank SRT team, so Bowden's out. And it looks like Anspach is in, and will he stick this move in the 777? Flock will get it in the bus stop there and make this happen now and hold on to that spot. That's P12 at the moment. Corey Shepherd is up into P11, the Premier Racing Team entry.
This has been a great recovery for them.
Yeah, good fight back, isn't it?
Yeah, after that incident that we saw from Borg up through the SS there, we put it hard in the wall, they've got back on song and really starting to come forward. We should see them progress their way further up the field. No doubt that'll happen as we've still got a few more guys yet to come through 4 stops a little further down. We're still waiting on the likes of Brody Scott to come in, but everyone else now on their second stop. Actually, Christian Smart is still out there. They've only come in the one time on lap 28, so that was the car that Damien Johnston was in the hands of early on. They're still sitting in that fourth position, sorry, so they're looking pretty handy.
Dyson, I'm just trying to see. No, it's Burke still in 2. Dyson is quite a bit back there. Smart, McKnight in 5, Lindell in 6, Hobson 7. Surprised Hobson actually stayed in 7, but he seemed to drop off a bit there. Then he goes back to Dodd, Kimman, Maguire, Shepherd in 11, Flock 12, Anspach 13, Loxton 14, Stokes 15, Chadwick 16, Dyke in 17, Timors in 18, Scott in 19, and Douglas in 20, as you see up there on the left-hand side. Lap 47 to 119, and McKnight is up on screen at the moment. Lindsell just behind, of course. Jamie McKnight is from the United Sim Sports team. They are up 12 positions at the moment, and they have done 2 pit stops.
Yeah, looking really handy out there at the moment. It's a really good return to form for them, so they're doing very well. And we're just hearing too in the veterans race, the team got a 1-2, so they're coming off a little bit of form as well, which is good to see. And we haven't seen a lot of McKnight throughout the course of this season. We did have had some surgery at the end of last season, which ruled him out of quite a few races. But good to see him back in the car and still showing he hasn't lost any of the pace at all.
Behind him, Sean Lindsell, though, on the DPR Simrigs entry, and just closing that gap up ever so slowly. Every corner making just a little bit, 100th of a second here, 100th of a second there. Right behind him, though, Hobson is back. He's driving that car, sliding all over the track, but looks like he's back in the groove and getting into that one. Aaron Dodd just behind there in the 990 NSR Esports entry. Just comes around the corner in the background there. Beautiful green delivery on that one. They've seemed to be some issues there in the pit stop with the NSR guys. Haven't made it up as much as they probably would have hoped to. Down 2 positions from the start of this starting at 6.
And they had one of the longer pit stops of anyone out there, 45-second stationary. They were on the pegs for quite a while, waiting to get that car back out.
Yeah, so Wayne Burke and Susie Sim Racing actually teamed up the top 3. It was up to P2. No surprise, James Scott, even after an earlier incident where he shot back to P3 after coming off through the bus stop, with his teammate Caruso, got back in the lead there. Did quite a good pit stop, not as good as Freer, but the first pit stop there was quite short. Got themselves back in a position where Caruso get the lead and opened up a fair bit of the gap, and now James Scott back in the lead. Check AOSC Esports car, obviously out front. Commodore on board though with Lindsell at the moment. Hobson just behind. He's closed that gap back up. It's like he just took a break there, maybe had a breather for about 4 laps and said, let's have another charge. Just let it settle down, maybe take a little bit of temperature out of the tyres. Yeah, he had a bit of a go there earlier at Lindsell, but it just didn't quite pay off for him, and he ended up dropping back a little bit. You know, he dropped back maybe a second. And he's just slowly crept back up on that. I don't think he's trying to push the car too much at this point. There's quite a bit left to go in this race. 183 from Watkins Glen. We're at lap 49, which means we've got about 70 laps left to go in this one. Probably 2.5 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours. And we're probably only several laps away because Norrie is out on track. He's already caused one safety car. You know, why not double down, Norrie? Double down and bring a second one. So Jinx Shifters AOSC10 underway here. It's round number 8. We are halfway into the season, and what a way to celebrate half of the season so far. And that's to come out with a 600-kilometre race at Watkins Glen, and of course we'll throw the boot into that one. So it's the Watkins Glen boot track. You go all the way down to the toe and the heel and make it nice and tricky. Is up on the screen at the moment is Greg Sharp, who's teamed up with Jaden Borg in the Dakota Sim Sports Penrite entry. What's going on? What's going on? We're heading back here. Lindsell now. Well, look at this. It's McKnight. Right behind him, Lindsell. Right behind Hobson, the 3. It's a battle now for P5. So position 5, just in front. You see the big harem. This it is off the back splitter. You go back to Lindsell and you can see lurking side. Each side is Hobson. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to come down the inside? Are we looking for the crisscross? Does Lindsell have to get defensive and give a break? Hobson with a big move here. Comes down the inside. Can he make it stick? I think he can. I think he can make it. Lindsell gets sideways there. It's a little bit of wheel spin. Come down the back straight now. They've just come off the toe. Up over the crest, down towards the heel. And here you go. It's about 110-degree right-hander. It's a bit over 90. They come around. And it looks like Hobson's going to make that move stick. And Lindsell, a bit of a reprieve there for McKnight. But watch out, McKnight, because Hobson is on a charge. The 88 will be in both side mirrors. We've got a bird's eye view here off the back splitter, but I reckon that's all you're going to see is the 88. Left mirror, right mirror, left mirror, right mirror. He's going to be all over the back of the number 87 car any moment as they head onto the main straight. Watch him try and close this up, get right under that back wing and set himself up. He'll be looking to take that P5 in the next couple of laps.
Oh yeah, it was a nice move there. I almost thought Lindsell might have got a chance to get a run back on him because he had a great drive off the toe there. He almost put himself in position, but the position of Hobson there really set himself off. I think, yeah, from McKnight, as you say, keep an eye on the mirrors. The minute you're out of the mirrors, you're coming past us. He's got to be awake to that one as he works his way up through the S's. They're starting to fall off the back. Christian Smart just a little bit ahead. Hobson now in the draft, having a look up towards the bus stop. He is coming with a vengeance.
You got to remember, Hobson has set the fastest lap of the race. Oh, actually, no, he hasn't. James Scott has, but Hobson a 147.39. He's currently sitting at a 148.72 compared to McKnight's 148. Sorry, a 148.72 compared to McKnight's 148.79. So he's actually getting held up at the moment. Hobson, he's looking to go to 147. James Scott and Wayne Burt are both lapping their last laps at 147.8. Very, very even, those two in the front.
Well, yeah, Burt continuing to hold. Also here in Harry Dodds in the chat, he's keeping an eye on that fight as well now that it's down under 3 seconds. But yeah, not much separating them at all, especially with the last lap times for both those cars getting through 147.8, 147.8. They're hundredths of a second difference over the course of the lap there.
Christian Smart just in front now of McKnight as well. So Hobson, I think this is the lap. You'll see there he's been faster. This lap is where he's been stuck behind him though, behind McKnight for Hobson. That's why you can only see 700 of a second. He's just waiting for that opportunity. He's going to get a run out of one of these corners and get right up under that back wing. Come out onto the main straight. Here we go. It looks like into the pits is Christian Smart from Synergy Sim Racing. That was the car there with Damien Johnson where they pitted very late last time, extremely late. So they have come into this and you can see that they end up still up in P8 at the moment. So Jim hasn't come past. So they'll come out and try to take it out. We'll see if they keep moving back. At the moment though, Hobson here, they come up through the S's. Will they get a run on here? We go around turn number 4. Full throttle down. We're looking at 270 kilometres down this straight. If he can get it, he pulls out from the aero. Comes down under brakes into the bus stop. Yep, nice bit of curb usage there. Just cuts it a little bit. Comes through nice and smooth. And watch for Hobson now to try and extend that lead that he's just already got over McKnight. Hobson into P4. And the next person on the list he'll want to be looking for is Andrew Dyson, who's about 10 seconds in front of him at the moment. So fair bit of work to do there. And With Norrie still out on track, still a good chance of a safety car coming out at any stage.
Yeah, it was a real smart bit of driving there from McKnight. You could see Hobson coming down. He just got a little bit early on, got the car settled into the zone, and didn't actually lose a huge amount of time, as we've seen with a few guys that have tried to really fight that move to the very last phase of the corner there. That's the seasoned veteran there coming back into it. And Dodd now is close right up on the back of Linsell, who in turn all over the back of McKnight now as they work up onto the back straight there, and going to set up themselves up for a nice run as they come across the line. Keep an eye on that fight. We were keeping an eye just on the other scrap a little further down for 20th position as well, with Dave Douglas, Greg Sharp and Michael Whiting all getting in and amongst it. 3 teams there for Mac 1, Curtis and Force Fishing Motorsports, all having a really good fight. And yeah, the battles all the way up and down throughout this field, which is great to see.
Linsell needs to get this move done on McKnight. He must. Dodd is all over the back of him. In a second there, Dodd's going to be in a fight with him. And you can always see that. Look at the gap here now. Dodd right up under the back wing. Linsell now losing, the race now with McKnight in front. You can see that gap starting to open up. So Dodd is going to slow Linsell down because Linsell's going to have to be defensive. Linsell can't make that ground up on McKnight because he's only making up a fraction each lap, and it's going to give Hobson the chance just to break away a little bit from this pack and make him a nice little safety barrier, I think, of a few seconds there. It won't take long. Dodd right up on here. Oh, he comes down the inside. Linsell would see that green livery all in that inside mirror. Here we go, a little bit of a move. Puts the nose in. Can he stick it? No, he can't. Linsell stays on the race line. Not enough there, not close enough. We head back to Corey Shepherd now, and he just made a move on Maguire, was it? Yeah, Troy Maguire. But he's moved up into P9, back in the top 10 for Corey Shepherd and Brian Morgan, the racing team. Shepherd there hoping to do a fair bit of work there. Unfortunately, Brian Borg in an incident coming up through the S's there. Just got unstuck there after being passed and big contact into the wall. So Corey Shepherd and him doing everything they can to fight back into P9, which is the same thing we saw sort of in the last endurance they were together as well. So hopefully we can maybe put them back on the podium. They've got a fair bit of work to do. James Scott's pretty ominous at the front there with Caruso. Wayne Burke and Tom Freer in P2. That was smart, very, very smart pit work there after the safety car, and Andrew Dyson obviously the single DPR entry in P3 at the moment. Hobson in P4 at the moment, and you can see we get glimpses of him as we're watching the battle there for P5 at the back there with McKnight, Linsell and Dodd, but we see glimpses of Hobson, and he is pushing the car to the extreme and just sliding out of the corners, using lots of curb where he can. He's definitely busy on the wheel in that sim rig.
The car's taking everything that he's thrown at it and going very nicely. So, doing really well there and getting the most out of it. Johnson has jumped back aboard the 440. They came in for their pit stop lap 50. So 3 laps ago, they're down in 17th position. So they're a little out of sequence at the moment, but we're expecting them to come back through, especially later on if we do get another safety car. They're going to be in a really good spot here. And everyone now already starting to back time this race and see whether they can come in with just the right amount of fuel to get in there.
That's the advantage they've got. Hey, they can cut a couple of seconds out of one of the pit stops. They're going to have to pick it though. There's only a couple of pit stops. What are we going to have? 5 pit stops. We've got 2 in pretty much for everyone now. So there's 3 pit stops left. So it's about timing that right, depending on safety car, or depending on if they can work their way as far up the field as possible, make that 2-second gain somewhere else. But we'll also have to see who they get stuck behind as well. Check out a bit of a replay there as we head back here. So Greg Sharp and Go to Sim Sports car down the inside here.
A little bit of a walkway entry.
Dave Douglas there. He goes around the outside. Douglas on the inside, but he gets on the brakes there. Gives him a bit of room, so Sharp will make that stick in the number 9 Penrite entry.
Yeah, almost a little bit of contact mid-corner there, but that's been a great fight for those guys. It's been shaping up for the last 4 or 5 laps there. So expect that one to still continue heating up. This fight for 5th position still not sorted itself out yet, though, with Linsell still holding on to the back of McKnight. Dodd just hovering around the back, just waiting to collect crumbs. It seems he's having just a couple of little connection issues as well, so that'll be a little unsettling for the guys in front, just keeping an eye on where he is in the mirrors.
Dodd backing off a fraction there, though. That's giving Lindsay an opportunity. He needs to take it. He needs to get past McKnight if he wants to get Dodd off his back. I expect he probably is a little bit faster than McKnight, actually. He probably got the opportunity there. You can see that the moment he gets a bit of gets Dodd out of the mirrors, he catches up to McKnight quite quickly. It only takes half a dozen corners. But Dodd has now caught back up to Lindsay. So, you know, the battle is going to continue here. And look at this. Dodd puts a nose in there. Oh, so close. We've seen so much contact at this point in the racetrack too. Especially around that toe.
Well, we've seen quite a bit of contact already through the race, but it's that age-old issue of, you know, catching's one thing, passing is another, and it's a bit of a tricky situation for these guys a little further back, because McKnight's doing absolutely nothing wrong right now. He is just putting the car where he needs to hold these spots. We're going to have a look here at Michael Whiting. He was having a run on Dave Douglas down towards the bus stop chicane. Actually goes the long way around down the outside there. Pulls it up. So Douglas struggling a fraction. That's two positions in consecutive laps there, and the Mach 1 car just starting to fall a little off the pace at the moment.
So Lindsay, we're going back on board with him, and Dodd all over his rear vision mirror. Both cars in the back of Jamie McKnight. What is Jamie McKnight thinking right now? Because these cars aren't going anywhere. He's probably looking at the battle. He's thinking, oh, these guys are going to the battle. Then he sees Dodd drop off, and it's just DPR. That's all you can see. Simrig, the big Simrig's logo. Then all of a sudden, shades of green start appearing in the background as well. McKnight's got to be fairly nervous about now. I mean, you stop looking in your mirrors at some point. Just hope. Oh. We all took a breath then, didn't we?
Dodd came firing in, but McKnight's doing everything right. He's just placing that car beautifully, just where he needs to hold these guys off behind. And they've got to get creative. They've seen now where McKnight's putting this car. They just got to start coming up with a solution to get around it. And if for any reason, if we saw Dodd and Lindsay maybe try and team up to get this move done rather than scrap amongst themselves, they'd be through already.
Yeah, it's going to be advantage for teammates. He slides it out now, Lindsay. Well, when do we come in for most of the pit stops? I'm just looking up there. What were they, around in the early 40s? It's pretty common. So
we've at least got about 20 laps in it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've got another 15 to 20 laps before they come in, but he's sliding that car, so he's pushing on in the Simrig's entry there for Lindsay. Dodd being held, I think Lindsay and Dodd are probably quite evenly paced as we sort of head into the halfway mark of the race. We're almost there. We are pretty much, so almost to the halfway point of this race. 56 laps out of 119. We're almost 2 hours in. Some of the arms will be starting to get a little bit tired for the guys. Double stint though from Tom Frere. He's now got out. Wayne Burke is in P2 in the Synergy Sim Racing. James Scott, he's in his second stint. He did the first stint. Now he's doing the third stint as well. So of course Caruso in the middle. So they are leading the Logitech G AOSC Sports car. On board though with Lindsay now on McKnight. Still got just enough gap there as they come through the S's. Let's see if we can get on their back wheel, get some wing, and get some draft down here. Down to the bus stop. Dodd. Oh, is that a motor or
motor? That's an engine.
Motor. That's a downshift. Do you think he's done 2 gears down on that one and blown that motor, or just too hard on the downshift?
I don't know. We saw that same sort of thing for Briggs last time out at Sonoma. Just lost the motor in the weirdest position there. He's looking at replay. Love to see the onboard, but I don't even know that he downshifted the car there, just into the brake zone, and away she goes.
There's no engine there. That is run and done for him. He'd be trying to get back in for a repair, but that's unfortunate for him. So Lindsay and Dodd go past, and he'll just start moving down the field.
But we have got another safety car now.
Oh, we've got another Norrie special. But it's not Norrie this time. Everyone in the pits, though, this is interesting. We said you're going to have 5 pit stops, really. So you got to come in for 5 pit stops. But at one of those, you can take a short stop. So will they just come in and top up at this one, or will they fill up and maybe do the double stint now, push it all the way out? Maybe that we can get Caruso in for the final drive. Maybe you can make it all the way home with a bit of a splash there at the end. So
Quite
Scott,
possibly.
Burke, Dyson, Hobson, Lindsell, Dodd, they're all in the pit. So that's your top 6. Yes, it's very interesting. Let's have a look at Shepherd now, because Corey Shepherd and Brian Ball trying to make a fair bit up. They are on a different strategy with the damage they took as well. So they may be able to stay out there and hope for the best. No, Shepherd's going to come in. They're going to try and get back on the same strategy as everyone else.
And I think that's a smart move. That gets them back in contention. They're not going to lose a huge amount here. It'd be a bit of a mistake not to go through. Troy Maguire, though, has stayed out. So they're really risking it. They were in though lap 41, so they've not lost a huge amount here. The tyres won't be as bad as what we saw in that earlier stint with Johnson staying behind the wheel, but some interesting strategies already.
So Wayne Burke hasn't done that many laps. I'll be interested to find out how many laps he's done, because Tom Freer will have to give it back to Burke for the final stint. So that's very interesting, because Burke was very fast too. We're looking at a best time, was at a 1:47.48, I think it was, or something like that. So he was quite quick, you know. He was a little bit faster than Tom Freer when we look at the best times throughout racing. Tom Freer, though, back in the seat. James Scott has stayed in. Dyson in, stayed in. Dodds in. Schreier's back in the 88. Kenneth Latta is stayed in. Having a look if we've seen anyone else. Corey Shepherd stayed in by the looks of it. Just going through, we're all starting to come in there. So everyone's decided, hey, we are going to come out. Scotty Chambers getting around in the Jinx Shifters AOSC safety car, though. And that nice little rumble coming out of the AMG. We did love a little, there's a nice, beautiful engineered V8 in that one. And great to hear they put a decent exhaust on it as well as it gets around. So good to see Scotty, our safety car driver, getting around, all thanks to Jinx Shifters, the AOSC safety car, all stick it up as well with the livery on board. So we're just letting them reset now after this pit stop. So we're just going to let the timing board reset a little bit. Everyone's coming in the pits. Most of them have exited again. Troy Maguire, who's in second there in the 96 car with Hayden Harrison, they did not pit this time around. So they've decided to stay out there. They're probably about 10 laps since their last pit. Well, actually, they were in at 41, so they're about 16 laps in. So just having a look, everyone else probably, 10 to 15 laps since the last pit. They probably could have gone another 10 or 15 laps before they had to pit again. Of course, having a look at some of the past winners here, though, Dan, James Scott was actually the winner in Series 8 here at this track. It wasn't a endurance race, so will he be Series 10 here as well? Will he get the double win?
Well, quite possibly. I mean, there's a few guys that have taken it out. We've only got only the one recent winner still out there at the moment, but I mean, it's been not one particular driver that's always taken it, which is good to see. It's been a real mixed bag, but of the guys that have done it, James Scott was the last winner to do so.
An advantage do you think it is? So Troy Maguire, who I wouldn't say he's been off the pace, but he is probably in race about half a second to a second off what Scott, Dyson and Freer are doing at the moment. And Dyson's come out in front of Freer too. So Dyson's in P3 now. And Freer, well, Dyson stayed in P3, and with Maguire there, Tom Freer's moved back to P4. So Scott now is going to get a nice clean air to take off on this restart. Maguire, depending on how defensive he wants to be, may hold up Dyson and Freer and let Scott get that nice little 3 or 4 second lead again if he really plays it right.
Well, that's going to be an interesting one, because we've seen it for the past couple of seasons now. James Scott has a very distinctive restart style. He'll hold everyone up to try and maximise his opportunity to get into the first corner as comfortably as possible. You throw into that the likes of Maguire there, who he came in on lap 41. The tyres are a little bit worse for wear, probably about half the way through. Could present a bit of a cork in the bottle, much like we saw at the end of the first safety car with Jamie Davis and Damien Johnston getting amongst it. Those guys didn't come in, but they were right at the end of their pit window. So this will be an interesting one to see. We are hearing word to safety car in this time by, but for the guys behind, the likes of Dyson and Freer and Dodd, they're going to need to press on and get these moves completed as quick as possible in the event they don't want to lose touch of James Scott, because you let Scott get away, and it's going to be a tough ask for them to reel that gap in.
Well, look how much Scott is in front of Maguire at the moment. He's right up behind the safety car, so interesting. The other one I'm looking at is Corey Shepherd's now in P11, so he came in. They were off strategy there after an incident early when Brian Borg was in the car. They managed to go back to P9. He's now in P11, so he lost 2 spots by pitting again, getting back on the strategy. However, we know that Maguire did not pit, so technically you think he'd be P10 once Maguire goes in. So not too bad there for Shepherd and Borg. That gets them back in the top 10. Jordan Ross back in the car as well, so Kyle Stokes out of the seat. Ross back in the 143. They are in P15, so making their way back after an incident early in the race too, where they got spun around and went right down the bottom. So good to see them fighting back. Having a look at P10 as well, Luke Holland. Have they taken a pit as well? They have not. They did not pit in this one. Last pit was lap 43. So that's another interesting one. So the Taipan guys are on a little bit of a different strategy. Taipan Esports. Here we go. Restart now. James Scott, and he has got the throttle down there, halfway between 10 and 11. And look at the speed coming out on the main straight now. Here it is. Troy Maguire is going to be under all sorts of fire from Andrew Dyson, and Tom Freer looks like he hasn't grabbed that restart. The advantage there too. There is a gap now between Dyson and Freer, so the top 3 move away. Maguire though, how much will he slow down Dyson? They head up the S's. This one's going to be exciting to watch. Not as many incidents as we had on the last restart. A bit more spread out on this one.
Maguire very close to the wall on the exit of the S's there, and while that little exchange was going on into one, there was a really good move between Holland going very defensive on Corey Shepherd as well, trying to keep him at bay, and those guys stayed in the spot on the restart also.
Yeah, I'm watching the screen and seeing exactly what is going on. But like we said, Troy Maguire a little bit defensive here and just staying centre of the track there to hold out a hard charging Andrew Dyson to P3, which is giving James Scott an advantage. The tyres will all be coming up to temperature as Corey Shepherd goes up 1 position there. He manages to get past Luke Holland, who did not pit last time. Rob Bowden, the Tank SRT, up in 14 as well. Looks like he's behind Hins and Flock just in front as well. Bowden's been doing really well actually in the number 10 car, so good to see him keeping that pressure on. Is that Sebastian Flock is in the 777, obviously teamed up with Taliansich tonight. And just in front of them, it looks like that's Luke Holland and Corey Shepherd in front of that as well. So there's Hins. Had himself an incident earlier, which he got a little bit of a slap on the wrist for and price for. So good to see him starting to get back into the groove and back into P13 at the moment. David Kimmin getting around the track race, the 717 entry, all thanks to Shoot Sim Racing. They are in P9, up 2 positions from the start. Simon Chadwick actually in the 9.5 spin squad. He's up 12 positions at the moment. I think he did not go either.
Maguire had a big moment down 3-1 there, and he's lost a couple of spots as a result. Dyson and Freer now have moved through. Dodd closing right back in, but that was a big wiggle, and he was fortunate to be able to use the runoff and get that car back under control.
I think that was pretty good for Dyson and Freer. They would have a little bit of a breath there as they go by and make sure there's no incident, but they'll be happy to have the clean air again and not have something like that. And so you look, James Scott just goes a 1:46.85. Purple's the last lap. Is that Hins going off in the background with Flock now? Bowden now coming through and getting involved. Ross, please, don't put Ross on screen. I don't want to give him any more commentators curse. He's back in the car in the 143. They're in P14. They were way up in about P9 early.
Flock's very slow there. Well, that's Flock still on board that car. They kept the same driver right up through that pit stop, but must have been slow down for him before he was back to his train.
Yes, and Jamie Dye, Christian Smart now at 440. Obviously had Damien Johnson on board as well, the teammate. They are down and they've just gone back another nut. They're fighting out Sebastian Flock now. That's what they're going to be doing. Corey Shepherd's gone up another spot in P9, so back to where they started before the pit stop. And taking into account that, who are they going? Hins is going back in the field. That's what I can see. Is that right? Hins is back in the P16.
Well, I think I just heard a redress from race control there, so that's a big slap again on the wrist for Hins.
He's caused a little bit of mischief here tonight. That's all right. That's what happens when you're out there racing, I suppose. If you don't take an opportunity, then someone else will. You've just got to put it in there and hope for the best sometimes. As we get it back on board with Aaron Dodd, who's in P4 at the moment. Schreier and Maguire fighting it out. Maguire got back another spot as Schreier makes her way through from Simsy Sim Racing. Started out of P3, teamed up with Hobson at P5 at the moment, but working their way back. And maybe they can get themselves on the podium. Maguire now ladder goes by as well, gets a move done there in the bus stop. And is that Corey Shepherd now makes a move on Talianchich, is it?
Shepherd on Kimmin there?
Kimmin. Yeah, Kimmin, yeah. So that's with the redress to come up on screen from 209. That's already happened. We have seen that, so that's just confirmation we heard on the radio before. So Shepherd using the full advantage, fresh tyres. I think that was probably smart of him. Not only does he get back to the same strategy as the lead cars, he also has fresh tyres on the lead cars. Try and take the fight to the younger from the racing team. Try and get that car back in position for a hand back to Brian.
Really good job there. Just have a look at this fight now for 17th position. Christian Smart trying to get under Greg Sharp here. Should be able to do so up in the hill. Last time by two, we'll just keep an eye on James Scott. He set the quickest lap, it was a purple lap, a 1:46.78. So that car has definitely come back to him, and he took a second, or just short of a second, off Andrew Dyson. So the pair of the beard has got to start showing through for Dyson here, and he's got to start using that to get back up. But that was a blistering lap there for Scott.
You think Scott might be growing a bright red ginger beard, you know? Just take full advantage of growing one of those beards so he can take this series out. It's got to be a bit of good luck there for him at the moment. Dyson obviously in P2, Freer back in 3, Dodd in 4, Schreier in 5, Ladder in 6, Maguire back to 7 now, hasn't had his pit stop, Shepherd in 8, Kinman in 9, and Chadwick in 10. In the top 10 at the moment as we go on board now with Holland, who's in P11. Taipan Esports hasn't pitted either, out of sequence here with this one with Rob Bowden behind, who we're going to have to go back and review Bowden, I think, after this race, because he super impressive here tonight to be in the number 10. He's done some impressive driving, keeping himself out of most of the trouble there. Oh no, big one there from Holland. He is head first.
Oh, the 777 caught up in the...
Oh, not again, not the 777 again. Holland's been involved in lots too tonight. Didn't he also get a bit of a warning before a pattern off braking after a spin? As we check out the replay this time, let's have a look at what happens. Blip view here. Too much curb? Yeah, just grabs a bit too much curb, not ready for it. Head first, coming out of the bus stop. Whoa, and he's done the right thing. He's on the brakes. Not much you can do about that. Gets off the racing line as well.
It's like was just a fraction wide there and just collecting on the way through. A little bit of damage on the front of that car. Hopefully it's not too bad, but he is actually, it's really struggling now. He's falling further down the field. That will put him now into 20th position and possibly going to lose another spot here to Rob Harris, who should go through. So that'll be a pit stop coming. But that was a big hit there.
Probably lucky that was all it was. If he can stay on the lead lap, get in the pits, quick repair, get out. We're doing 2 quick repairs here at the Endurance as well. So if you can get in, get a quick repair, hopefully they can get that car back out in the lead lap. And we have seen lots of people come back already. I mean, we're 63 laps. We're just over halfway. So 2 hours in, we're not far past halfway. We've already seen 2 safety cars. When will we see the next one? That's all we're asking. When will we see the next one?
And Flock now has brought that car in the lane, so should be able to get a stop and done. Holland's still continuing on though. That's a bit of an interesting one given the damage we just saw from that car. So we'll see what happened there. And we're still hearing Norris still out there.
Is he? Is he still out there?
Still out there.
Oh, he must be taking it nice and carefully, I reckon. Just getting around. Car 440 getting a drive-through penalty for collision. We're just going to check out a bit of a replay here and check this one out. Is he back there? No, this is that Varga. He's back out in the 87. So they've had the car fixed. And that's Sheedy. Oh, he gets a tap there. And who's driving that one? Is that... I'm trying to see who was driving. That's Sheedy in 312. And he's in the car at the moment.
I think that might have been Weston. Oh, Aaron Gilbert, there you go.
Yeah, I was just saying it was in the car. Actually. I put 3 up on my timing screen to see that it was Gilbert. So expect that. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another one of those little signs up on our screen too. Someone else is getting a little bit of a slap on the wrist as well. So check that one out a bit later. So we're not quite sure what's happened there with Christian Smart. Anyway, we'll see.
No doubt we'll get a bit of a word from race control later on to see what that one was all about. The 2 team cars, the Mach 1 cars, in formation at the moment as Smart comes down the lane now to serve that penalty. Corey Shepherd all over the back of Troy Maguire. As they head up through the S's, Corey should make light work of this one, and that will then promote him up into the 7th spot. Been a really good restart for these guys.
Yeah, Shepherd doing a fantastic job, isn't he? He's driving well outside of his age, you know, with showing so much, experience, I suppose, and patience to get his way back through, not being too aggressive on the car. I mean, where you can come unstuck there, you wear your tyres out too much or cause an incident, just pushing the car a little bit too hard, but driving well in front of his years.
Well, and Shepherd's been the big talking point over the last few seasons as well. He has really come on nicely with this car. He was a little bit raggedy when he first got into it, but he's really settled down, and the driving style's starting to really show through now. And it's sort of the mark of a good champion. We've seen him runner-up in quite a few events so far this season, but the fight of the young fella, he's not given up.
With the stature of the guys that are beating him in these races, like that's super impressive to come second to some of the names. I mean, James Scott. So, it's great to see him, even though it's second place a lot up behind James Scott. Look at what James Scott has achieved. Look at how long he's been racing. Look at his experience. Look at the team he's with too, and the setup in the car they've got as well. So for Shepherd to be there at such a young age and working with the guys, obviously from the Premier Racing team, great advantage to him, and genuinely going to be someone to watch in the future in the sport and any sort of racing he gets into.
Oh, absolutely, and he's doing everything right. Like he's really just picking the moments when he needs to pass. Obviously, in enduro, it's a team event, so not only are you driving for yourself, you're also driving for your teammate. And what we did see that little incident for Borgie, they got back on with business and they pressed on, and right now back in 8th position. Still a long way of this race still to go. We've only just ticked over the 2 hour mark a couple of minutes ago, so a lot of time left in this one for him to get through, a lot of laps to go, and it's just about picking those right moments as we see a move down the inside in towards the bus stop, and Shepherd now jumps into the 7th position. That was a nice run.
Yeah, we were talking about this. It's taken almost a lap for him to make that move. He's definitely had heaps of pace over him. He could have tried anywhere to make that move. He just waited for that moment, like you say, and now he's up and moved himself into P7, so him and Brian Borg back into the charge. But Borgie's going to have to get back in, and I'm wondering whether he might actually have to double stick home there with the stop straight, because we do have to have a minimum 3 driver swaps here. Bowden, though, back on board at P11. It looks like he's going to be out of P10 on the inside run here. Bowden goes past Simon Chadwick, who's driving the 95 Sim Sport into. They're actually up 9 positions, though. So the number 955, 95 Sim Sport, that's good from them. I'm just having a look, though. I'm only seeing 2 pit stops, so they are off strategy at the moment. So only 2 pit stops, everyone else on 3. So they'll have to make that up. They will have to. That's just a pure calculation on fuel load versus what they burn around these tracks. They're not going to get away with 4 stops. They'll have to go. They'll need 4 stops to make it all the way.
Not at all. And then
action for not leaving racing room, cars 312 and 03. He's going to let that repress.
Yeah, well, that was that incident for Gilbert and Sheedy down in turn 1 there, so that's a pretty cut and dry one.
So, Hinds and Ross. Hinds still in the car, Jordan Ross in front. They won't want to come together again, will they? We do not want a repeat of what happened earlier, at all.
No, so let's quickly move along. Nothing to see here. It's a good fight nonetheless. I mean, the guys really just driving the wheels off these cars, and they're not too far behind Chadwick and Rob Bowden. I think for Bowden, we're going to have to rename him the Yo-Yo. And I mean that in the nicest sense, because he's been up and down throughout this field tonight. They've come on very nicely in that tank car.
up 11 positions at the moment, and it looks like he's on the same pit strategy as everyone else too. So Ross goes a little bit wide, and Hind is going to take full advantage of the crisscross here down the inside as they head down through the chute down to the toe, and Ross, I think maybe he went a little bit wide and thought, hey, I've already been involved in an incident, I'm better to lose one position, get myself spun around at the end. I don't want to get that position again. I've already had to fight their way back at the moment there for Ross, who's back in P13. Danny Misdale back in the car now in the simrings.com DPR entry, number 73. Just chasing down Brayley Frid and Shoots and Racing just in front. You just see him come on screen there at the moment. The rear wing up on screen. Michael Whiting in the Fishing Motorsports just in front. Big shout out to our sponsors for the Jinx Shifters AOSC10. Of course, big shout out to AJ Insurance Services, your insurance brokers. If you want to get a best deal, business, car, plant, equipment, go see them, see what they can do. They are fantastic insurance brokers. We'll help you out. That's AJ Insurance Services. Race Circuit Art Australia. Whether you want your favourite track up there, they can make it out. They do the trophies for us for AOSC. Anything like that, check them out on Facebook. Sydney Computers, you need a new computer built for your sim rig. You want some advice, you want some parts, go and see the guys at Sydney Computers. Bowler Media and Sideways Photography have got on board for the remainder of this season to put all the photos out on social media, and can't wait to see what they come up after this one's going to be plenty to go through. And of course, simrigs.com, fantastic suppliers for all your get your rig set up so you can get a nice seat set up, and they do the pedals and steering wheels as well. So check out simrigs.com. Drive through penalty now for causing collision with car 92. So car 92 going to get a drive through penalty, which is Jamie Davis in the Auto Serve Racing. Of 119 at the moment, so we are, we're not 2/3 of the way yet. We're starting to get there. Lap 80 is going to be about 2/3 of the way. We're about 10 laps off 2/3 as we're on board now with Kenneth Latta, who is going through. Right behind him is Michael Schreier though, and Corey Shepherd, who is going to be all over the back of these guys in a second. Watch out for Shepherd on the move, pushing hard to get into the top 5 before he hands the car back to Brian Borg. But we head back to a replay at the moment. Here is Davis, is it 92? This is the incident he's been pulled up on. Davis out wide, comes down, whoa, got wide, got sideways, lost control and straight into the side of Varga. And it was Stephen Varga in the car. So much damage there for Davis, so he'll have to get that fixed as well. Varga, not quite sure how much that has impacted him, but his car is back, and I think he is already a lap down after blowing that engine earlier when McKnight was at the wheel. They are back in the pits. Here we go. Shepherd now on the inside. They're heading down to the bus stop. Gets one car done, so Shepherd moves up into P6 over Schreier. Schreier doesn't put up too much defence, knowing Shepherd was a fair bit faster there. Just having a look at the times there. Last lap of 147.8 compared to Schreier's 148.3. So half a second for Shepherd. Now he is all over the back of Kenneth Latta. That P5 is, well, questionable there for Latta. I think Shepherd probably got the pace here to make this happen in the next lap or two.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he continues with the pace that he's showing at the moment, it will not take him long to get through. Another fight a little further down with Sheedy and Flock having a scrap down and towards the bus stop. Flock gets the move done rather nicely, although makes a bit of a meal of it. Runs very wide through the dirt and a little bit of Dukes of Hazzard style on the re-entry. So just straightens it up, gets it through. Shouldn't have hurt that car too much, but this fight still for 5th position is really starting to heat up. Shepherd has he's already got through Schreier, who is having a very solid race with Brenton Hobson there. But Shepherd just showing a little bit extra pace that he needs to start clawing his way up. And then if he can get through, the next car ahead is Dodd, who you can just see up the top shot, looking at a move there on Tom Freer and getting it done into one also.
Interestingly enough, I'm looking up at the last lap times. Scott was a 147. Before this lap where they've just completed, Corey Shepherd was on a 147. So they were the only ones, well, I shouldn't say the last lap now, but 2 laps ago they were 147. 147s. Now Dyson's just done a 147 in the last lap.
Oh, what's happened to Rudd? He's hit the wall. He is slowing down off the S's. That's a lot of damage on that car.
Well, that's interesting. So that's Shepherd up another position too. Yeah, Bonnet missing there. He's hurt that car. Check out the replay here. Goes out wide on turn 1. Freer on the inside.
And he's only just got the move done against Freer too.
Yeah, I think they just got a little bit unstuck with the aero maybe. Freer got a little bit loose. They just made a slight bit of contact. Up in the wall at high speed. Maybe just checking the car. They're just pulling over and getting out of the way and not wanting to cause any more issues. They'll be in for a fast repair now. It'll be interesting to see whether he can get that sorted, and I'm hoping that's not his net go playing up. Shepherd has now gone past the ladder as well, so that's 2 positions in 1 lap for him. Obviously doing all the work. We check out the replay here on the move done. They come up, that's Dodd there who's just hit the wall, so they go by, they go around Dodd, and Shepherd now on brakes into the bus stop, gets the move done. 2 cars in 200 metres, and he is on a charge again. The Premier Racing Team up into P4, almost on the podium, and we know Tom Freer is not that far in front. Can he make it happen? What have we got? 3 seconds is what he needs to catch up at the moment, I believe. About 3 seconds.
Yeah, about just over 3 seconds, sorry, to Tom. So not too much in it. Dodd just about to get this car back in the lane. They should hopefully have a fast repair sitting in the bag there as he pulls it in the line. And Bowden, back to him in 8th now. 13 spots at this point in time up from where he started, and just over 0.6 of a second behind David Kidman as they go up through the S's.
Rod Ross also staying out of trouble at the moment in the 143 and P11 now. Jamie Dyke though behind him. Just noticing that Rob Harris is also in the pits back in the market with the number 13, lucky number 13. So we're just having on board Daniel Misdale in 14 now, and Michael Whiting goes by in 25. So Misdale and Whiting in a little bit of a battle here for P13, which is, you can see up on screen, Whiting is in the 25 car in P13 and Misdale behind in 14. See how this battle goes for a second as they head around. Come down here, puts the nose in there on the chute. No, that's not going to happen there. Whiting holds on to that one with 25. Under brakes here, get a little bit off camber and downhill. You got to be careful as you go around. Still remains off camber though and goes uphill as you come out of the exit there at the toe. And then we go over the top on the grass there though. Oh, Misdale, anything could have happened there, and right behind him, Bailey Freed, and shoots some racing. You can see them not too far behind. Just having a look up here, so we can see some times. What is he, about 3 or 4 seconds behind? So, yeah, oh no, he's only 1.5 seconds behind. So, all it's going to take is a bit of grass there from Misdale under those rear wheels, and he's going to have Bailey Freed chomping under his rear spoiler. James Scott still leading this race, Andrew Dyson in 2nd, Tom Freer, Corey Shepherd in 4th, and Kenneth Ladder in 5th. And we're hearing that Rob Bowden has gone the pits. I can confirm. Rob Bowden, the Tank SRT team that had made up 11 positions or something, is now in the pits and dropping down the order.
Yeah, that won't hurt them too bad though. They're in pretty good stead. They can get home with 2 more stops from here on out. So look for them to be home and hosed, as you see Whiting just having a little bit of a moment down into turn 1, and that's released Misdale now to get through, but Whiting going to come under a huge amount of pressure as Frid closes right in with the run up through the S's, and maybe even going to have a run down into the bus stop. We'll wait to see what he does. He sticks it wide. He should be able to get this move done quite comfortably, sends it on through. That's a good move to gain another spot, and Whiting dropping a couple of spots there in 3 or 4 corners.
Yeah, good news there though for Daniel Misdale. That'll ease a little bit of pressure off him in P12 at the moment. Just checked out Kenneth Ladder, who's up through. Now we go back to Sebastian Flock. Now him and Michael Taliancic have been unlucky again, haven't they? They've had cars pull over in front of them, spin around, nowhere to go. But they've managed to hold on to P19 at the moment, the Shoot Sim Racing team, and they're just coming up on the back of Wade Sheedy, who's had a few moments in this race as well on 3-1-2, so just need to be a little bit cautious about this, wait for their opportunity and make that happen. I think they do definitely have the pace. Of course, the Sebastian Flock back in the driver's seat of this one. We'll see if Taylor Hedges might bring this car home a bit later, the 777. Aaron Dodds managed to get back out on the track, and he's just behind Sebastian Flock somewhere in position there as Flock gets the car a little bit loose as they come out of the tow. There's a look in here on Sheedy, but it's not going to happen. Not under the back enough, but Sheedy goes a little bit wide here. Now, as they come up to turn number 9 and rejoin the original track layout, just got to get some nice drive here. And Sheedy, no, it seems like he is back on the groove and plenty of drive out of that corner too. So the last couple of corners complete this lap, and it's lap 72 that the leaders are on at the moment. So they will be turning around. These guys will be completing lap 71 and move on to lap 72 now. You see the start-finish line as they're about to approach it. Closest battle on track at the moment, and it is for P number 18. It looks like Ashley Davies in the pit, so that's where they've gone past and gone up in position. So Ashley Davies in the 9.5 Sim Sport entry is in the pit lane right now. And that was only for their 3rd pit, so they are trying to just get back on sequence with everybody else at the moment. Corey Shepherd, is he in a bit of a battle there? I'm having a look up the thing. No, he's still 3 seconds behind Freer. Just over 3 seconds. 3 seconds then forward to Dyson in 2nd, and 6 seconds out to Scott. Oh no, here it is. P18, or P17 it is for Sheedy in front with Flock behind. Flock has a look, doesn't get it done, loses a driver, and a bit of a reprieve for Sheedy, who will reset back in the group. No, here we go. Flock all over the back of him, gets a nice drive, puts a nose up. He's on the inside past the pillar. He's got the right of way in here. Sheedy makes a bit of room. Will they stay like this down to the toe? Will Sheedy try and get back in? No, it looks like Flock will get that move done. Sheedy will just hold back a bit here and slot back in behind to go back into P18 now. So Flock up to P17. And let's see how they go in the Shoot Sim Racing entry there, the 777.
Well, Flock should be all right here. He's got 6-lap younger tyres as well, so should be able to start driving away. But it looked like for Sheedy just struggling a little bit to get the nose through the initial part of the bus stop, and then later in the carousel, the car just washing wide. And for Flock there, really smart driving, taking advantage of it when it opens and gets that move through, as we see Sheedy just with a little bit of a wiggle on corner exit. They head up through the back straight and down through the last couple of corners to complete this lap.
Down at the ladder in P5 at the moment. Corey Shepherd just in front, but they moved up a bit early. Opened up a slight bit of a gap. Schreier, though, is just behind him. So Schreier, watch for him. He'll be looking to get in the top 5 here with ladder. They've been like this for a number of laps, though, so it's not like he's caught him up in any great rush. He was sitting behind him before. Shepherd then got between them. Then Shepherd got in front of the ladder. And now we're just seeing Schreier slowly creeping up on that back spoiler here. I think these guys are taking the hair. The hair doesn't need to be fast in the race. Just to get the laps done and don't try to push too hard. There we go. Like makes a bit of a gain there as they come into turn number 9. Looking like the car's a bit faster through that section of the track there for Schreier. Back on board with Ross now though. Jordan Ross is in P9 now in the top 10 with Jamie Dyke behind him. So Jordan Ross has stayed on the same pit stop strategy as the leaders, despite the incidents they have been involved in, him and Kyle Stokes. Looks like Jordan Ross back in the top 10, and Dyke in Fishy Motorsports entry in P10. Just having a look at some of the pit stops there though. They both came in like 56 as well. Looks like maybe Jamie Dyke didn't take on as much fuel. They weren't in the up and the block long either. So Jordan Ross definitely got all the fuel on board, took tyres, and trying to stay with the lead drivers in their pit stop strategy and getting back in that top 10, much like what Corey Shepherd and Brian Borg have had to do. So busy night for the guys. There's a fair bit of chatter going on in the room and between drives as they try and get the strategy back on board as they head up through the S's now, one of the faster parts of the track, uphill, full throttle. It goes a little bit off camber as you go through 3, then it's turn 2, it's 3 and 4 all the way up through the bus stop now, and a bit of an advantage there for Ross. He was nice through there and opens up a gap over Dyke.
Yeah, the car looked really good, and I mean, it was looking good through that phase of the lap. Right at the start of the event, it's still continuing to look good as they work their way through, and they're all for a good run. Kidman and Hins now having a good little scrap here for 7th position, just coming out of the toe, heading up towards the heel. I don't know whether Hinz is going to have to be close enough, but he shows the nose, tries to get it down the inside, and takes a lot of curb for his effort there as well. Fortunate not to get a bit of contact there, and Kidman's able to pull away just a little bit. And Shepherd and Ladder still having their scrap for 4th position as well. There's not too much between those guys, just a couple of cars ahead.
I have to give it to Hinz tonight. He has been super fast, unfortunately involved in some incidents. Has copped a penalty, also spun around and put him back in the field. But it was only about 10 laps ago. He was having a bit of a scrap with Jordan Ross, and he managed to get by. And now look at the gap he's pulled on him, and he's all the way caught up to Kinman in P7. So Hinz quite quick. I'm just having a look at his last lap as they go around and complete that. He was a 1:49.29. So he is getting held up at the moment by Kinman, I would say. He's done a 1:47.9. Kinman a 1:48.01. So no, they're fairly evenly matched. So the Jinx Shifters AOSC 10 race 183, 650 kilometres, 119 laps here tonight at Watkins Glen with the boot section, the heel toe. We do the dance as they get around this track. We are 75 laps in, so we are almost 2/3 of the way through this race. We are, for the lead drivers, pit stop strategy, we're on 3 pit stops at the moment. We've had a couple of drivers, everyone's had a driver change, at least one. They need to have at least 3 driver swaps in the race. We've got 2 fast repairs, and quite a bit of the field have used them. It's going to be very interesting. James Scott leading this one in the Logitech G. AOSC Esports, Holden Commodore, with Caruso as his teammate. Andrew Dyson is in 2nd at the moment. Tom Freer in 3rd, bit of a comeback there. Ended up qualifying 5th, he's currently sitting in 3rd. Obviously with Wayne Burke, his co-driver. Corey Shepherd and Brian Borger teamed up. Now Borgie got in the car a bit earlier and had a big incident that put them right back in the field. They've made their way up to P number 4 once again. Shepherd did start on the front row of the grid alongside James Scott in P2. So it's good to see them make their way back and still in contention to get on the podium, obviously in the Premier Racing Team car, the 017.
Yeah, and they've really used the safety cars to their advantage to come back after that as well. So they're in a really good position. Schreier now in the pits for the 88. Just wait to see whether he stays on board or whether we see a driver change and Brenton Hobson gets back behind the wheel. But we probably expect Schreier will stay in that one. But the scrap's still getting on with Dyke and Misdale. And actually a little bit of contact with the wall there watching that one. We also see Brenton Hobson too getting back on board the 88. So he will resume that fight. But yeah, for Ross there, a couple of spots lost in a corner.
Yeah, the car's starting to get a little bit unsettled, isn't it, at the tyres? Well, I mean, they did come in on lap 56, though, so they're only, they're 20 laps in, and what are we saying, about 26 laps to a tank? We have seen them push it out to 28, maybe 29, depending on what's going on. We've had 2 safety cars, one on lap 17, caused by our co-commentator, Matthew Norris, there with a blown motor. And then about lap 56, we saw another safety car, blown motor from McKnight, who's teamed up with Stephen Varga here this weekend. So they are down the field at the moment too. Varga pushing on hard in the car. I don't believe they've swapped drivers again. I believe Varga's still in there back with P28 at the moment, so they're a lap down also. So they're the 2 reasons we had the safety car out, not because of crashes. Everyone seems to have spun the cars around and managed to get them back in the pits. We have had them off purely due to 2 blown motors, which might be the downshift maybe, we think, around the track. It's about all we can put it down to at the moment, but I'm sure we'll catch up with some of the drivers before our pre-show next week and find out exactly what happened. It'll be pretty easy for us to find out from Norrie because he can tell us firsthand.
Well, I think too, a lot of that one for Norrie, unfortunately, was the big contact that he had into the wall. I mean, he made a bit of a meal of the run up through the S's, pinballed from one side to the other side, and that was all she wrote for the car, unfortunately, on that one. But the McKnight one was really weird. I don't know whether he just got a downshift. It didn't seem like a big rev of the engine as it went through. But unfortunately, the motor decided to part ways with the car, and as a result, they've now dropped that lap. This scrap, though, for 8th position between Dyke and Ross, still ebbing and flowing. We saw that little bit of a coming together with the rule for Jordan a lap ago and subsequently lost a couple of spots. But they're still pressing on Misdale, though, trying to get away while he's got an opportunity to.
We need to find out from Ross exactly how far he got with his sim rig, because when we had him on the show during the week, he was building a new sim rig. Now, that was Wednesday. We got on record of that show with him. Now, he's said he was building a new sim rig. It wasn't completed when we were talking to him. He said he was hoping to have it done by Friday, maybe some practice laps, but if he didn't have it complete, he said, I don't care if I've got one bolt in that seat, I will race. I'll find a way, I'll do the minimum laps, I'll get out there. So maybe not quite comfortable, a bit of a different setup for him tonight, maybe a bit out of his comfortable zone, maybe.
Oh, and that's the other big thing too, is like you say, doing that, putting in a new rig, that's a lot of time and preparation goes into setting those up to get them just to where you want the controls and everything. As Flock now gets back through on Sheedy. You want to have those things right, especially when you're spending the amount of time that these guys are spending in those seats. You want everything in arm's reach, just nice and comfortable. So this is a hell of a drive for him, and yeah, it'd be really interesting to see where he actually got to, because the ring was a bit of a mess when he showed us.
We go Brendan Hobson back on board. He is very interesting. He's gone in for his 4th pit stop, so they've gone off strategy in this one. So they're down 30 positions from where they started, but Hobson in 88 is now got some clean air. He doesn't have anyone really too close to him behind. He's got no one in front of him. He's got nice clean air. Be interested to see the time. Last lap was an out lap there, so this was an out lap where he's done a 1:57. I think this might be his first flying lap, judging by that. I'm just going to check this on our screen as he comes around. That might be 1:47.2, so that's his first one back, 1:47. And that's quick, actually, compared to everyone else. That is the fastest last lap out of everyone from what I can see up here on the timing screen. So clean air, Hobson back out there. He's been super fast. He's coming for his 4th pit stop. He's gone off strategy. This might play out towards the end of the race, Dan.
They're definitely going to work into their favour. We're going to expect to see a lot of guys starting to come back in again soon, however. But while he's got the opportunity to make the most of those tyres, he's got to take it with both hands. And we're already starting to see that that first lap out, as you say, very, very quick compared to the guys around him. So no doubt they'll get onto it. I'm sure the other teams and the spotters and race engineers are all keeping an eye on that to see whether they need to come in to make that change and try and mitigate the loss of position.
Gordon Ross is also one who's just gone in, and Cole Stokes is back in the driver's seat at the 1:43, back to P21, unfortunately, from 11, but they've come in for another pit stop and gone on an alternate strategy as well. Aaron Gilbert on screen at the moment, who's had a few incidents tonight. Most of them just redressed themselves, but he's got Dave Douglas just behind him, Christian Smart in front. So Dave Douglas in the number 10, the Mach 1 Esports entry in P14 behind him. We'll have a look at our leader at the moment, Scott, who's got a nice 9.2 second lead. Look at this. Hard just settled out there, getting the muscle memory, the Logitech G, AOSC Esports Commodore, just getting the height up. Obviously, all the changes that iRacing have thrown at them this week have caused an issue for the team. Caruso is super fast in the car as well, and actually faster than Scott. So, interestingly enough, I reckon we're going to see Caruso do the final stint as well, which will be pretty ominous for some of the other drivers out there. We haven't seen him slide the car around too much. A bit earlier in the race, James Scott, though, went through the bus stop very early on, probably about lap 10, I think it was 8 to 10, and too much car. He actually got a wheel off on the grass, and then he managed to miss the Armco somehow through the bus stop, back up over, got the car airborne, got it back, managed to get back into P3, slide back in carefully, but, you know, they've managed to get that car. Caruso got it back up to 1. Now you see, this is P2. That's how long it is. 10 seconds almost now between P1 and P2. So he's got a real commanding lead over Andrew Dice at the moment. Probably the only team not wanting a safety car to come out before the end of this race is James Scott and Caruso. They're probably the only two drivers that don't want to see a safety car at the moment. Tom Freer in 3rd. And then you go back to Corey Shepherd. Corey Shepherd and Tom Freer is probably the closest battle we've got in the top 10 at the moment. And that is saying, yeah, they're only 1.3 seconds apart. So That is the closest battle we have at the moment. Thomas Henry, P6, up 3 positions from where he started, the Henry James Racing. He's been a bit of a yo-yo as well, been involved in incidents, but very impressive to see him up in 6 at the moment. Andrew Dyson, is he going to go up? They're normally 3 and 5, but Dyson has put it into P2, so he'll have to be up there. Kenneth Ladder in P5, of course, the DPR simrigs.com cards. Here we go, our leader out in front. Let's go back to Aaron Dodd, though, because it looks like we might have found it's just something going on here. Sebastian Flock in front, the 777. So Dodd, he had that big incident early, didn't he? He's had to come into the quick repair. Also seen a little bit of net code from him, which is a bit worrying. We don't want to see that happen because just you go missing in the side mirrors, you show up, sometimes you're in the wrong spot because your car hasn't quite grabbed where it is on the track. Right up under the back window, Sebastian Flock definitely got speed, and he's going to make the move down here. Gets hard under brakes as they go through the bus stop. Nice bit of curb usage, not too much. Car unsettled and textbook. I reckon he'll have fresh tyres and that after the fast repair too. So he'll be on a fresh set of tyres. Pushing hard now. They'll be off sequence. Maybe they can find a way to strategise. They're in a lap 69, which means they've got, what, 50 laps to the end, 52 laps, which means they can get away with one more stop if they really push it.
Yeah, they're in a really good, comfortable position. And, although the one thing that may go against them, when you just saw it briefly before, track conditions are really starting to cool off right now. It's 31 degrees out on track compared to when we started the race at 42 degrees. So while it is gripping up, they're going to use a little more fuel, and that could hurt them a little bit more at the back end of this race. We may need to see a little bit of fuel saving from those guys. As Thomasin's also in the lane, a few cars well out of sequence down the back, resulting in a few incidents. We saw that one from Varga that brought out the safety car when Jamie Knight was behind the wheel. And we watched this fight down in towards the heel, and Stokes able to get the move completed quite nicely on Hayden Harrison. They're well down. Jacob Knight, who was having a really good run early on in EXG Motorsports car. We didn't quite catch what happened to those guys, but they've fallen to the back of the field at the moment. 10.5 minutes off the race, and still pressing on, which is good to see, but yeah, long way out of sorts for them, unfortunately.
Well, that was Varga McKnight. Remember, McKnight blew his engine, causing that safety car to come out, so he's another one that yeah, stopped for some reason. We're not quite sure on the blown motor on that one, and we'll have to catch up with him and find out whether it was a downshift or not, because it wasn't big contact for him. But yeah, unfortunate, because they were quite competitive earlier on in the race. Hopefully, maybe, you know, will there be a safety car? What I want to know is, where's Norrie?
Well, he's still tracking around. He hasn't jumped back in the car again, though. Darren McKenzie is still in it, down in 27th position at the moment. A lot of work for those guys still to do. They're about 3 laps off the pace as it currently stands, but still plodding along, and it still points that they'll get in the haul at the end of the day.
Watch for Norrie, mate. He's going to come back in the final stick. You watch. Let's see what he can do. I reckon come back to the final 16 laps, sprint finish. Bit going on down there. Nicholas Timor's in the Premier Racing Team, number 312. He is back in the car. They looks like they're coming out of the pits there in P26. So he's teamed up with Sheedy. On board now with Dyke at the moment, the Fishy Motorsports number 80. He's in a bit of a sandwich now between Misdale in front and Bailey Frid behind, but plenty of air between them. Not as much aero work going on. We've talked about the draft, and we've had the close battles going on. You can really see that when you come up through the S's. If they get out of the draft, it's fairly unstable, and then you get this long run down to the bus stop there, get right on that rear wing, try and, you know, get that gap, get out, get your line right, and you can have a bit of a go there, another overtaking opportunity at this point in the track. But now we seem to have spread them out quite a bit out there, as you can see up there on the gap on the right-hand side of their positions. The gap is out quite a bit from most drivers there. Frid and Whiting are only about a second and a half apart. Dyke and Frid are the same, so they're all about a second and a half here. For Scott with the commanding lead, that has gone out to 10.5 seconds now for Scott. They will be fingers crossed that they do not see a safety car.
Well, no, they're not going to want that, because they have built a very comfortable margin at the moment. But That's the biggest unknown here. Is if we do see another big incident that warrants a safety car, it's the gap gone. But for them, fortunately, everyone outside or inside the top 11 all pitted pretty well on the same time frame. So they're going to be very close together. The big unknown is how Hobson and Schreier go in 12th position in the 88.
Yeah, well, yeah, like you say, they've gone out of sequence and they can get home with one more stop. I'm just thinking these guys have been in. Oh, they're on their fourth. It's gonna be interesting. Very interesting what they do. Hobson moving up. I mean, they have moved up into P12 already, and they were right back down the field. So P12, just having a look. Kyle Stokes now in the 143 with Jordan Ross. He's just gone. He's moving up a little bit too. He's in P19 at the moment, but he's a lap down.
And we have a car, Kyle Stokes, I think, down in 20th. I just heard a report over the radio, blowing motor for that car as well.
Interesting.
With that safety car.
Have a look at the replay.
Oh, it went on the way into the corner. He'd already got the gear shift done. That is very bizarre.
We know iRacing have done some changes with the setup in terms of suspension and aero, how the cars handle, but have they done something mechanically?
Or whatever they've done, it's really really throwing the spanner in the works as far as the engine department's concerned. Everyone now will take advantage of this coming to the lane, but that's the third engine we've seen tonight go, and two in very suspect form while the guys are in the braking zone there. And for Stokes just then, it didn't look like he was on trying to get a downshift completed. He already got it done. He was tipping the car into the corner, and away she went.
Well, the AOSC Jinx Shifters safety car is deployed. Safety car has been deployed onto the track, and it is on lap 84. So lap 84, safety car again for third time here tonight, and it's all due to Kyle Stokes, who has lost a motor. The third one we've seen go tonight, like you said, the second one in some bizarre circumstances. So we will find out more on that one. I'm sure we'll get a bit of a report from Jordan Ross later in the week to find out what happened there. But Kyle Stokes, this is the news. Blown motor out on track. Jinx Shifters AOSC safety car has been deployed. Everyone in the pits. Everyone who's leading in the pits. Jordan Caruso back out in the number one car. So Caruso, who has been the fastest car so far out there, took out P1 in the qualifying as well. He is back in the driver's seat in the Logitech G. AOSC Sports car. Well, Wayne Burke's back in the car. I think he might have done a little bit of an undercut there to get up on Briggsy, has he? That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, Burke has done an undercut there. So they've done it again, Tom Freer and Burke, Wayne Burke. They did this on the first pit stop, did it quite short, got an undercut and got in. Borgie's back in the car too, Brian Borg that is, in P4. So Corey Shepherd's done a good job after Brian Borg got involved, got the car spun around, ping-ponged off a couple of walls, got it back, put Corey Shepherd back in the car, the young gun, got that back into P4. They are in contention for a podium if they can try and catch up now with the safety car. Adam Briggs in 3 and Wayne Burke in 2. I'll be surprised if anyone gets onto Caruso or James Scott, because so far they have been the standout when it comes to the times, and every now and then we see that purple time come up. They're doing the fastest laps out there.
Absolutely, they're doing a really good run out there so far. We did see Brenton Hobson, who was one of the most recent drivers to come in the lane, come back in and top up and get down and away. So we're assuming a fresh set of tyres will throw on board for them. They're now up in 8th position, so that worked out quite nicely for them.
Yeah, only 16 seconds or something. Yeah, they're about half the time, or even less. Yeah, they're way less than everyone else when they come in the pit. So like you say, quick tyre change, splash of fuel. That'll put them back on the same pit stop strategy as everyone else, though, but fresh tyres. That's a really good stop for them, actually. That will definitely see him in. Sean Lindsell back in the car, though, in the DPR Racing in 5. So there we go. Briggsy in 3, Lindsell in 5. We're back in 3 and 5. How is Varga? Is Varga back in the car still, or are we back on the lead lap now?
Well, McKnight's back in the car here, so we should possibly see those guys get a wave round. That'll actually pull them back onto the lead lap, which will be really beneficial for them.
Yeah, just having a look. Darren McKenzie from Team Hyperdrive still in there, but hopefully they will be able to catch up a lap or so. Maybe get them back. Ganspatch back in the car. Dylan Rudd stayed in there in NSR Esports. Henry King in the 03, so he's taken over from Aaron Gilbert. Damien Johnson back in the car in the 440. Bradley Vaughan in the 488's back in. Robin Kirk's back in the 73. So a few people changing around. Getting out there. Hayden Harrison's back in the Taipan Esports car. They were out of sequence too, weren't they, the Taipan cars? So just having a look, they are still only on 3 pit stop strategy so far. Just, I think we're probably a little bit far to get home. We did say 26 laps, which would put us in the mid-90s. If we were at 95, I'd be pretty comfortable. With a safety car, maybe some of these guys will fuel save. It's going to be, I think, if we get another safety car, everyone's going to put a splash of fuel in. I think that's what it's going to be, Dan, for sure. I don't see why you wouldn't. If we don't get another safety car, what do we do? Is there going to be a splash and dash at the end, or is you going to start fuel saving the CFA?
It will be very interesting to see what these guys do, whether they I think if you can hold the draft and stick along with it, you might be able to save that little bit that you need to come through. There'll be definitely a lot of lifted coast coming through. The 87 just getting his wave around, so that'll get McKnight back onto the lead lap down in 27th position, so that's very fortunate for those guys. And actually, did Mackenzie get one as well? That might also see the hyperdrive car back on the lead lap as well.
Yeah, we're seeing plus one lap on the sidebar, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen.
Well, they just got it now. I just heard the call from race control, so they're going to come around, and that will pull them back into contention also.
If we get 100 likes, Norrie's back in the car. Make sure you're on YouTube, give us 100 likes, and we will put Norrie back in the car, because that is entertainment plus.
Well, let's see if we can get past the train first and not make a meal of it, but he should be right as he works his way out of the bus.
Darren McKenzie's in the car, so it's fine.
Well, it's in safe hands. In safe hands.
Yeah. Maybe Darren said no more Norrie unless we get 100 likes on YouTube. That's all I'm saying. You know, we've got to try and get something up there for Norrie. He's great to have on the team. He's a good asset. We're missing him tonight. We don't have our fuel stop man. We don't have our guy who gets around and looks in the pit lane and lets us know about the little things that's going on. We're busy just watching what's actually happening on the broadcast and the timing screens for me and Dan. But missing Norrie tonight. Good to see, though. He's got the hair done. He's looking fantastic out there. And he's ping-ponged off the walls, blown a motor, and put his car at the back of the pack and made sure his teammates had to do all the heavy lifting.
Sounds about right. He's sticking with tradition, so good on him there.
Well, it's a big one tonight, 650 Ks here at Watkins Glen Boot for round 8. We go past the halfway mark, though, which will be next Friday night, so it's only a week away. We don't have any breaks this time. Round number 9 from Sebring will be back to the normal 150-kilometre sprint race, and then we get a week off for Easter, of course, before we go to Lime Rock on the 9th of April for round number 10. Oh, hang on. No, Hockenheim. Sorry, I'm being told. Hockenheim. So a bit of a change there for round 10. So that's, we've got a fair bit of racing coming up. So we've got back-to-back weeks, back to the sprint race format for 3 rounds before we head back into our endurances at the end of April. So restart not far away. We're waiting to find out. Safety car has left. Now, they can start anywhere between turns 10 and 11, and this is turn 10 now. James Scott, the master of the restart. No one has been able to keep in line with him. Look as he opens up the gap already on Burke. It's Caruso actually in the car. So Caruso is just as good as James Scott at these restarts. Hang on, no, we're hearing from race control now. Safety car is still there. I thought maybe he was out of screen.
Well, we did start to see the safety car pull away, so I think there was a late-minute change just to get that car back there. That actually is good news for both McKnight and Mackenzie. They will actually find their way onto the back of the train, but it was almost a little worried there what was going on. Burke was a long way back pending that restart.
Well, the lights are out, so we're going to go with the safety car will be off this lap. So the lights are out, they are bunched up, and as you can see, we are heading back out there. McKnight now is almost on the back of the train. Mackenzie, though, is a fair bit of work to do, but he should get almost there. Almost there.
I would expect that he'll make that cut quite comfortably onto the back there.
Well, Mackenzie's definitely got the pace in the Team Hyperdrive duo. I think he will have enough pace to get in the back of the train at the moment. So we'll hopefully he can get there, and maybe he could go anywhere. Worst thing that could happen is if we put Norrie in the car and he ping-ponged the car and we had a extended safety car. So the good news is he's not in the car. So Jordan Caruso going to lead us out on the restart. Wayne Burke in second with the teamed up with Tom Freer. Adam Briggs obviously in 3. Brian Borg back in the car in 4. Sean Lindsell back in the car in 5. Brett Loxton in 6. Jamie Stovald in 7. Brenton Hobson in 8. Hayden Harrison in 9. Rob Carmichael in 10. Then we see Ashley Davis, Robin Kirk, Paul Warwick, Bradley Vaughan in 14. Damien Johnson back in 15 in the 440. Watch for him to come through on some fresh tyres. A full tank. Henry King in 16, Dylan Rudd 17, Curtis Riley in 18, Craig Anspach in 19, and Marty Hansen in 20. So the lights were out in the safety car. They are definitely out. The Jinx Shifters AOSC safety car. Getting around turn number 8, right down there at the hill. He will now jet away. Look at that, the AMG. You hear the V8 roar as he takes off. Tell you what, we've Scott Chambers doing a fantastic job in the Jinx Shifters AOSC safety car, and not an incident. We've had to take out our previous safety car driver and put him into production because, well,
couldn't keep on the circuit.
That's what we do with retired safety car drivers. Okay, Caruso. Burke's not going to let him get away this time. Caruso is underway and leading. They lost a 10.5-second lead with that safety car. They were 10.5 seconds in the lead before James Scott and Jordan Caruso. They'll have to rebuild that. I think they can. They've had the fastest laps out there. No one has been able to run a faster lap than either of those guys in the Logitech G. AOSC esports cars, the change in the configuration of iRacing is not upset them at all. They are all over the setup. They're very, very comfortable despite a little mistake from James Scott early in the race. And look at this in the background. Briggsy all over the back of Burke. Remembering that Burke did the undercut here in pit lane. So Briggs and his teammate did have a better setup in there before.
Oh yeah, and the biggest thing that we don't have on this restart is cars with old tyres in the mix. So this is a really good opportunity here for Burke to stick one up the inside. He's 2/10 off the back of Caruso as they work down towards the toe of the boot. He's in with a really good shot, and he's going to take Briggs along with him. So these guys really closed in. Brian back on board after swapping out with Corey Shepherd. Those guys jumping now into 4th position. They were only 8 coming into that pit stop, so they made a massive net gain there. And these top 5 really in with a good shot.
Well, they're quick now because the purple sector times are up. So sector 1, fastest sector time of the race, and Briggsy's got that one. Sector 3, though, is purple for Wayne Burke. Wow, that's super, super fast. One thing I need to note is Jamie Knight has already had a pass on Craig Healy on the restart. So getting back in that lead lap has been good for them. They already made up one position on the restart there. Looks like Greg Sharp.
Briggs for the moment. Briggs just catching the grass on the tip into the final corner there. Kept it off the wall, but Borg's been able to get through now.
Well, that's a good move there for Borg, back on a podium ship level there in P3 at the moment. He's holding that one, and Borg's not going to make it easy for him to get by either. That's the thing that with some experience like Brian Borg in front of you, not going to give you any sort of gap there, and no Hinzo. Well, it's Loxton actually back in the car. So Loxton now is in this car in P6, all over the back of Sean Lindsay, with Adam Briggs just in front. Burke and Caruso now broken away from the pack there. You can see that there's a 1.5 second lead over Brian Borg between those two. Yeah, we spoke a little bit earlier about Dylan Rudd's incident there, and then obviously they had to come in and pit, and it was Dodd who was out there and got involved, and it wasn't his fault, but ended up with a fair bit of damage on that car, and they came in and pitted and got a fast repair done, but this safety car's really brought them back into contention that they might be able to make their way back to the 10, as it looks like Brian Borg now will have to move back to P4 with Briggs on the inside. I don't know if he's going to contest this corner. I think he'll let Briggs go in there. So head around the right hander. I mean, you don't want to put too much pressure on Brian Borg. Already been involved in this while he's been racing. Check out the replay here, though. We're just going to have a look. We believe Bradley Vaughan involved in an incident now. We'll watch the number 488 come around. Oh, synchronised crashing.
Yeah, so both Rudd and Vaughan going around.
Can we get some music for that one, director? That's what we need, some synchronised music. As they, both of them get a wheel off, and I suppose that's one of the things if you're following someone, you miss your marker slightly and wheel off under acceleration, and that is it. Limping their way back around, maybe they're going to go in fair. I'll look at the damage on that. All right, let's have a look at Rudd here on board. This is a replay of the incident earlier, the synchronised head-on crash here, as you see in front. Bradley Vaughan and dun, dun, dun,
Before you finish the theme music, I think they both just picked up a little bit of the grass on the outside there. You can see the witness marks on the grass there, but that was a very weird one for both those guys to come around. One thing it has done is it's moved the O2 now from really dead last up to 25th position. It might actually be a good time to bring in the band behind that, or one of the two behind that car, Matthew Norris.
Oh, bring in the Norrie. Are the likes coming up on YouTube? That's what I want to know. You know, we don't get enough likes. Not that's what's happening. Not putting him in.
Well, unfortunately, someone opened the door. He snuck in.
Oh, so if he's not stealing cars, he's breaking into commentary booths.
It's a royal stitch up in here, isn't it?
It has been. I hope you haven't been listening. What's going on, Norrie? You played a bit of ping pong there, and you blew a motor up.
Well, it's either you go home, you go hard, or you go home. So I went hard, and it didn't work.
And now you're at home.
Yes.
Oh, we've been stitching up all night, mate. We're trying to get 100 likes to put you back in the car, but I think we've got about 3.
Yeah, I'm going to give that a dislike. Mackenzie's in the car, he's fast. He'll make it through.
Well, you're back in the lead lap now too, mate, and up a couple of positions there. Bradley Vaughan and Rudd were doing a bit of synchronised crashing on their own. No one getting involved. They're both dropping the wheel in the grass. So, sorry, that was Bradley Vaughan. Yeah, Bill and Rudd. So, you know, Kyle Stokes is going to get as well. So some issue there for 143. Plenty going on in the back of the field there. Question is, are you going to get back in the car, Norrie?
No, I've done all my laps. I'm going to leave for the rest of the race.
Stay back and enjoy it in the commentary booth with us, mate. The air conditioning, you know, no pressure.
No cars to crash.
Brendan Hobson's just gone past. We've got lots of P6. Whoa! Oh, Anspatch pushed off the tanked SRT entry. The 1-0. Oh, Sharpie with the big dozer front end on. Just gives him a nudge.
Oh, I'd love to see a replay of that one. I don't know what unfolded there, but that was a big moment. And see too, Harris just losing a spot to Timor. Here's a look at the replay of how that one unfolded. Sharp had a great run to get down the inside of that Riley Curtis he got through. That was code involved in that one by looks, but it was a very light touch.
Yeah, I don't even think you would have worn the livery stickers off at all if that was real life at all. You wouldn't have seen a mark at all. That was just some aero that unsettled him, I reckon, Dan. Oh, not according to race control. Car 9 now getting a drive-through penalty there. So car 9 will have to do a drive-through for Sharpie. That'll put him down the field a little bit after that one, but yes, it doesn't look like he's caused too much damage to his car at all. And maybe he's got out of that one too in Craig Anspatch without any damage, without too much damage, just gone back in the field a little bit. But here we go, let's get back on board, and this is obviously for P6. You can see up there Lindsell in front, but Loxton behind. The Loxton Hinge combination, which has been super fast. Look to see if they can maybe take that position up into P6. Hobson's moved into P5 in the 88 car. That is some move there, hasn't he? Get back into this race after starting out of P3 on the grid. He was on row number 2. Got a bit off strategy there with some issues there and some incidents, but team made his way back with some smart pit stop strategies. Took that little dash last time when he really didn't need to come into pits, but he's gone in there, just put, you know, what's that, just under 17 seconds up on the stands, fresh tyres, dash of fuel, and now he's up putting some pressure onto Brian Borg, who is in P4, but not as racy as Corey Shepherd in that car. So you're to see if Borgie manages to go the rest of this race. We're thinking that someone's gonna have to take a splash of fuel. Norrie, you are actually out in the car and you'll be watching everything that was going on. Well, they came in on lap 83. Are they going to get home?
No.
No, that's what we assume. So it's going to be a splash and dash.
They'll need to do an entire stint, but then there looks to be a 6 or 7 lap shortfall based on when the first safety car came out.
Yeah, all right. So you won't do a driver swap on this one, but chances are if we don't get another safety car, we are going to see it back on the pitch.
Yep.
Well, there you go.
Actually, while we're watching this fight for fourth position between Hobson and Borg, no, what was your take on the tyres towards the back end of the stint? Obviously, we saw the track conditions come down. Well, actually, not your take on it, but the teammates' take on it. Because we saw the track conditions come down quite a long way. Down, started at 42 degrees, dropped down to 32. It's still continuing to get a little bit cooler as the race unfolds. How would the tyres going over the course of the run for you guys?
No, I did actually get a good stint in there, and my second stint was clean and had no issues. But towards the end of it, the tyres really were going off, and even though the track temp was dropping, the car just got real, in the back there, really mushy in the front end, so it really pushed you wide in the corners in the later half of the stint.
Yeah, we were going to expect to see, obviously, with the guys coming in, you'd be a brave man to try and stick it out the last few laps without it. Maybe a tyre or two. What do you think? Maybe run it without, or try and just throw all the tools at it and make sure you've got the sharpest knife in the fight?
I would go with that strategy, but I mean, guys at the front, they've been doing this a long time and they know how to fight on dodgy tyres, so you might see them stick it out for 6 laps.
Yeah, interesting. But I'll take it. Here we go. Car 92 is going to get a drive-through penalty. So car 92, that's Brody Scott. They have gone past their incident limit. Unfortunate. But then here we go. A move now. Hobson down the inside. Can you get it over Borg? Borg comes down, leaves him a little bit of room. That was close. Real close in turn 1. Now we've got a little bit of fight here now as they come up through the S's. Hobson will reset the car, get right on the back wing of Brian Borg. He's not going to be close enough this time to have a go at the bus stop, I wouldn't think, but you never know. Hobson's been pretty quick around here at the moment. Having a look at some of the times up on the screen. We head back now, and we're on with Rob Harris in the lucky number 13 Macon Esports car, back in position 20. Back to our little battle though that was going on, and look at Hobson. How close is this one on the back of Borgie? He pulls out to the side. Borgie's defensive, stays on the inside line. He says, no, I'm going around the outside. Hobson now gets the inside line. It's a right-hander too as they come down into the toe. Borg's got the run though.
Yeah, we'd expect Hobson here just to set up, look for the drive off the corner. He gets a little bit of a wiggle. That's not going to help him there. But we have seen him make this move a couple of times up towards the heel. Will he show the nose and drop it in? Out it comes. A long way back though, just trying to get in the mind there of Borg to say, hey, I'm not letting you go. I'm here for a run. But he's got to close it in. You can see the time he's taken out of Brian though, down the bottom there from lap 88 through to 92. Between 4/10 and 10th of a second over those 5 consecutive laps with very good pace from Hobson.
Definitely Corey Shepherd's been faster in this car than Brian Borg, but they're not going to get Shepherd back in the car. Borgie's going to have to do a minimum amount of laps, and also they're not going to get a chance to change drivers at this point. Hobson now down to turn 1. It's where he sort of had a bit of a look last time, decides not to. It's right on that wing though. Sorry.
He's got the nose in.
Yeah, look at it coming up the S's. This is scary for me because the aero there when you're side by side, you really want to use as much of each side, especially as you go through the double fenced area. You can end up being a ping pong ball, as Norrie will tell us. That's exactly what happened to him. Looks like he's going to get it done though. Will Borg try and put his nose back in? In the background there you see Sean Lindsell just watching what's going on in front of him. He's got to watch out though, because Brett Loxton is all over the back of him as well.
Yeah, one little slip up here, if you're Brenton Hobson or Brian Borg, you're going to drop a fistful of positions very quickly on. And these two behind, just looking to pick up the scraps here. If they can get up on the podium, imagine the celebration will be on in either of those two camps. But they're in with a really good shot here if they can just keep it clean for these last 20 laps.
Yeah, just for these last 20 laps. That's what we keep
25,
saying.
sorry.
25, yeah, but I mean, like, it's been a long stint. You know, some of these guys are in. Interesting enough, most of the drivers here are just on a fresh stint, so they aren't coming up with double stint, which is probably good. Fresh arms to finish the race off. Especially if they're going to push those tyres all the way out. That's going to be interesting whether they will, like you say, maybe throw one or two tyres in the car, or whether they'll try and push out the more experienced drivers and just take the dash of fuel, get the car home, look for any advantage they can. We are pretty confident that no one will be able to fuel save and make it home. There is not enough gap. Maybe James Scott might have been, when he had a 10.5 second gap, he might have been able to fuel save a little bit.
Although
10.5 seconds.
Although we know you can get home with 26 laps in, we're on the cusp of that right now. Do you come in, fill it up, bang on a fresh set of tyres and go hard for your final stint? Because you're going to have that little bit extra performance at the back end of the race here.
I'll give you a counter attack on that one. Briggs and Dyson may be holding out. You might get Burke and Freya may stop late, and that will really that'll tell James what he's doing.
Well, Burke and Freya are undercut again on this stop, so they actually came in early. Sorry, they didn't put as much fuel in, so they are definitely coming back in maybe. So interesting here though, we see the 87, which is Varga, or it's actually with the 87, it's actually McKnight back in the seat. Last time he was out there, he blew the engine up in this thing and caused a safety car. Bit uncharacteristic there, with like we saw in the last one too from Kyle Stokes. So McKnight now back up to P18, so on a bit of a charge as we head out to a replay. Riley Curtis gets sideways, wow. Not only does he miss the Armco, but the onslaught of cars that were behind him. And does that mean your teammate's up another position, Noel?
Sure it does.
Is there any way you could just let Darren do the whole race? What's the penalty for not changing drivers?
It's a disqualification. Normally he does do the whole race. It was just he drew the short straw and I was the only one who could have done the race.
Did he watch some of your laps you've done when you do Norrie's laps? Norrie's Navigator, has he seen some of those laps?
I don't think so, because he agreed to have me on board.
Oh, we got on board a little bit earlier with who did we get on board? It was Hobson, wasn't it? We were around.
Hobson.
Here he's in the pits, Norrie's waiting for you. What are you doing here, mate?
So we'll be taking our probably final pit stop at this stage. So exactly what you were just saying, hitting now and taking this fresh set of boots home.
I think if you're the top 10, you've got to run it as long as possible. They've got plenty of clear track out in front. If you were to take your stop now, you're going to drop probably back somewhere around either Anspach or Brodie Scott. That's going to really hinder your chance of progress forward. And I mean, those guys at the moment are down in 22nd, 23rd position. You do not want that traffic around you while you're fighting for a lead of a race at this point.
Yeah, well, your minimum travel time in pit, really, even though we're looking at a short stop that Brett Hobson took last time, it was 50 seconds.
Well, actually, it's still an hour, a minute 17 to get fully through the lane, because for Hobson there was a slight tick between the change of getting in and out of it.
Yeah, so, you know, like, no, there's definitely not enough time to do that. No one is that far in front. You're right, you will end up down the back of the pack. I mean, Brian Borg's lost 2 positions since getting in this car. It would have been if there was some clear space down the back, it might have been a good opportunity for him to take that risk. But I think you're right, with the amount of cars out there and where you'll end up in the pack, definitely need to start there and just watch what the cars around you are doing. Freeze in. Looks like he is going to start coming in as well. So that's Henry King. Just outside the top 10 when he came in. Ryan Borg now sliding this car around. We're starting to get a few laps on these tyres. Of course, they came in about lap 83. So we're about halfway through what they possibly can do. We're 13 laps in. 26 is sort of around where we want to be. 28 maximum is what we saw earlier. Have a look at the temperature though, Dan. It has dropped down to 19 degrees now.
Yeah, well, it's continuing to fall. I mean, air temperature 19, track down to 28 degrees, so it's still getting more and more gripped up for these guys. So the pace is going to continue to rise. We're already seeing we've got guys back. Well, actually, last time by for Caruso was a very low 47 out there. I mean, they're still saving a bit of fuel where possible, but the pace is still thereabouts for them.
Robert Kirk, that is, in the Simrigs car. Obviously, Rob Carmichael in front, the 25. Good little battle here for 10th position, try and get in the top 10, but we have seen some of the cars behind them start to take that alternate pit strategy where they come in, fresh tyres, fill up and run the car home. Now, that's what they can do. It's what Norrie and his teammate have done too. Darren McKenzie has come in, he's done that exact strategy. Fresh boots, full tank, drive it all the way home. Doesn't matter what happens from here. Safety car, no safety car, they are going to make it here. We only have 21 laps left in this race. We are 98 laps out of 119. It's been a big one. 2 drivers tonight, 650 kilometres here at Watkins, Glen, of course, with the boot thrown in down the bottom. 5.47 kilometres to get around here, 11 turns, and they've done it 98 times so far. Almost come up to that clean 100s. Harris now pulls in the lane in the lucky number 13. He'll take his pit stop and make it home from here. Here we go, Burke in second place, and probably the only one to match the times outside of his teammate James Scott for Caruso. So Wayne Burke, his last lap was a 1:47.14. Caruso's was a 1:47.07. So he's not getting away. And we have seen Caruso duck into those 1:46s before when he's been pushing it. Slightly different track temps back then. Maybe just trying to conserve a little bit of fuel to for strategy a bit later on in this race, because I'm sure everyone behind him will be seeing what he is doing. They won't want to be doing that undercut till at least some more people in this field have gone into the pits. So it'd be great. Maybe we'll get on board with Caruso and just see if he's got that on the limiter all the way into these corners, or whether, well, a little bit sideways here, it's a little bit loose, or no, we're running. It looks like we're running it out in gears, isn't it? We're not short shifting on these ones. They're pushing it pretty hard at the moment.
Yeah, no, it doesn't sound like any real major lift off at the moment. He's very ginger on the throttle though, really controlling the wheel spin on exit, trying not to excite it. But this will be a good opportunity to just have a listen into one, see if he comes off a bit early. It's the faintest of lifts off just before he gets on the brakes there, but it's not much at all. You'll save a little fuel, but not a whole heap.
Let's check him out through the S's here. Maybe we'll just find out. Norrie, are you watching this at the moment?
Yeah.
Yes, that was an Apex we just went past. He's done a couple of them actually now. No, definitely not living. So he's not fuel conserving. I just wonder whether the tyres, it's just purely tyres. Because, like you say, he's having to watch that throttle control, really, isn't he? And a lot of steering input now.
Yeah, I think there is fuel save going on. But this goes in my strategy. I reckon they're running right to the ragged edge, and they're going to see if they can get that last top done and force James's hand.
Well, if you're Caruso out in front and James Scott right now, if you pit now, you end up in a sea of cars. And probably with cars, you don't want to risk them being loose or getting in your way and trying to fight back through. If you can go longer than anyone else, you maintain that clean air, don't you?
You do, but you can only maintain clean air as long as your car's running. If your car runs out of fuel, you've got no clean air.
Well, that's when you're a Jamie Winker. All right? That's close. Not quite there. All right, let's have a look up on the screen, though, and it looks like we have got Damien Johnson out there in the Synergy Sim Racing, just chasing down Stovald at the moment. Not much between these two, as they are in a bit of a battle now for position number 8. It is Stovebold holding that one at the moment, under half a second. Just having a look at some of the laps here as they go through. Just having a look down the field there. Okay, so look at this. Burke last lap, so this is 1 and 2 leading at the moment. So Jordan Caruso last lap did a 1:47.06. Wayne Burke went on 1:47.08, so they are matched. And I reckon you're right there, Noel. I reckon they are holding out as far as possible. They are definitely got a nice little lead over everyone else. It's about 6 seconds, so it's just going to be whether Burke can pick that moment and get him maybe a lap before Caruso and get out and get that little undercut advantage. But if he comes in too early, he's going to have to end up with everyone else. So he's probably watching to see what those guys are sort of doing between P3 and P10, where they're going to pick. If they start coming in, you might see Burke take the risk. On board with Brian Borg at the moment, who's dropped back a couple of positions since he got in the seat. And he's going to have to watch out for Sean Lindsay behind him too in the DPRSimrigs.com car. And just in the background, Brett Loxton, who's been super impressive, him and Thomas Hinds tonight, despite him being involved in a few incidents which put them back down the pack. They've fought their way up, back up to P7 at the moment. They come around. No pit stop on this one. Whoa, a brush with the wall there for Wayne Burke. Using every last bit of the ripple strip and some. That tyre barrier, he's going to have to be careful there. Doesn't want to do any damage to the front of the car, which could cause maybe a bit of extra time in pit lane or just struggle to get the car home, especially when we've got less than 20 laps left to go. 18 laps left in this race 183 of the Jinx Shifters AOSC10, round number 8. Here at Watkins Glen, less than 20 laps left to go. Well, can Caruso hold out? Wayne Burke is matching him lap for lap. It is less than 0.2 of a second on the last one between them. It was down to just thousandths of a second the lap before between them. They are definitely the ones to watch out in front, 1 and 2. And then we go back to Adam Briggs in 3, Brenton Hobson in 4. That's another little battle going on. Now we've got a battle on between Brian Borg and Sean Lindsay in P5 and 6, with Loxton just waiting in the background in P7. So plenty going on at the moment. There you see Borgie goes a little bit wide. Lindsay just down on the inside line. Now Borgie has to be defensive. Drives down the middle of the track. Make sure he can't put the nose in on this one. He knows exactly where he is at this point. He's got control as they head down to the toe.
He's doing a really good job here, just placing that car nicely. He's not going to make it easy for Lindsay to get through on him, however.
No, Lindsay's going to have to make it happen, though. He's going to have to make it happen. He is running out of laps. Coming around now to complete another lap. This is lap 101. Last couple of corners now. We watch. Waiting. We're holding our breath. When will they pit? They were on lap 83 was the last time they pitted. So they've only done 18 laps and they're going to go again. And the tyres on Burke's car are screaming right now. That is unsettled. I think he has chewed a fair bit of tyres. I'm interested to see how hard Caruso is actually pushing it, because they had a 10.5 second lead. So a second lead's not going to matter. Be interested to see what Tom Freer has to say about this with Burke, because Freer's moved up to P4 in the championship. Now, he could take a risk here and could possibly go back, or does he stay with Caruso right now? They take the P2 and he gets the points. It's going to be hard for him to catch up to James Scott and Corey Shepherd in the championship, but he's in 4. Is he starting to look at that third position? Does he just want to try and get into P3 in the championship right now? We are halfway. Coming in P2 would really help him.
Highest championship position for Freer has been P4.
That's true, but points are king in the championship. You need to start keep accruing those points. So yes, you can go for the win and get the glory for the single race, but you want to get the maximum opportunity at the back end of the race to take out the overall championship. And even if you're not quickest on the day, the accumulation of points is what you need to be doing.
So what do you think Freya lets Burke do in this situation? Do they just copy what's in front and have a go at it and just push on? I mean, it looks like he's starting to lose a little bit of ground now. You can just see how much is exciting those tyres coming out of the corners. Mind you, on the last lap, it was only 0.03 of a second.
He's not far off. I think if you stick with it and mirror the strategy, you're almost guaranteed a safe second effectively. But that doesn't take into consideration making amends or something like that. But you've got to keep an eye on where this are. Have a look at the track record at the moment. There's still a lot of cars out there where you can fall back into a bad spot. As we see, Brenton Hobson now has rolled the dice and come in. So this will be a very quick stop for him. There's also one of the Pursuit Sim Racing cars also just dropped in the lane. That's Jamie Stovall as well. Yeah. So it's some interesting opportunities now. This will be 16 laps to go for these guys.
Well, the other thing to take into effect is Wayne Burke and Tom Freya undercut there. They were 2 seconds less up on the stand. So, yeah, they took a little bit less fuel, but saying they get 26 laps, they've got about a 6-lap window now since their last pit stop, possibly coming maybe a 6 or 7 lap window. So Caruso keeps pushing it out further and further. It's going to be harder for them to stay out there. You just go back to Brenton Hobson back in P8, and he is now in clean air, isn't he? Like he's in a prime position actually. Hobson to maybe undercut quite a few people, and maybe not a lot watching him at the moment. He's been pretty lucky there. The Synergy Sim Racing 88 car for Brent Hobson. Damien Johnson behind him as well. I mean, Hobson had to do something after the start of the race. He's down 5 positions. He started out of P3, so he needs to do something. Now he's catching up to lap traffic. What does Caruso do now? Does he go, look, I'm in lap traffic. Now is the time to pit. We're coming around. Will he do it? Let's watch him. We're eager to see if it happens. Yes, it is. He's going in the pits. Here go Caruso. Will he follow him? Burke? No, Burke stays out. And after the tyre wear, we've seen him sliding that car around. He's on pushing it really hard. Well, those tyres are gone, but Burke and Freya now will lead this race on a lap 104. How long will they lead it for? Well, maybe they're just waiting to see how long Caruso's going to do in pit lane. Here we go. Briggs, Borgie, Lindsell, they're all coming in. Just waiting to see what Carmichael does. He's in P6 at the moment, the Fishy Motorsports car.
And all this has been triggered by Hobson coming in, who on this lap alone, purple sectors for 2, 3 and 4 this lap as well. So the fresh tyres, the low track temperatures really starting to play off for Brenton. See where he comes through as everyone else now is in the box or either down and away following their stop. So 18 seconds stationary for Caruso. That was very quick for him.
I'm going to go to P1. Wow.
Warwick shuts the door on the run up through the S's. That's a big run. Paul didn't come through that time by, so effective second position on the road here at the moment. Hobson's been able to jump up into effective third, not too far off the back of Briggs. Burke now really struggling behind that traffic. He's got to make this move or get through. The back tyres just protesting a little bit, and you see the 333 just stepped to the side. Good job from Holland there, let them through, but that's been pretty costly as they work their way through.
They're still going.
Here, Loxton, we're going to jump back and see this one. Loxton managed to get the move done on Johnston. We'll have a look at how this one unfolded as they come off the carousel down the inside. A little bit of wheel lock up there for Loxton as he gets the nose in. So that clears him on exit. Nice move through there. They head up through the toe. And a great lap for him. It's a green lap for him. Personal best of 1:46.72. So really coming on strong there. Caruso has just set purple 5th sector on the outlap. It was a 17.2, blisteringly quick out there. By comparison, he's also been able to get past Paul Warwick on that lap as well. So he is in a good spot.
I think that's what he's got to do, though. He's got to start putting that pressure on to Burke, because Burke's going to have to decide what he's going to do in pit. Because you've got to remember, Tom Free will be watching how long Caruso took fuel for, and whether they try and undercut that by a second or two just to get back out in front. So very important that Caruso pushes on. So there's a bit of a guessing game there. I mean, Briggs is going to come in. Hobson now effectively will be in fourth, you would think, Hobson, as he comes back on. And out on track, he's currently in fifth at the moment. Just trying to see where as Burke is coming around. You think he's going to come in this time. You think he would have to come in and take it. But the gap is not enough, I don't think, to hold off a Caruso.
No, and Caruso's got a huge amount of clear air in front of him. He does have the 067 not too far up the road from him, Scott Weston in the Type 10 Esports car. But other than that, he's in a really good spot here. The pace very consistent. This time by purple sector in sector 2 again. Green through 2 and 3, so really quick out there at the moment as he works his way through.
And Burke choosing to stay out. Yeah, I think he's got to run it out now, doesn't he? But I mean, those tyres did not look good. Looks like quite a fair bit of wear on there. Sliding the car around. Just looking at the gap there at the moment, you know, Caruso is closing that gap down as Warwick looks like he has come into the pit as well. So Briggs will go up into 3. Brent Hobson will go up into 4 now as he crosses the start-finish line. Hobson needs to keep working on this one. I'm trying to have a look at the back to here. So what are we saying in the pits? What is transport time minimum in the pits for Burke? We're saying, I've got pit lane transport time up on my screen for Caruso about 49 seconds, but it could be a bit more than that.
Well, I would expect for Burke it's going to be a little less, probably about 45 to 43 seconds transit all the way through, because he's not going to have to take on as much fuel, but he's really at a detriment here, because Caruso was blazingly fast last time by 1:45.9. He was the quickest man out there by a country mile.
Look at those times then, you've got to worry about Hobson because 42.3 seconds. So if he's 43 seconds in that pit lane transit, I mean, even if he comes out at 43 seconds and Hobson isn't quite there, he's at full pace, warm tyres. Hobson's going to get the undercut on him here. Yeah, so I think he's left it too late. I think this has been detrimental to Rear and Burke. I think he's going to come. He's in the pit lane now.
Keep an eye on the time as he comes in. We'll let you know when he hits the box, but it's going to be very, very tight on here for that third position as see him now jumping in. So Caruso now final corner of the lap. Should comfortably get through. Briggs just about to drop into that final corner. Hobson hit that corner now. And
Burke's down.
For Burke, he's down and away, 13.8 seconds stationary. He continues to trundle down the lane, 44.4 seconds, so he will come back out in third position. Actually, he's going to hold second position. That's a great job.
Wow, how is that? He's gonna be super tight on fuel. Those guys, they've definitely been calculating very strongly. I'm surprised he didn't try and do the undercut there. They're obviously a pretty safe P2. He's lost about half a second over Briggs, so hasn't got an advantage there. Caruso now, I think, actually has the advantage because it's blown out to 0.7 of a second, where that was less than half a second the gap before. So Jordan Caruso, if he can hold this together, should take this home from here. We have only got about 12 laps left in this race. It's, 24 minutes left to go. Not even 24 minutes. What are we talking about? 22, 21, 22 minutes. That's all they've got to hold on for to finish off the 650-kilometre race here for the Jinx Shifters, race 183, round number 8 of AOSC 10. Ken Caruso and, of course, James Scott bring home another gold trophy, get on top of the podium.
The gap is closing though. The gap from Burke to Caruso is closing.
Well, looking at that, so what are we down to? 0.4 of a second at the moment. We saw both those guys come in at the same lap. Lap 83 was the last time both cars were in the lane, which was just on the time of that safety car, but 5 seconds difference in the pit stop stationary, or 4.5 seconds, sorry, pit stop stationary, and a little quicker for Burke getting through that traffic. So for Caruso there coming out where he did with Paul Warwick just ahead really compromised his run on pit exit.
12 laps to go. Where does he jam it up the inside? It's now or never.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, unfortunately for him, I don't think it's worked. But anyway, good run now. Look at him close this gap down. I mean, I don't know. Caruso, though, experience, he's got a little more temperature in the tyres, you would think. Probably not a big issue at this point.
That's great.
Move coming. You can see he's just waiting and waiting and waiting and playing it. Here it goes.
Yeah, I thought Burke was silly to wait this long, but looking at this, he's got all the pressure on Caruso. Now Caruso is the one that could lose this. Burke's got nothing to lose at this point. He's got all the pressure to apply. I know Tom Freer's probably thinking championship points, let's bag a few. Let's not make contact, but definitely keep that pressure on. Look for Caruso to make the slightest mistake, and maybe Burke can capitalise on that with just a few laps left to go. I mean, what have we got? 11 laps left to go. He's got a little bit of time. He doesn't need to make the move on this lap. He's got 11 laps left to do it. Doesn't have to rush.
No, he's just got to keep pressing on where he is. Have a look at the times down the bottom there. You can see that the safety, the pit stops coming into effect. So a little bit skewed on the time and scoring at the moment, but Burke has got to come up with an opportunity here. He was second time's hard to see whether he's still got the pace, but if he holds on too much longer, Caruso's just going to be able to normalise it and then start to pull away, and that's not what we want. The gap sitting stagnant now, 2.5 or 2/10 of a second. It's coming down a little bit under the draft. He's got the nose out, but again, not quite close enough to make that move. So he's running out of opportunities to try and get through.
Do you think maybe Caruso didn't take tyres in that last night? I don't think he wouldn't have. He definitely did take tyres, didn't he? Yeah. Just stunning how much pace Burke has. I mean, I know he's come in and tyres are a little bit fresher, but we're not talking ridiculous amounts. Like 3 laps difference is the pit stop there. So Caruso's tyres are only 3 laps older than what Wayne Burke, so it might make a difference, I think, toward the end. So maybe in the last 3 or 4 laps, that might be exactly where he gets his advantage there for Burke. That's what I mean. It's all about the patience now, a bit of experience in there. Just hold out. Caruso, keep that pressure on. Caruso then just needs to keep pushing. We saw James Scott come up with an error earlier in the race. Will Caruso do the same? Only got to go a little bit wide there, like you can see. Get a little bit of dirt under one of those tyres. And run it wide, and Burke will go through. Freer's biting his nails for sure right now.
Oh, absolutely. He will not want to see that car find its way into a wall or have a rotation or something like that. But same point, no doubt he will be cheering his mate on to get this one done. There'll be a lot of radio communication going over about where he's strong, where he needs to find that little bit extra pace. Last time by, it was a purple sector for Burke through the final phase of the lap. Very quick through there. He's noticed too, just lifting a little bit and coasting it in, trying to maximise that mid-corner exit out.
Sorry, Dan, I just noticed the traffic and that's going to really open up this.
Wow, we're knocking the splitter off, aren't we? We've come up to lap traffic. This is going to get interesting too as they go through. What's that, the 333? Is that Luke Holland? This one, big move, Burke on the outside, but Caruso's going to have a nice run into the bus stop. He backs off of that one, tries to play it safe. I would love to hear the radio communication with Tom Freer right now. Just don't make contact, whatever you do, Here we go. Puts it in. He's on the outside though, so he's not going to get the advantage on this one. We know through this sector here as they come down, it's not really going to matter if you come down the inside line too much. Heading down into the toe.
He's got great momentum from the mid-corner out here. He's going to have a look up towards the heel. If you can stick with him, he's forcing Caruso wide. Get the car out the outside, try and hold that long shot, and then you're in with a good run as you get back up onto the back straight. But Caruso's just got a little bit more mid-corner speed.
Wow, this is going to be a great finish here. And of course, we've got 9 laps left. We are 3.5 hours into the 650-kilometre race here at Watkins Glen. And it is the battle you're watching now for P1. There's 3 laps difference in the pit stop strategy. They pitted, well, what was only about 10 laps ago. So it's not less than 10 laps ago. So Burke is on the fresher tyres, 3 laps fresher, gets another good run. You see him cross over, evasive manoeuvre there from Caruso. Wow, what a finish we're going to have here after 650 kilometres. 3.5 hours so far, and we've still got about 13 or 14 minutes left in this race. This is going to go right down to the wire.
Well, Burke, I wonder, is really starting to get into the head of Caruso here, because he's making Caruso go very defensive, which we haven't seen these guys have to do for the majority of the race here. And Caruso, again, back to the inside, drifts it over a little bit in the brake zone, just enough to hold that spot. But Burke definitely coming, and we'll look to see whether he can get another good run like he did last time out of the toe here. And set it up for that, he is in with another good shot.
Caruso's going to do another ping-ponging into the wall. He's not careful with all these decisive moves here.
Don't do a Norrie, stay on the apexes, not over them, not under them. Just keep that driving line, hey Norrie?
That's the one.
That's the one. Yeah, you're right. And how long, he put so much pressure, how long can the tyres on off the Burke? What's the window, do you think, Norrie, before his tyres start to go off and he's not going to have this advantage that he's got now where he seems to be a little faster?
Oh, he's got to make the move. He had to make the move the minute he came out of the pit lane right up on that back corner. Just got to make the move, and once he's in front, he won't need to worry about tyre life. He'll just need to worry about keeping the car position right.
Well, that's what Caruso's doing right now. That's what I'm trying to say is there's going to be a point where Burke's tyres won't give him that advantage. He won't have an advantage over Caruso. They'll start to level out, and and then Caruso's really let off the hook. Then he can have a bit of a breath there as he gets a nice drive as he comes onto the main straight to complete this lap. Another lap down, what's that, 112 or 119, so 7 laps left in this one, or 8 laps really to complete.
Might go around that threshold, Matty.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's starting to go there because you can just see that Caruso's starting to pull away a little bit on the corners. I mean, he might have maybe 1 or 2 laps left in this fight, and then it's just going to be whoever makes a mistake will be at fault. And,
here's the chance. Can he go the long way around?
Yeah, he's had to lift off that one again. I think Caruso's had to do that shallow line a few times through the bus stop there. He's got quite comfortable with it. That's a little bit of break on that one. Here we go. We're all holding on. It's getting pretty quiet here in the commentary box compared to what we usually are because, hold your breath and see what happens as they head down through the chute. Now down to the toe. Burke, he's probably only got another lap or 2 before the tyres start to wear off a bit. Oh, no. Where's that happening? Is that back Johnston?
Johnston and Loxton.
Johnston. So many fights going on now to finalise this race. So close after what's probably about 630 kilometres. We're still this close at the moment. Lap 112 or 119, so 7 laps left to go. This is 1 and 2 up on your screen at the moment. Caruso teamed up with Scott, who's our championship leader in the Logitech G. AOSC Esports Commodore leading at the moment. But the big news is Wayne Burke and Tom Freer in the Synergy Sim Racing. Now, Synergy Sim Racing have put 4 cars in the top 10 at the moment. Tom Freer's moved up to 4th in the championship. It's coming down to the last couple of laps here. It's less than 0.3 of a second between him and Burke. Now it opens up a little bit up to 0.4. Caruso smooth there, using the extra bit of runoff there as he comes out of turn 1, now up through the S's. Can he get the draft here, get right under the rear wing? We've seen Caruso go defensive, middle line down as he heads down to the bus stop. He's done it a few times, drive-through penalty now for car 440, which is Damien Johnson after that incident. So he will get a drive-through penalty and push him back, unfortunately, after what he's been through. The Synergy cars are strong again here tonight. They're in 1, 4, where else are they? Well, they're going to go out of 8 now, but so we've got 2 cars that are going to remain in the top 10 out of the Synergy Sim Racing guys. Can't take our eyes off this battle for 1 though, Norrie.
I just got a message from Tom Freer. Stuff the championship, have a dip.
Well, it's good to see he's listening to us at the on the YouTube channel. That's what we like to see. Good to see. And mate, I think you're right. He's got to have a dip, and he's running out of laps to do it. Caruso's getting pretty comfortable. I know he's got the elbows out. He's defensive. But Burke, how long can those tyres hang on? We did see him sliding the car around quite a lot earlier. I did question his pit stop strategy, but now I see it's worked. I think he, yeah, it's just hard to tell, isn't it, at this point in the race? He's got, his tyres are 3 laps younger. But will it take him home? He's been patient. You don't want to make contact. Last thing you want to do is cause an issue on the last couple of laps. You just need to wait for that opportunity, but you need to be ready to pounce. A little bit of a gap now for Caruso as they come out of that corner. The lucky thing for Burke is he's in the draft. He can close that up and maybe get a run down. He's not going to get it done into turn number 1. Caruso will go out over that curb, use as much of the track as possible.
But the big thing we've got to keep an eye on here too, Matt, just ahead of these guys, there's 3 cars lap down, very quick succession ahead. Can Burke use one of them as a pick to try and get this move completed? Or will Caruso be able just to find that spot to get ahead and use that as a buffer that he needs?
Yeah, and Rob Bowden's one of those cars actually after that incident earlier. He's down there. He's quite an established racer, and we've seen him do some fantastic things tonight early in the race before his co-driver there, unfortunately, an incident pushed back down the pack. So a couple of tough cars to get by still to come, and they are catching up. Look at the sector times. Burke goes purple in sector 1, so closes that gap up. It seems to be that Caruso is a little bit stronger down the second half, maybe sectors 4 and 5. Having a look at the times there. Well, no, actually, sector 5 is Burke's got it on him. I don't know how he hasn't got past him, really. It's only sector 2 where Caruso seems to have the advantage at the moment, and here we go.
Down. Come on, Burke, get it in there. He's not far off that. He's got to set this up, but there's a car just ahead. Who's that? That's Bowden.
Oh, here we go. It's so close. You just don't want to come down on the driver behind you for Burke, but for Caruso, but Burke needs to get the nose right in there so he knows he's there, gives him the racing room. He has to.
It'll be the bus stop or it'll be the toe. That's where he's strongest over Caruso.
We go onto the main straight. They complete another lap. So this is now, we move on to lap 115 of 19. The laps are counting down. They are going very, very quickly as we watch this battle. This is P1. And like we say, 115 laps, 5.47 kilometres per lap, 11 turns. Doing the dance. We're down in the heel toe here at Watkins Glen. We're doing the move section. Coming up through the S's now, though. They slide the cars over to the arm cone. Be careful not to ping pong them. Nori knows. Not what you do. Caruso evasive, pulls over on the inside. Can he go around the outside? Is he going to make a move? He doesn't back out of it this time. Right up under him. Wow. I thought maybe he just was going to get it that time. I thought maybe he'd be able to get this on the drive out.
The other big question is we're seeing, obviously, everyone rooting to see Burke get through here. We know Tom's giving some congratulations to Caruso in the chat for the amount of job, or the awesome job he's doing under pressure. What's going through James Scott's mind? He's still got the championship fight going on with himself and Corey Shepherd. He doesn't want to see this car get turned around at all.
Yeah, I think, you know, he'd rather relinquish P1 than go any further down the field. I mean, there's no question, I think, that he could come home in P2 quite easily if he was to let Burke go by. But, you know, you don't become a racer because you don't have a competitive nature. You get into this because you've got a competitive nature. Caruso, I don't think he'll want to risk turning the car around, but he's definitely not going to give that position up easily.
Not at all. I mean, he's driving it really precisely. He's parking it everywhere he needs to try and hold on to his spot. And he's now getting a little bit of a margin on the exit. Have a look through the second time so they cross the line. It's a good final sector for him. He gains a little bit there on the way through, a tenth quicker as they work their way into turn 1. Lap cars just ahead up through the S's. That's Bowden and Sharp just ahead.
Here we go. We got to stay calm at this point. Can't make an error. That is the biggest thing. You cannot afford to make one single error if you're Caruso. Defensive driving once again as they head down to the bus stop. I think we're almost starting to see a bit of rubber, starting to rubber up on that inside line. He's had to do it that many times now. It's about 10 or 12 laps in a row. Lap 116 and 19, there's only a few left to go. We're all just sitting here waiting to see whether Burke gets the opportunity again to put the nose. He's been so close. Oh, you're going to have to pinch the brake there from Burke.
That dropped him back just a fraction there, but he closes it back in on the brakes in the mid-corner there. And not going to be able to get the exit that he needs off. That was a good recovery following that snatch brake there.
Yes, it's Caruso. He'll be looking at his relative, I reckon, in his rear vision mirror and just take a quick breath there, mate. Just take a quick, short breath because Burke's going to reset himself, get back online, and you know he's going to catch up, especially in those first couple of sectors. That seems to be where he's the quickest. Just having a look this time round, though, it looks like Sector 2 is Caruso. Sector 1 is Burke, who's done another flying Sector 1. Sector 3, I think he's out in front too. What a way for Tom Freer and Burke to come back. They are up 3 positions from where they started. So they started P5 on row number 3, and they are going to finish on the podium unless something goes wrong.
Just keep a glance ahead because there's those 2 cars battling 21st, 22nd position. Greg Sharp, Rob Bowden. They're not going to want to get involved in this, but at the same point, they've also got their own little battle just outside that top 20.
Do you think Caruso's flashing those lights? He must be flashing away, horn on, he'd be everywhere. You just see that Logitech G AOSC sports car just nosing as they head into the bus stop and out of there. He gets such a nice run, Caruso, through this point. Very hard. We haven't seen too many cars make a move as they come down into the chute. And if they keep that narrow line, they struggle down to the toe as well. So you think pretty safe around here, but it's where they come out of the toe and they start to head down.
Oh, Bowden.
Around there. Fight Burke back under the rear wing. While this is all going on too, there's another fight starting to heat up for 8th position between Robin Kirk and Brett Loxton. Keep an eye on those guys, but fight for up front, fierce as ever.
Yeah, it's our closest battle at the moment, isn't it? These 2 up front, and it's hard to take your eyes off it really. So much going on down the back of the pack as well, but this is a lap car out in front, as you can see. This is where it's going to get very, very interesting. What's this? Cars, Greg Sharp is it out in front?
Yeah, the number 9 just ahead. He's going to want to get out of the way and just let these guys continue on. He's going to go wide through the final corner. Smart driving there, just lets this fight unfold.
It's probably an opportune, part of the track there for him to go wide and these guys not to be unsettled too much by the lap traffic. I'm just having a look up on our screen though, because next up they've got Dave Douglas and they are coming up fast on him in P20 to come around. Is he just doing a bit of a flick of the dirt there on the track, mate? Haven't they ruled that out of supercars now? Oh, it's all right, it's not qualifying, so it's fine. Put a bit of dust on the track. Well, how amazing is it going to be?
Burke's got the top end run. Both going a little wide through the initial turn through bus stop there. Better line for Caruso, they're just able to gain a little bit more advantage.
With 2 laps to go, you've got to do something different. You can't keep doing the same thing, it's just going to end up in the same result.
Like I say, do you think he's got the tyres left now to have that big dig? I mean, a couple of laps ago, he sort of had it there, and since then, he's definitely not backing off, but he's just not gaining anything either. Caruso doing a fantastic job out in front. How's this? Last lap for Caruso was a 1:46.83, a 1:46.83 for Burke as well. I'm only going down to 2 decimal points here on my timing screen, but they were the exact same times in the last lap. Come up to 9, they're going to rejoin the original race circuit here, up over 9, down into 10. They're almost going to complete another lap. So this is lap 118 they are going to complete of 119. We have been watching this for about 12 laps now, this fight that's going on for P1. They pitted, well, Caruso came in pit on lap 103. 106 was Wayne Burke. He rejoined. The battle's been on since lap 106. We are now on the final lap. The white flag is out. Caruso in the lead. James Scott, he's co-driver who's leading the championship, so he's going to be wanting to maximise the points. Behind him, Burke and Tom Freer. Freer's already on the messenger here to Norrie to let him know. Go for it. Risk it to get the biscuit. I don't know, just take it on. He wants the win. He wants to get right up there, number one in the podium. He's not worried about championship points, although he's sitting fourth in the championship at the moment and chasing that third spot. Caruso defensive again, but not as defensive as he's had to be before, so I think he's got a little bit of an advantage now.
A little bit of movement under brakes too. He's going to have to be cautious of that one, but run for Burke, just continuing to get strong up through the top of the hill.
But it's a last lap. We're getting around, we're heading down to the boot. It's hard to overtake during this section. He's going to have to come on the back. He goes down to the toe. Coming out of the toe, Burke needs to be right underneath him. It's another opportunity when they head down to turn number 8 at the hill to have another go. Is he close enough to get that draft and get under that wing? It's not as close as we've seen him before, and Caruso's held him off.
He's got one last opportunity at the run out of the boot.
The car just looks exhausted, doesn't he? It's backing off now. It seems to be a little bit slower. Caruso's holding that little... I know it's the tiniest of margin. We're talking like half a second, but he looks like he's holding out. Caruso, if he can not make a mistake... I'm just having a look if he's got any cars in front. No, he's not going to come up into any lap traffic. This is it. Turn number 10. 2 corners left. Stovall still holding him out. Doesn't look like Burke's going to get it done. They've got one more corner. The right-hander now to finish up this race. Here it is. Can Jordan Caruso bring this home? What a battle we've had since lap 106. It's lap 119. Final lap, and there we go. There's our winner. Jordan Caruso makes it over in the Logitech G AOSC Esports and gets the win. Holds out a hard-charging Wayne Burke in the Synergy Sim Racing. Teamed up with Tom Freer. Who's that in the background running out of the it's
Kirk's had a moment.
Oh, Kirk's had a moment.
Really good run.
Adam Briggs has gone across the line for 3. Brendan Hobson manages to make it back up into 4th, so he only lost 1 position from the start. Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd bring it home in P5. So they managed to get across. 6 just behind him, Sean Lindsell. So that went right to the wire for those guys as well, 0.85 a second. Brett Loxton's now coming across the line. Slowly, right behind him, though, will be Jamie Stovall in P8 as well. Just checking out a replay with Kirk a bit earlier as they go around. He was in P7, and he's come around and down in the bus stop, and he's just made a huge error there under brakes, gone straight through. Then he would have got to slow down for that. He would need to redress that as well. So the big one is Jordan Caruso has somehow held out Wayne Burke. We were questioning the pit stop strategy and what was going on, but they knew what was going on. It all worked out in the end. They got it home. Burke's tyres couldn't hold on. Tom Freer sending the messages through to Norrie. Mate, just go for it, go for it, go for it. And unfortunately could not get it done. So this is how it's ended up in the results after 119 laps, 650 kilometres here at Watkins Glen for round number 8 of the Jinx Shifters AOSC Season 10. Your results, of course, the winner has been Jordan Caruso and James Scott in the Logitech G AOSC Esports Commodore. Second is Wayne Burke. So Wayne Burke and Tom Freer in the Synergy Sim Racing in the 707. Then we go back to third position, Adam Briggs in the simrigs.com DPR entry. Next up it was Brenton Hobson in the 88, manages to do that with some pit stop strategy to get back into P4. Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd in P5. Sean Lindsell in P6. Brett Loxton in 7th. Jamie Stovall ended up in 8th. 9th with Henry King. Robin Kirk in 10th after that big off in the final lap. Damian Johnson up 2 positions to P11. Michael Taliancic finished the race off in position 12. Jamie McKnight came back from a blown motor to finish 13th. Michael Whiting in 14th. Troy Maguire 15. Jamie Dyke in 16. Ashley Davis in 17. Nicholas Timors in 18. 19th was Darren McKenzie. What a drive back from the Hyperdrive team after his teammate ping-ponged his car all over the place and blew the engine. In P20 was Dave Douglas, Greg Sharp in 21, Rob Bowden in 22, very unfortunate for him because he was really strong in the middle of that race. Brodie Scott in 23, Michael Schroeder 24, Luke Holland 25, Scott Weston in 26, Bradley Vaughan back in 27th, Dylan Rudd ended up in 28th after a big incident. Kyle Stokes blew the engine, so him and Jordan Ross unlucky in 29th, Jacob Knight in 30th. And that is how it rounded out for 119 laps and 650 kilometres of Watkins Glen boot. I tell you what, boys, fantastic race, and what an exciting finish.
Yeah, it was a hell of a race. Had all the hallmarks of a fantastic race, and right to the bitter end, we saw a massive fight, and awesome job from the guys at Logitech to hold on to the win there.
Well, we've actually dragged him into the commentary. We're going to have a bit of a word with the winners, and James Scott, you're back up on the podium, the number one. Jordan Caruso, I tell you what, exciting, what was it, from about lap 106, so exciting 13 laps to watch you finish that with Wayne Burke all over the back of you.
Yeah, that wasn't fun. The last few laps was so intense. I'm sweating. No, really impressive drive by Wayne. He had heaps of pace, and with the newer tires, it was really hard to cover him off. But really happy to come away with the win.
What was the go with the last pit stop strategy? Were you tempted to stay out there, or was it always going to be lap 103 once we had the safety car?
During the safety car or the one after that?
The one after that, where you're coming at lap 103, the final pit stop you had.
Well, I think that was all James's call. We sort of decided to pit pretty aggressively to avoid the undercut, and good thing we did, because if Wayne got in front of us, there was no way we were going to win that. So that was a really good call, but definitely made it more intense than I wanted.
So, James, biggest question, do you have any nails left or hair or anything? Are you holding on for that one, or are you not too far?
Yeah, that one was pretty intense. It was good to watch from where we were. But yeah, I thought Wayne might have got us when he come out just behind us on, I think, 4-lap newer tyres. But Jordan did awesome there to hold Wayne off for the remaining laps.
How have you gone with the changes in iRacing with the setup on the car? You seem to have adapted really well to that.
Yeah, the new supercars, bit of a different beast, but I think the team's working really well. I think we had a pretty good setup tonight, and Jordan's done some awesome work as well in the lead up to these recent races that we've done. And yeah, the car's on rails.
Yeah, no, I looked at it. I mean, your biggest competitor has been Corey Shepherd so far, but well, unfortunately for them, a bit of bad luck, but it just sort of helps you out in the championship. Are you thinking about that now? We're 8 rounds in out of 16?
No, I sort of just take it one race at a time. Obviously, a lot can change. Like, they had an awesome drive back through the field, the 17 boys, after having an incident turn 2 early on in the race. So they did really good to get back up to P5, I think it was. But yeah, it's really easy to lose a bucket load of points. So I sort of just take it one race at a time, and sort of start thinking about the championship 2 rounds out from the end or something like that.
Well, the big question then, Jordan, is we've got a couple more endurances coming up. Do you think James will let your team back up and come back and do a couple more?
Oh, after that one, I'd never want to do that again. That was too intense. No, I think, for sure. I'd love to come back and drive with James. He's a great teammate. Drove really well today, and hopefully we can help him close out the championship.
Oh yeah, mate, and it's great to have you here as part of AOSC, and as you can tell, there's a lot of other drivers in there, and great to see, such a fight down in the last final laps. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. We enjoyed it thoroughly from here, and I'm sure everyone watching us out in the YouTube channel had a great time. It really brought it home after 119 laps. So congratulations, guys. Anyone you need to thank?
I'll go, everyone. I'll go, everyone. First off, you got to thank Jordan. I'm kind of in a really good spot with anyone that's in the team can jump in, and I know they'll do a really good job with Cooper in the first enduro. Drove faultlessly, and Jordan tonight in the second one. So yeah, it's really good. I've made a bit of a meal of the first stint, but that's all right. And obviously our great sponsors, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, the new one at Virtual Racing School, Own 3D, Race Tech Seats, and you guys for the broadcast and the series admin.
Well, we hope we're talking to you again soon, Jordan. Hopefully we'll see you back out there. And I'm sure, James, we will definitely be talking to you, because we might actually even get you on the pre-race show in the next couple of weeks, I reckon, to come and join us if we get a chance, because it'd be great to get some insight, especially with the pure driving school stuff you've been doing.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
No worries. We'll speak to you soon.
Catches.
All right. So that was P1 tonight, but P2, and we've probably got a few things to say, and it looks like Tom Free has joined us here in the commentary box, mate. What a way to watch the final laps of that race from the outside and not in the car.
Yeah, it was definitely difficult to watch, but, you know, Wayne's just absolutely exceptional for him to apply that much pressure late in the race and to do it with only a single incident left, with about 5 to go is, yeah, definitely interesting to watch. I don't really think I have much hair left in my head, to be honest.
The question is, would you have rather been in the car, or you reckon he probably did the better job in that final stint?
Oh, Wayne was miles better than me, to be completely honest. He was, I don't know, it's like a switch just went with him in the end there, and when he was on the back of Caruso and he had someone to chase, he was just unbelievable. Probably, yeah, it's definitely the best drive I've seen in a long time.
And we spoke to Jordan Ross this week on the pre-show, but the Synergy Sim Racing guys, I don't know what it is, but after about round 2 or 3, you guys, the setup of the car, you just seem to be finding something, and a lot of the Synergy guys starting to make their way into the top 10 in the championship and regularly in the races. Is there something, you know, in particular you guys are looking for, you think you can find to make it even better, or you think you've found that sort of peak?
I definitely think there's a lot of areas we can improve, but we sort of came out of the gate really well this season, and then we're trying to make up a lot of our time with big setup swings, I guess, and we sort of dropped off a little bit there in the 3rd to say 6th round, whereas now I think we've just gone back to basics and we're just sort of trying to find little increments at a time, and yeah, it seemed to work this week, which was good, and hopefully we can just continue this form late in the season and we can all sort of be up around that top 10.
Norrie was relaying to you the messages you're sending through. What I'm saying is he worried about championship, and you're saying no, go for it. Do you start to think about that now as we head into round number 9?
I don't know. I'm not overly too fussed with the championship. Like, I'm well and truly out of it right now. But when you get opportunities like that, I guess you just got to have a go, because you don't know how many opportunities you'll get to beat James and Jordan, because they were obviously exceptional and they are every week pretty much. So yeah, it's part of you goes, maybe we should think about championship, but at the same time, a win's a win.
Yeah, well, look, congratulations to you and Wayne. It was a fantastic team effort, a good drive. You know, I think, you know, as the underdogs, most people are rooting for you out there. We, you know, as much as we're used to seeing James up the top and dominating, it would have been great. It was great to see someone take the fight to him all the way to the end of that race. But yeah, good luck in the championship. You're in 4 at the moment. We'll see how you end up with the points after this one. But that 3rd position in the championship definitely up for grabs for you. And hopefully we don't get those unlucky races like we saw a couple of rounds ago. We can give you some good luck leading into the final 8 rounds of this series.
Thanks, guys, and just a massive thanks to Wayne. You know, he's pretty busy and he's come out and done a really good job tonight.
Yeah, mate. Well, you got any sponsors you need to thank before you go?
Yeah, just a massive thanks to JK Signs, Poddy's Mechanical Repairs, and the boys at DM Simography. They obviously do a lot for us, and yeah, it's great to have them on board and have their support.
No worries. Well, congratulations on the 2nd place in the big enduro, and we'll speak to you next week.
Thanks, guys.
Well, we've got the boys are back, the DPRsimrigs.com boys. They're in 3rd position tonight. Mr. Briggs and Dyson. Guys, 3rd position. We know you probably wanted to get that 2nd, but it's a 3 or a 5, and 3's better than 5.
Go ahead, Briggs.
Yeah, no, cool. Yeah, look, it was a tough race. This is probably the 2nd race we've done as a team on the new supercar build, I guess you could say. And yeah, we learned a lot. And I think everyone wasn't entirely comfortable with the car they were driving, so it was a 650 kilometer experiment, really. So.
Well, it wasn't a bad experiment, because obviously the DPR team had 3 teams in here tonight. Am I saying 3? Yeah, 3, wasn't it? And they're all in the top 10.
Yeah. Look, we think we've got a good direction. We'll just keep chipping away at it, and there's obviously more to find. As you can see, you know, Caruso and James obviously had a very handy bit of pace. But we'll keep chipping away, and I think probably the long tyre runs
tyre life and things like that is probably where some of the gains are to be found.
Yeah, well, that was going to be my next question: is how do you catch James Scott? And I mean, even Corey Shepherd was very fast in the middle part of that race. Obviously, he had a bit more pace over Brian Borg in the same car, so another young gun to watch out for. It'll be interesting to see how we go in the championship. Really, how you guys end up stacking up after this one. So, do you start thinking about that one at this point?
Championship? Nah, you just take each race at a time and try and put your best foot forward and lock in some points, lock in points every week, and then the championship sorts itself out. I haven't been doing that really. Andrew's been doing a very good job of it, but yeah, I just need to. That's for me to improve. But yeah, Andrew's been smashing it.
Is it because you need to grow a beard, Briggsy?
I've got a cricket team on my face at the moment. It's about 11 aside. So, but no, look, yeah, obviously very impressive beard that Daiso's got, and it's obviously worth 3.5 tenths easy. So, but anyway, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Can you get that in the next enduro? Maybe you go get a fake beard and strap it on for the race and see if that improves you.
Yeah, I could try and go full Santa Claus and wear like a bodysuit and.
Yeah, well, you obviously need a beard because we had Norrie out in the race tonight and he did terrible. I think he's probably about the same. I reckon about 11 aside.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh, Dyson, mate, how was it for you tonight? Did you enjoy going around Watkins, Glen?
Not really. Could have a better track to come to with a new supercar. But it was all right. Not too bad.
And obviously the sim rig's going all right for you. You guys just settled in now, and the new supercar setup are just some tweaks to go forward.
Oh, far from settled, and we'll like Briggs was saying, we'll chip away at it and try to find what works best on long runs, what works best for quality, etc., etc. Yeah, hopefully we can kind of stay up where we are and keep chipping away and knocking off the fives and thirds.
Fives and thirds, yeah, seems to be the number for you two guys. I don't know what it is, but as long as you don't keep swapping, just keep staying there. Maybe we can throw a 2 or a 1 in there. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, that's what we're going for. Something like that. Maybe even a 4th just to mix it up. Who knows?
Yeah. Put some even numbers in there.
Yeah.
These odd numbers are really weird.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Anyone else you need to thank tonight?
Go ahead, Briggs. You're right.
Yeah, so obviously AOSC for organising the event, the race control, the series hosts, the broadcasters, which is AOSC TV as well. We need to thank all those guys because without that, obviously we wouldn't be racing and we wouldn't have a broadcast. So, but for our team, we need to thank simrigs.com. They obviously provide us with excellent support and they've got great products. Go check out their website. We've also got Southwell List and Hoists, Ben Max Mechanical, BetSmart Racing Services, and NP Designs for the paint that's on the car tonight.
Well, congratulations on your third place. Another podium, another bit of virtual bronzeware to put in the trophy cabinet, in the virtual trophy cabinet. And good luck next week as we come back and do it again next Friday night.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Thanks to all the broadcast team, admin team behind the scenes. Love your work. Thanks, guys.
Well, there you hear it. Our top 3 in the race, Mr. Delete and Mr. Norrie, you are still in here in the commentator's booth. We've got a lot to unfold from this one.
Yeah, a lot to look back over and talk about. Obviously, we'll no doubt dissect the great run at the end there for the final 12 laps, but all throughout the entire event as well. There's a huge amount that happened all the way through there. Obviously, we've got to have a look at those few engine issues that befell a few of the guys out there. Very odd circumstances for those things to go the way they did. Yeah, it's some interesting little facets out there that no doubt we're going to have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, plenty to talk about, and we've got plenty to hang on you, Norrie, for your efforts this week.
Yeah, I think my efforts tonight showed why I've been sitting in the commentary booth for most of the year. It wasn't too good out there, but I got to give a massive thanks to Darren McKenzie and the rest of Team Hyperdrive for giving me the opportunity to have a crack tonight. It was awesome fun to be out there.
Well, stay tuned for the pre-race show before next week because we'll start going through the 650 kilometres, dissecting it, seeing what we can put in there, going over what we can fit into the half-an-hour show. But a big shout out, of course, to Nick Housel in the background, who's been improving our production week after week after week and making sure he stays on. It's a big one to do. We know almost 4 hours of live airtime out there. So big shout out to him and all the crew here behind the scenes at AOSC TV. Also, we need to thank, of course, Jinx Shifters, our series sponsor, as well as all of our other sponsors as part of AOSC10, which is simrigs.com, Sydney Computers, Bowler Media and Sideways Photography, Race Circuit Art Australia, AJ Insurance Services, of course, your insurance brokers to go and see. And we also need a bit of a shout out to Track Cams for Gourmets. But for tonight, it's been another big one, 650 kilometres from Watkins, Glen, round number 8 of AOSC 10. Race 183 in the history. Your winner was James Scott, of course, and Jordan Caruso. And then we're back to Wayne Burke and Tom Freer, as well as Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson in third. So congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to everyone else who finished the race. Thank you for viewing. We hope you had a great time tonight, and we'll do it all again next Friday night, back to our solo races there. We'll see you then.